Good morning, everyone. So we are continuing our public testimony on our C2 agenda item this morning. We have 135 people left, so I think that should take us through them. Excuse me, that should take us through the next 2 days. I think we're doing okay with time management right now, but just a reminder to everyone, I may have to be a little more firm on the testimony time limits if we're not maintaining progress throughout the day. So just a forewarning, and also a reminder that individuals and companies have 3 minutes to testify. Organizations and associations will have 6 minutes. So with that, we'll start with Mike Jones online, followed by Darlene Trigg, and then we will continue on with the regular list with Wayne Moses. So is Mike Jones online?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Sunlight Law. My name is Sujuju Mike Jones. Thank you, to the Dena'ina Athabascan people for allowing these council meetings to take place on your land. I serve as the president of the organized village of Kasan on Keith Squai, more commonly known as Prince of Wales Island. We are way, way down in the very southern southeast Alaska in its tip. I am before you today to support our relatives and Alaskans in the fight to defend our salmon way of life. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony during this very important session of the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. First, the people of Kasan acknowledge the tremendous leadership of our relatives, the staff and leadership at the Tanana Chiefs Conference, Tower Rec, ABCP, Bering Sea Elders Group, and both the Yukon and Kuskokwim intertribal. Oops. Oh my God. Our relatives along the west coast of Alaska have endured fishery closures that have had devastating impacts on their families and communities. Though Kasan is small, our connection to salmon is no less deep. In fact, the very first commercial salmon operation in all of Alaska took place in Kasan Bay. Salmon feed our people, sustain our culture, and connect us ecologically, genetically, and spiritually to the communities throughout the North Pacific and the Bering Sea. When salmon are lost anywhere in this system, we all feel it. The approach to this work must be grounded in cultural continuity, food sovereignty, and tribal self-determination. Impacts to tribal communities in Southeast Alaska whose salmon runs are genetically and ecologically connected to the broader stocks must be analyzed and not generalized or dismissed as geographically remote stocks. Bycatch data must be transparent to inform stock-specific management and allow tribes and Alaskans to understand how bycatch effects runs vital to their communities, including those in Southeast Alaska. Time and again, rural subsistence priorities have been sidelined by management processes. From Kasan, we see the consequences of those decisions ripple across regions and generations. The organized village of Kasan urges the council and NMFS to prioritize alternatives that include hard caps that are responsive to low escapement conditions and informed by indigenous knowledge. Any bycatch limits, closures, must be paired with robust monitoring, including full observer coverage and electronic monitoring, supported by adequate funding and staffing to ensure consistent and timely reporting. Specific recommendations. The OVK recommends that the NMFS implement the strongest conservation alternative, including alternative 2, with a prohibited species catch limit of 100,000 chum salmon. Alternative 4, in its entirety. And alternative 5, option 1, with a prohibited species catch limit of 50,000 chum salmon. Additionally, Mr. Curlin, we ask that a report is generated that clearly reflects tribal input, concerns, testimony in the final record of decision. Salmon are the foundation of tribal cultures, food systems, and identities. We urge selection of the strongest conservation alternative and joint path forward to protect our salmon for relatives across Alaska and for generations yet to come. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to share just a little something with you that I was at AFN, Alaska Federation of Natives, a couple years ago, and there was an elder that was walking around giving out empty plastic baggies. And she had to say that we are not salmon people right now. These baggies should be filled with salmon. And that was one of the saddest things I've ever heard, that she had to come to the table and say that they were not salmon people because they can't get salmon. Please don't let that continue. That's awful. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Jones. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So Darlene Trigg. And after Darlene, we'll take Wayne Moses.
Is it appropriate for me to say before I begin that I will not be taking questions? Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Council members. My name is Bukpuluk, Darlene Trigg. I'm Inupiaq, traditionally raised by my grandparents, Jerome Trigg Sr. and Barbara Trigg. I was raised in Nome, and my grandparents come from White Mountain and Shishmaref, where they were raised in a time where there were fewer regulations impacting our way of life. I'm speaking today on behalf of Akalleq Incorporated, a tribal consortium in the Bering Straits region where there are 20 federally recognized tribes. I'm the Executive Vice President of Operations. Our board of directors is made up of representatives from each of the federally recognized tribes, 2 elder representatives, and a representative from our healthcare sister organization, Norton Sound Health Corporation. While I'm presenting Akalleq's position on the bycatch issue at hand, each tribe in our region is their own sovereign government that may have a position that differs from Akalleq or even from each other. Thank you for the opportunity to provide oral testimony on the Chum Salmon Bycatch Draft Environmental Impact Statement and the Council's final action under Agenda Item C2. Akalleq's Board of Directors passed a resolution attached to our letter calling for bycatch to be as close to zero as possible. Our position is based on what we feel will get closest to this vision with the alternatives currently on the table. Akalleq's request for final action is a layered fishery-wide alternative 2 backstop at 100,000 PSC, plus a corridor cap in alternative 5, option 1 at 50,000 PSC, plus alternative 4 with some additional measures added in as we noted in our letter. The caps need to be well below the historical average to achieve meaningful conservation benefit and must include a backstop, the bedrock of the action, to best ensure reductions in WAC bycatch. A combination of alternatives 2, 4, and 5 with low caps will achieve the most WAC chum savings amongst the current suite of alternatives. The data in the DEIS clearly show that the greatest conservation benefit for WAC chum will come from a layered dual cap approach. The purpose of this action is to minimize the bycatch of WAC chum salmon. Akalleq's position does this. History shows that a low bycatch cap is achievable. History also casts great doubt on concerns about economic impacts to the pollock fleet, and it shows the need for meaningful action beyond alternative 4. After the implementation of Amendment 110, the fleet increased its average annual chum bycatch by almost 200,000 compared to the period between Amendments 91 and 110. We cannot rely on IPA measures in the absence of a cap to ensure bycatch reductions. We cannot be overly impressed by the last 3 years' IPA performance when taken against the backstop of extreme waste in previous years. A backstop of 100,000 is achievable. It's been achieved twice in the last 15 years and over the past 3 years average. Finally, similar concerns about major economic impacts to industry were presented in Amendment 91's EIS. Since then, the pollock industry has consistently achieved its TAC and maintain high X vessel values. This is a good indicator that the industry can and will adapt to bycatch measures. In addition to Quirk's position, I also want to acknowledge the elephant in the room. Traditional Indigenous values and ways are often in conflict with Western notions of economy. This means that Native people end up in positions where we can be pit against each other. Tribes, tribal consortia, and CDQs all serve the same communities and people. And in that way, I want to acknowledge the CDQs have a function which benefits people whose communities are included in the CDQ. I've personally benefited from scholarships and other services provided by them. Because we're working in a system that does not honor or value us in the same way as it values a cash economy, it's easy to diminish our way of life. In our world, salmon are not just a commodity. They are not simply a number in a harvest report, a variable in an impact statement, or a number which affects a profit loss statement. Salmon are a relative. They are a responsibility. They are a foundation of life. For generations, the tribes of the Bering Straits region have depended on chum salmon for food security, culture, and well-being. Quirk's written comments explain that in every action involving salmon is imbued with meaning, from harvest to processing to sharing with relatives near and far. Our stewardship is rooted in traditional knowledge and in the principle of not wasting. Today, across Western and Interior Alaska, salmon returns have declined so severely that in some places there has been no subsistence fishing allowed at all. I know you've heard this loud and clear. And while our families face closures, restrictions, and hunger, the pollock fleet continues to waste thousands and over decades, millions of chum salmon through bycatch. The burden of conservation has been placed overwhelmingly on tribal communities while industrial fisheries continue to intercept salmon far away from our rivers. That imbalance is unjust, and it's a failure of the federal government's trust responsibility and government-to-government obligations to tribes. When chum salmon disappear from rivers, it's not just a failed run. It's a break in our food system, our culture, and our responsibility to future generations. Thank you for listening, and Quiana for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Our next testifier is Wayne Moses, followed by Richard Nusuk Sr.
Good morning, Madam Chair and council members. My name is Wayne Moses. My native name is Kaichuk, and I'm a tribal member of native village of Elam. I'm subsistence fisher of 2 rivers. I'm the president of Elam Native Corporation also. I'm here to share traditional knowledge and lived experience from the Norton Sound area and to urge the council to take meaningful action to protect Western Alaska chum salmon. For generations, chum salmon have been essential to our food security, our cultural and subsistence way of life. Our elders taught us never to waste any food and how to put fish away for the winter, and we carry that responsibility to pass on to our children. In recent years, we have observed the following changes in chum salmon in our area. the fish are fewer and they're smaller in size. Because of these declines, our community has experienced serious impacts, including financial hardships, change of diet, eating more store-bought foods, not able to teach our kids to preserve food, smoke fish, and so on. Based on our lived experience, traditional knowledge, and the findings of the EIS, I urge the council to adopt alternative 2, 4, and 5. This choice is necessary to meaningfully reduce bycatch and to ensure chum salmon to remain available for our community, our children, and our future generations. If the council does not act, the consequences will be loss of food security, cultural harm, and continued loss of salmon. I ask the council to choose these alternatives that respects traditional knowledge, honors subsistence sacrifices, and ensures chum salmon remains part of life in Western Alaska. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none. Thank you.
Madam.
So our next testifier is Richard Nosuck Jr., followed by Morris Nakaruk Senior.
Go Seahawks. Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Richard Nosuck Senior. My Inupiaq name is Kawak. And I'm just testifying on behalf of my family and myself. I'm a member of the native village of the Koyuk. The Koyuk is a small community located on the head of Norton Bay on the Norton Sound. I have traveled from my home community of Koyuk to provide this testimony. And I saw a chance and got on it. I'm the eldest of 8 siblings, and there are close to 150 people between me and the latest newborn. So we are some of the largest families in our region. We all rely on the chum salmon for nutritional and spiritual sustenance because chum salmon are critically important to our subsistence lives throughout rural Alaska. I urge the NPFMC to decrease the chum bycatch and select alternatives 2, 4, and 5 from the EIS. These alternatives, they place a hard cap of 100,000, which is needed, it puts the IPAs into regulation and establishes a time and area closure once a maximum of 50,000 chums are caught as bycatch. The chum salmon, the importances of the chum salmon since time immemorial has been very important that our region has relied on for food and has been established in our lives for generations. As a matter of fact, one can call the chum salmon a keystone species along with the rest of the species of salmon because of the excuse me, it's a really long word and I hadn't pronounced these words in a while. Disproportionately large effect on its natural environment relative to its abundance, the keystone species. Keystone species play a critical role in maintaining the structure of ecological community. Our elders taught us early on how our environment works and how everything is connected to everything else in nature. Also, the values of not being wasteful and the value of sharing are critical and are taught along with everything else about nature. The decline of chum salmon as a food has detrimental impacts on my health and my community's health and well-being. Because chum are critically important to our subsistence lives throughout rural Alaska, I urge the NPFMC to decrease chum bycatch and select alternatives 2, alternative 4, alternative 5 from the EIS. These alternatives place a hard cap of 100,000, which is needed, and puts the IPAs into regulation and establishes a time and area of closure once a maximum of 50,000 chum are caught as bycatch. I would like to thank the council for hearing my testimony this morning. Wonderful.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Thank
Go
you so much.
Seahawks.
I heard a boo in the audience. So Morris testified yesterday. So Casey Akalleq is next, followed by Kathleen Demientieff.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Casey Akalleq. I have traveled from the community of Teller, Alaska, home to approximately 270 people, to provide this testimony. I am a tribal member of the native village of Teller. Kuyana for hearing my testimony. I am asking the council to do a combination of alternative 2 for the lowest bycatch of 100,000 salmon and alternative 4 to place the incentive planning agreement into regulation. For the importance of chum to my family and community, as it is our main of staple foods we rely on until the next salmon fishing season. Due to inflation of high costs in the store, such as a gallon of milk is roughly $15 in our village, salmon is also used to share or barter for other native foods to help us get the nutrients we need to keep us healthy during the long winter months. Like many rural communities, we see a shortage of salmon, leaving families or family members having to travel far or further away from their communities with a price of $7.24 a gallon of gasoline, having to purchase 30 gallons at a time to help achieve their goal of filling their freezers. So I'm asking the council to select alternative 2 and alternative 4. Kuyana, Madam Chair, and council, for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
So Kathleen Demientieff, followed by Stanislaus Shepard.
No? Okay, I got it then. Left it on. Well, thank you, Madam Chair and the board members, for another opportunity to testify. I've been here like 4 times. I'm testifying for all rural Alaskan people in my family. I was listening to a couple members voice against a proposal with the advisory board that really, really upset me. First thought was conflict of interest by stating, person on the board said this is going to hurt my boat's fishermen. The board always say you care and never give the rural Alaskan people an inch. I want this board to adopt alternate 2 cap of 100,000, amend alternate number 4, option 1. Most of the board do not understand how people live in the villages. I don't live in a village, I live in a town. So I have roadway, airport, rail. These people that live out there barely gets planes in. No food. They go out and get rabbits, whatever they can get. It is up to this board to take action to lower the cap to preserve our fish. What's wrong with lowering the cap? Why don't you lower it? Because they only lose so much money. We are people that when shut down and not consulted by the governor for the 7-year moratorium with Canada, we were not consulted with them. We didn't even know about it. Now we're having fish, we're not going to be able to fish for 10 years. In 1993, my father was one of the people who fished when the Fish and Game shut down fishing in September 3rd, 1993, due to low fish count. Everybody knew there was low fish count in 1993. No one talked about it. Fish and Game regulated, no concern about the fish. That's why I say they should have went federal. My father was not going to give up his subsistence rights to fish, to put away fish for the month. We had 10 kids in his family. Fish and Game knew back in 1993, and still Fish and Game lets trawlers from the out-of-state fish. There only should be Alaskan trawlers fishing in Alaska waters. Now, my subsistence rights have not been met for how many years? My solution is for everyone to stop fishing when fish runs come in to help the fish go up the Yukon. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions.
Darn. Okay, thank you. Oh, Seahawk.
So Stanislaus Shepherd is next, followed by Shannon Adams.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'll start off my introduction in my traditional language. Huinga yuhtun athaka utugok. Tawani khwani khwatang khan nuna chokh tauna azza chazami kuik pagmi. Tamani yulkhonga. Naksutunga, pisutunga. Tap manna achtakluku. Nakunach put kiingan. Pingnatuh lachto. Good morning. Oh, angayokan ka atama yuktun junit jolho. Anamaslo yuktun bibissak. Taukut nalunrit khut kail pichikya kaiput. Good morning. My name is Stanislaus Shepherd. I was born and raised in Mountain Village. You could see it up there on the map. My late parents are Johnny and Mary Ann Shepherd. They taught us their way of subsistence, way of life, passing it down to me. I try my best, even though the Western culture, the economy is going where I have to pay about 184 gallons to fill up my $15 15-gallon gas tank to go camp. Now, my late parents are Johnny and Mary Ann Shepherd. They taught us our way. We're still practicing it today. And we're forced into a new harvest. which was only looked at in the springtime and fall time. We do this during the summer, the drying months. So I am testifying to support the strong action to protect Yukon chum salmon and all chums from Western Alaska rivers. I support a combination of alternative 2 with the cap of 100,000 chum salmon plus alternative 4 and 5, option 1 at a 50,000 chum salmon. And I got these mixed up. My community in Mountain Village and all the Yukon River communities are suffering heavily without chum salmon. We also without Chinook salmon. We are under a moratorium for fishing Chinook salmon until 2023. I don't, majority of the tribal members in the Yukon River won't probably reach that year date. But I do apologize. I forgot to ask for a moment of silence. My daughter texted me 2 days ago, which lives here in town. She said her grandmother passed away at the age of 80. So it's hard for me. Yesterday was even more harder. We're having our elders pass away, not even able to taste our salmon. So setting that aside, my area in the lower Yukon River, I've noticed people traveling longer and farther to harvest salmon. Some people in my region will go up Northern Sound to fish for salmon because they still have some subsistence fisheries. We are just trying to survive, to get food on the table. But I wonder how this might affect the Northern Sound salmon. We are not the cause of the salmon declining. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you. I do have pictures up here. If you could go back to the map and then go back down. In the 3 districts, District 1, 2, and 3, it's a combination of 13 villages. But the communities upriver from, when there's opportunity, they give us subsistence 6 hours to Hipnet. There's some people out there, but not everybody in the villages go out there and plug up the river to stop all salmon go out. It's the ones that are able to, with a good boat and motor, enough gas to go, and a few deckhands to help them. Next slide, please. Now, I mentioned to the AP that we are adapting. And for going on 5 years now, I think I have it down kind of to how to do it this coming summer. The picture up there depicts my better half, what I call my fish commissioner. Tells me to go out and get so much fish and come back. I hadn't got the whitefish. She's really happy cutting them up. And she's saying, when I was growing up, we never target these during the summer. We only be working on chieffies, white chums and silvers and kings. Next slide, please. Now I hang them up in the fish rack. Because these are not similar to the king salmon and chum, there's two different. The king salmon and chum have these very tiny scales. The chieffish and whitefish, the scales are bigger, maybe 5 times bigger than the king salmon chum. It takes more time for them to hang up there in the fish rack. Extra 3-4 days maybe. Next slide, please. The first slide, I moved them around. We just don't leave them there to hang, air dry. They has to be moved around. Next slide, please. Now this is in my smokehouse. The very front row, I got whitefish. After 2 rows back, the rest of them are chieffish and chieffish. I counted the fish in there total, chieffish and whitefish, total of 78. Now that's a big difference from 4 or 5 years ago. We started off with only 8 or 10. I didn't know how to take care of them. It was in a learning process. There was no book for me to look at, instruction on how to do it. We had to learn just by what my mom or my grandma taught us. So I put those together. The big fat ones, I know it'll take extra week or week and a half for them to dry. After I smoke them for 6 to 10 days just to get that smoke flavor and a little bit dry, I take all the big ones down, cut them up and mark them half smoked, half dry. Then we cure the rest of them. So after that process is done, when we go up and get essentials, some more grub, gasoline, we pass out to the elders. Boy, I tell you, I see tears in their eyes. They're so surprised. Are you guys able to make dry fish from these chieffish and whitefish? Wow. They take a bite. It's almost like having dry fish chum. So after that thing is, I have my brother and his daughter. We take care of moose meat. Month of September. You know, cut that nuisance of getting it maybe contaminated from fish camp to mountain. Then next slide, please. Now in here is a jumbled. Month of September, we had the Mountain Village High School principal call me. Would you be interested in taking out students during our cultural week? And I said, for? Have them experience moose hunting. And I said, overnight? No, a day trip. So there was a total of 5 or 6 boats that went down. We came down to my camp. And I was very surprised. As soon as we got off, I walked past the woodpile and I took picture. Then I hear students, I start catching myself. Hey, be careful, be careful. No, hey. So after we had lunch, I gathered them in my little cabin. Remembering as a little kid, when we do stuff like this, when we're, out, elders always gather us up and pass on that traditional knowledge. Why is it so important to have fish camp? Why is it so important that we harvest our fish? So it's, and after I got done talking about 5 minutes, the substitute Lucy Beans took over and gave more information. So, and I told him, if I'm able to, we're hearing all these cultural camps upriver, and this may be just a footstep in getting that process started. So I talked to Vincent Lang, and he said there's possibility of the permit still out there to initiate a cultural camp. So thank you for allowing me to exceed that amount of time I've been up here. And if any questions, I'll be glad to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for sharing your pictures. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Moeller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Shepherd, for your testimony and for discussing some of this stuff with me in the halls over the last few days. I have a question regarding the culture camps and your discussion, I think, with the commissioner. You mentioned culture camps upriver. Did I hear you correctly that there may be salmon available for these culture camps? Is that the discussion that you had with the commissioner?
Through the chair, Mr. Moeller, yes, I did. That was, I just wanted to get a little definite answer if it was possible to, after getting a permit for a culture camp. And I know there'll be 100 volunteers in Mountain to get up and help. Because we're in a community about almost over 870, almost 890. It is one of the bigger communities on the Lower River. So, yes, Moeller.
Thank you. Mr. Pamplin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Shepherd. Thanks for being here and sharing your story with us. Wanted to ask you about sheefish, and if you could describe from your experience, what is the population doing over the past decade plus, as well as I'm just curious, when you open them up and look inside their stomach, what do you see them eating? Thank you.
Through the chair, Nate, Mr. Member Nate, there are a lot of little, when we open the stomachs, there's a lot of little small white fish in there. And over the years, the population to me had not hit a downward thing. It's always during certain months of the year that we get, remember, we're not out there to harvest every one of them. You know, it shows you right here in the picture in the smokehouse that we were only able to handle 87 total combination. Now maybe this coming summer or spring, we might go beyond that because we're adapting and, you know, resilience. I just don't keep them to myself, no. A lot of people in our community are fortunate not to go out. We give those people, wow, we got our native food, wow, thank us to stand separately. We didn't give him nothing, we didn't pay for it, he just gave it to us. That's how our traditional way is. Thank you, Nate.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball and then Mr. Williams.
Thank you for your testimony. And I just also wanted to understand better about sheefish and whitefish and the timing of those fish coming into the lower district. And is that similar to Chum or is it very different?
Through the chair, Ms. Campbell, they're mostly targeted in the springtime and fall time. If I harvest them in the springtime, if possible, I put them up if I go down to my fish camp. In the fall time, we do that for half dry, knowing that the weather is in and out with rain. But also, we take as much as we could, maybe 20 or up to 40, both cheefish and whitefish, and put them in the smokehouse for uksotlaks, or fermented fish. It is a delicacy. Majority of the elders I spoke to are looking for that. I tell them I got some in my Montauk in Mountain Village, in this coastal villages, Chiva, Cooper, Scammon, and Nunam, Alaknuk, Imangak, even upriver. It's like you're gonna watch the Super Bowl tonight and you have the biggest, juiciest steak you ever had in your life. The delicacy fermented with seal oil. It helps you in two ways. One of the most important ways it helps you, it cleans out your system. And a lot of, I had maybe 3 colonoscopy appointments. The first one was 4 hours. They kept me under for 4 hours. They took out 4 big polyps and 4 small polyps. I woke up really hungry and just like I was drunk. What kind of booze you guys give me? No, to keep you sleeping while the last appointment said it was clear, so I don't have to go back. It's because I'm having that fish, fermented fish, busting my system out every couple weeks or a month. You know, it's important that we continue and not try to have like this one here. Cheapfish and whitefish replace the chum. It's possible to continue having the chum return to their spawning grounds. And the cheapfish and whitefish, I haven't heard them going down. You know, they may be a little bit smaller, but certain times of the month, this month in February, they target the big ones coming up the river. Yeah, thank you, and Campbell.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Kimball asked my question about timing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
It's Shannon Adams, followed by Rochelle Adams.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Shojri Shannon Adams Oji. My name is Shannon Adams, born and raised along the Yukon River. I am from the villages of Beaver in Fort Yukon, Alaska. First and foremost, I'd like to take a moment to thank Madam Chair and the members of the council for dedicating your time to listen to us and to hear our concerns and to go forward with reasonable foresight on this critical discussion. So having some time to sit in a quiet space and just reflect on my whole life growing up the way I have, this whole topic is really terrifying because there's just so many reasons why the salmon are so important. I'm not the type of person who wants to stand before people and plead, but today I am not just speaking on behalf of myself. I'm speaking on behalf of my late father. He lived subsistently all his life along the Yukon. A jack of all trades, lived a honorable and humble life as a native man. To the day he took his last breath on that very river. I am also speaking on behalf of my own 4 children, who are too young to even comprehend the importance of what mommy has to say today to ensure that one day I could show them just how I was raised and taught how to process our salmon in the smokehouse, helping our elders eat, feeding our hardworking sled dogs, making sure we have enough in our freezers for the long, cold, harsh, unforgiving winters. For our ceremonies, our potlatches, celebrating the new life and sunrise of a baby, to celebrating the life and sunset of an elder. You see, this is bigger than just one salmon. This is our existence, our identity as Native people. Land, water, air, and animals, we all live together in balance. It is not hard to see that when we have big, huge, drastic shifts in our salmon, it reflects the health of the entire ecosystem. One species diminish, it becomes a trickle effect. It will and has changed the cycle of animals along the Yukon River. Example, moose calves are declining, particularly from black and brown bears, from no fish. Bears will eat more moose. We notice more bears see less cows with calves. It has been harder every year hunting for moose. And what do you think happens when you can't even fish or find a moose for the families in the long, cold winters? Flying freight over, which is extremely expensive. Some villages may or may not have a store. But let me give you an example of the cost. Let's say a case of water bottles is roughly little under $50. That is for one case. Oh, and not to mention the wait for receiving your freight. You'd be lucky to get the fresh produce and not rotten. These are just some issues, not having our salmon as our main course anymore. The one that really gets to me is seeing that empty smokehouse, dry, motionless fish wheel, having all this traditional knowledge in me that my father and my mother have passed down, just walked away, waiting and hoping to be able to show my children our way of life, our culture, our identity. It may be just one salmon to some, but that one salmon holds more ancestral knowledge and traditional healing than any money or grocery store could. I'm not trying to take away from people working on those boats, but if we do not try to put in place this hard capping corridor, we are going to cause even more hardship and heartbreak along the Yukon River. And these numbers will steadily diminish until it's too late. So please, I urge you to step back, take a look at the bigger picture here, and just try to understand us. We want our culture alive and well. That being said, I would greatly advise you that we need to have alternative 2, 4, and 5 with option 1 in place. I really truly believe this will have a lasting impact on the rise of salmon. Every one of these salmon count. It is crucial in many ways for them to become abundant once more. Masicho for your time. No questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So, next up is Rochelle Adams, followed by Shannon Carroll.
Ringwinzi, Chanja Nai, Hekwai Nai, Masicho, Shojrit Rochelle Adams Oji, Guchajet Tendu Kwatanithi, Yukonjik I think that Nich Etzal Ithi Dai, Lukcho Rendatak. I acknowledge the elders and the chiefs in the room. My apologies for having my back turned towards you. Masicho to my relatives, the Dene'ina people, for their stewardship of these lands that we're meeting on today. I'd like to remind everyone that Alaska is and always will be an Indigenous place. My name is Rochelle Adams. I'm from the villages of Fort Yukon and Beaver and the Yukon Flats. I was raised along the Yukon River, hunting, fishing, and sharing. My first memories of life when I became aware are of being at fish camp with my family. I'm a mother of 3. My kids and I used to build fish wheels with my dad, and we spent our summers cutting tlukcho, king salmon, together. And we're in our wholeness when we were able to live our ways of life. Now that I look back, it's a memory that once was, a time of wellness that is now a void of uncertainty in our lives. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to fish for 6 years, and our smokehouses, freezers, stomachs, and hearts remain empty without our traditional foods. There are hardly any boats in the water, and our fish camps are falling into the river. Many families had to get rid of their dog teams because they couldn't feed them. Many couldn't afford to live in the village anymore. Our schools are closing, there's outmigration, and our villages are dying. The animals are starving. Bears and wolves come around our villages, which is very dangerous. This behavior tells us that they need the salmon in the river too. I am the director of Yukon Jik Atinai, the Yukon River Protectors. We're a new community group from the Yukon Flats. We're born of this salmon crisis. We stand to protect our salmon relatives, our subsistence, and the health of the Yukon from extractive industries, such as Doyon and Hillcore drilling for oil and gas along the Yukon River. We're salmon people. Our families have always fished along the Yukon River. We have successfully stewarded these lands and waters with care for tens of thousands of years. Our relationship with salmon goes back to a time when we spoke the same language. But now this relationship is broken. We're not able to care for our salmon with this system of management that does not align with our traditional stewardship. When the salmon hurt, our people hurt. This is quickly becoming a human rights issue. We're seeing high rates of diabetes, heart conditions, mental health issues, suicide, and not able to bury our loved ones traditionally with our salmon. There's no comparison to our very lives for a profit for an unsustainable industry. I struggle to understand how a profit can be more important than the lives of our families along the Yukon River, when one day of bycatch of salmon can feed families all along the Yukon. In this process, I greatly struggle with how fishing boat captains' information seems to trump the knowledge of our sovereign tribal nations. When no change happens, you're sending a message loud and clear to the subsistence users that we don't matter. You don't value our knowledge. You're willingly cutting off access to our food source and putting our lives at risk. We have no other way to feed our families our native food and to be well. We have nothing left to give. We're up against a wall. We've given everything we possibly can. We don't even have moose in our area anymore. We're competing for outsiders that come in and take their racks. And we have costs accruing. We're trying to fly into the city to purchase food, send freight on the bush plane at 50 cents a pound. By the time it gets to you, it's gone bad. Not to mention having to fly to the city for medical treatment for our illnesses from not having our food, or to travel to other areas of the state to try to learn new ways of fishing, to catch other kinds of fish, and to try to get it back home to your family. Our tribes and tribal nonprofits have spent $500,000 to bring representatives just for this Chum action alone. Doing that removes our people from our traditional activities, but we still show up so that we might get a chance to eat our native food again. The subsistence users cannot continue to bear the brunt of conservation alone. We have a generation of young ones that are growing up in a world without fish camp. They don't know the good, hard work that our families did together to put up salmon. They don't know the wellness, health, and spiritual connection that that salmon brings us. So I urge you to take this opportunity to make a meaningful change. The salmon need a way to return home because every salmon and every egg counts. Many people are watching and counting on you to make the right decision. What side of history will you be on? You have an opportunity here to make a difference, to build trust with the people of the Yukon River. We need fairness and equity now more than ever in the world. We can't continue with the status quo. We can't let the salmon become trash in the tons every day while people are starving along the Yukon River and dying. Before we reach extinction and a species collapse and our villages die off, let's do something together. But let it be clear that it's a false narrative that the tribes want to shut down the industry or the CDQ program. All we want is that you let some fish come home. So given these alternatives, I support a combination of alternative 2, alternative 4 with the AP substitute language that requires the IPA program to communicate their catch reports to tribes and tribal consortia. This language brought forth by AP member Eva Dawn Burke to bring transparency and communication with the tribes. Alternative 5 with option 1, so that our salmon have a chance to return home. All we ask is that you let them through. Lastly, I have 16 more seconds, so I'd like to take this time to speak to my salmon relatives. I know that they can hear us. Sukcho, know that we love you. We're fighting for you. We're doing everything that we possibly can for you to return home, Creator willing. And I'd like to ask that, through the chair, permission to sing a song with my relatives. I ask my Dene relatives, the people of the interior, Yukon River tributary, come up, stand with me. Ane. You can also stand with us too. Everyone can stand with us. I'll show you how to dance if you're a woman, and my friend will show you how to dance if you're a man, okay? Stand up.
Get your blood moving, come on.
No, I'll take questions after. No, not yet. Wait, let's show them how to dance. Okay. If you're a woman, it'd be good if you had this to catch your tears, but you don't. But if everybody could do this. If you're a woman, do this. Put your hands out and just feel the beat. Feel that drum. That's what it's about. If you're a man, get down. Show us your strength. Show us your strength. It's kind of like you're boxing. This is Dene Athabaskan dances. The song we're going to sing is Tanacross. The song we're going to sing is from the interior. It's called Tanacross. The song is written to show the unity of the Indigenous people of the interior when we come together to make important decisions and to be unified with each other. So this is an invitational song for everyone to join us. Everyone stand with us and dance. And if you're not sure how to dance, just stand with us. Masi. We're good.
Thank you very much. I think council members need a little more practice.
Here to take any questions. Masicho for standing with us. Masicho to my friends, and to my friend Dewey Hoffman for bringing his drum. Here for questions, and I also brought some artwork. If anyone wants to hear about this piece that I brought. Yes?
Yep, that would be great. Thanks.
Okay, Masicho. So the people of the Yukon River and the interior, who you've been hearing from, we don't stand alone on this issue. And the art piece that I brought, this is a tina, it's a shield from the Kiksadi, go show. This is my mom, she's gonna go and show you, so you can have a look. Masicho, Mom. A tina is a shield, and this was made by the Tlingit people, the Kiksadi, the Frog Clan, from the herring protectors. You all are probably know the herring protectors. So this represents, if you look at it, you'll see the top portion and the bottom portion, and on the bottom are salmon eggs. That's what we're standing for. We're standing for every salmon, every egg. And you'll see on the top is herring on the hemlock branch, and they're herring. Excuse me if I mispronounce that. The two pieces were woven together, and this art is made by Jennifer Younger. She wove the two pieces together with spruce root, and this is one of our really powerful medicine, the TV, the spruce, all parts of it. And so that weaving together of the salmon people, the herring people, it shows our unity and our solidarity, and that we stand together. And I also want everyone in the room to hear, our subsistence users, that we don't stand alone, that there's many of us who stand together, because the salmon and the herring swim together. And when we protect the salmon, we protect the herring, we protect the crab, the halibut, all the other things that, are incidentally caught in the trawl nets. So I wanted to bring that piece. It's really important to us because they presented it to us at a kuich in Sitka. That's one of their important celebrations for the Tlingit people and the people of Southeast. And they invited us, the people of the Yukon River, in 2022, when they had their important celebration, the kuich. And so we went down there, and they gifted that to us. And they said, we stand with you, we stand in solidarity, don't feel alone in this fight. And when we fight with each other, we fight out of love for our salmon and our herring relatives. So that's what that represents to us. And I'm really glad that I could share it today, and how important art is. Last year I shared about storytelling and the moth that I had participated in. And there's so many ways that we're telling our story through art, whether it's, on PBS Kids, or the many ways, or the art shows that we have about salmon. You can tell how much love is put into this piece and the pieces that are created when we think about our salmon. So I would also like to share about the languages across the Yukon River. Does anyone know how many languages we speak on the Yukon? Any guess?
Any guesses? 25. We have a 25.
Did you Google it? Through the chair, may I share the languages? Okay. On the upper middle Yukon, which is Yukon Territory and the Alaska border. We have Gwich'in. This is spoken in the upper reaches of the river. We have Han Gwich'in, traditionally spoken around Eagle, Alaska, Dawson City, Yukon area. Northern Tachoni and Southern Tachoni, spoken in central Yukon, particularly around Carmacks and Whitehorse. We have Upper Tanana, spoken in the Tetlin Northway area. Tagish, spoken in the Southern Lakes region. In the lower Yukon, we have Deghina, spoken by people in the lower Yukon region, including Anvik, Grayling, and Holy Cross. We have Koyukon, the Koyukon people. They speak Danakanaga, spoken along the middle lower Yukon. And the central Yupik, spoken in many villages along the lower Yukon and west coast. So when you hear everyone coming up here and speaking, it's not just all one kind of people. We're many kind of people, all up and down the Yukon. And all of us have traditional stories that teach us about our relationship with the salmon, the responsibilities that we hold to them, that they hold to us, and how important that is, that relationship with them, and our obligation to do everything we possibly can to protect them, because they've always taken care of us. So now we have to take care of them. Lastly, I have a picture if anyone wants to ask me about that.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for sharing the dance with us. Very much appreciated. Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Blahavity.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could, Mrs. Adams, you're the first testifier, I believe, to talk about wolves and bears coming close to villages, and I've heard that in other places in Alaska, but you're seeing that now that the salmon populations have decreased, is what you're saying? Like chum salmon aren't along the shoreline for them to eat. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you for that question, Masi. I think I heard other people mention the animals being hungry and coming around, but thank you for asking. Yeah, and in the villages I'm from, Beaver and Fort Yukon, I know that we're seeing a lot more predators around our towns. And we've seen the behaviors of the animals change. I mean, we live in such close relationship with them. We know the habits of these animals. My dad was a trapper, and he knew the wolf packs, how many, their habits, what they're eating, what they're doing. So there's many trappers in the room who can tell you what these animals are doing now. And we're seeing bears come around. I really couldn't believe this summer. I think there was about 8 bears around my village of Beaver in one night. We had a lot of men going out in different directions to protect us. So we have to keep our kids home. You know, in the winter, there's wolves around the town. So I never seen anything like that growing up. And I know that it's because we don't have our salmon, and we're missing that major contributor to our ecosystem, our cycle. So I really do see the differences, and I've heard a lot of people share about that. So, yeah.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the testimony and the dance and for sharing with us today. Really appreciate it. And you spoke quite a bit about the ecosystem and all the interconnectedness, which I appreciate hearing all that. My question, though, is on the costs that you mentioned and the increased costs of having to travel further to get food and medical care. And as a council, we're more familiar working in numbers. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more to the costs that your people are facing.
Yeah, I mentioned a few different types of costs. I think you've heard a lot about the freight, the cost of freight to send other foods to the community. I'll give you an example for Beaver. We have one mail plane during the weekdays. So I think maybe 6 people can sit on there. and with, very limited freight. So if you have freight, it's sitting, let's say Warbelow's Air Service, if you have freight sitting there, and the whole community is trying to get their freight, they can only send a couple boxes a day with the people who are on the, have a ticket and have their 40 pounds of freight. So it takes, you pay 50 cents a pound for freight on that airline. And when you're able to get your box, which could be a week, could be 10 days, you really have to plan out Thanksgiving if you don't have moose or salmon. By the time you get your food, it's spoiled. That's why if you go to the village, we try to bring fruit or fresh vegetables as a gift for people because it's a rarity that we have. That's one of the costs. Another one, a big one, is the medical. So we have to fly. There's no, sometimes we have a health aid in Beaver, not always. Or the people in Guchaja and Fort Yukon, we have to fly to Fairbanks, and a lot of times they have to come here for medical care because we don't have those facilities and services in the community. So that takes, first of all, it's a whole different system. You'd be surprised that not everyone knows about Alaska Airlines app, things you know about. It's hard for our people to navigate this Western system in English and to make it to their doctor appointment, and then they have to fly home, sometimes turn around and come back. So that's a big cost, and just trying to navigate around and the dangers of not being knowledgeable about how to move around a city such as Anchorage when you're not familiar or know how to keep yourself safe. It could be, really hard for some people. So that's a cost. I think you've heard Chief Ridley talk about the prices that there for our medical and the rises, and there was I think he shared statistics, or maybe Krystal Lapp did, about the rise in diabetes, heart conditions, mental health issues. I've also shared in this space, I now have diabetes and a heart condition from not having salmon and moose, because we haven't been able to fish in 6 years and we don't have moose now. So these are issues that I really know about, having to seek my care and get my medicine. And I know it's a lot harder for, elders who have to come in and get their care. And, I know a lot of them have much worse illnesses now that we're not able to have our food. And so I also mentioned the $500,000 that our tribal nonprofit has put forth to bring all of these folks, the subsistence folks, to come and advocate just on this action alone, which is quite a lot of money. It could be going to other things, definitely could be helping our people in other areas that's greatly needed. But those are some of the main ones. But to me, it's not, the money is very important, but our health and the health of the salmon is more important to me. I don't personally think about money when I think about our salmon, and I never really have, but I just want to show some way, that you can understand what we're going through by having to take all these extra measures, and go out of our way to stand up for our salmon. We could be home right now. We could be out ice fishing, We could be trapping. We could be with our families. You know I would rather be home with my family, but that's what we have to do. We have to show up. We have to come here to advocate, because if we weren't here, who would advocate for the salmon?
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. So Shannon Carroll is next, followed by Emma Pate. Okay, not seeing Shannon. Will for those we miss, we will do one call back at the beginning of our afternoon break, so around 3:30. Emma Pate, is she online?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. First and foremost, I would like to thank you, the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, for allowing me to provide testimony remotely. So I live in Nome, Alaska. I grew up in Golovin. I am a tribal member of Chinook Eskimo community, and I currently work for Nome Eskimo community, which is a federally recognized tribe for the Nome service area. So we had Jacob Ivanoff present a joint resolution which was passed by Nome Eskimo community and Native Village of Unalakleet as federally recognized tribes in our region. We are fortunate to have our organizations in our region focus on food security, primarily subsistence. We have Akalleq as a tribal consortium, Norton Sound Health Corporation as our tribal health consortium. We also have a CDQ, which is Norton Sound Economic Development Corporation. And we have our regional corporation, which is Bering Straits Native Corporation, as well as all the village corporations in our region. So Nome has been my home for over 30 years. And when I grew up in Golovin, I lived primarily a subsistence lifestyle, mainly off the marine ecosystem, the marine wildlife, and what we can gather in our lands. Through my time of living here, I've lived here in our region my entire life, and I have benefited from these organizations that have focused on the health and welfare of those that live here. And as an individual providing testimony, I have listened to a lot of testimonies in the last few days. It is so important to focus on our way of life. I, as a personal individual, have not had the opportunity to gather chum salmon, as we're sitting here specifically discussing. It has been very difficult. The salmon decline in our area has been so significant in the last few years. What few fish we can gather, I cannot fill a fish rack during the summer. So what my dry fish consists of is dry fish in my kitchen with fans going. And that is such a vital source of my food that I grew up on, that I no longer have. I also had the opportunity to do commercial fisheries in my hometown many years ago. My family is still involved in commercial fisheries. So many of us that live here are fortunate to have a team-oriented approach to impacts in our area. Working together is what's going to get us somewhere. These are hard decisions I see you facing. I continue to participate in many research and science opportunities to focus on learning more from Western science, looking to combine that with my traditional knowledge. It is so important to broaden our horizons, to learn more, to take a holistic approach on the impacts of our marine system, as well as our freshwater systems. There are many environmental impacts to our way of life. We are living in a changing environment, and that environment is really changing the way we have to adapt to how we live, both traditionally and commercially. I am fortunate to have had the opportunities to benefit from our organizations as well as our way of life. Some of the highlights that I've heard over the time of listening to all these testimonies and some of the reports that I've heard, a focus area I see is on Western Alaska chum returning to the rivers. That is very important. However, in my past experience in working in environmental areas, I have concerns about the quality of that environment for those chum to successfully survive. In Alaska, we have a lot of unlined landfills, and those landfills can impact our rivers in negative ways, which can impact the way of life. And we also look at, I look at the hatchery chum. I hear a lot of concerns about Asian chum. And dialing into the specifics of the species of chum, I think is very important. I've heard large numbers of chum bycatch. That's very concerning to me as an individual. However, I've heard a lot of concern from others about identifying the genetics of chum to focus on the species. I think that is very important. And I also listen to the pollock fisheries as a billion-dollar industry. I don't think anyone wants to stop commercial fisheries, but I think there needs to be changes there to manage that better. Some of the questions that came to my mind are, if pollock fisheries are a billion-dollar industry and we stop fishing or reduce it to where it is a significantly less revenue, how is someone going to come in and take over that area? And I'm not looking at the for-profit area. I'm looking from the natural environment side. Pollock is a predatory fish. Will that provide an overgrowth of pollock to increase the predatory factors in our marine ecosystem? I've also listened to testimonies from Shishmarath, focusing on the southern Chukchi Sea. A lot of my work in the natural environment with research and science has focused on the base of the food web, which is algae and phytoplankton. In our Bering Strait region, we had the largest, most persistent, most toxic bloom of Alexandrium catenella in 2022 as well as 2023. And we focus on that because it is the base of the food web. I am consistently sharing information with my family and others because the health of the marine ecosystem is so important, as well as the rivers, which our salmon return to, and we want to help them strive. I have two granddaughters, 1-year-old and 3 years old. They are very active in subsistence. My youngest son is a vessel captain for a commercial fisheries tender. So there are impacts one way or another in our approach from our family. It is important that all our organizations work together. And as for the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, I see you have a very large responsibility. And I do not see how you can accomplish decisions in this meeting. I see the need to take a step back, debrief, and seriously consider everything that has been presented to you throughout these meetings. There is a potential for the loss of our chum, which is a large part of our way of life. But I also see a very large need to bring in more Western science, to present to us comprehensively complex information, to help us in our area to navigate in making adaptive management decisions that benefit us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I will see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Pat, for your testimony. And also thank you for taking the time while you're in town here to enlighten me with some of the testimony that you currently just gave. I've got a question relative to your comment about stepping back, encouraging us to step back. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that comment, please?
So when I make that recommendation, I look at the magnitude of the decisions that need to be made. And based on what I know, based on my participation level, I think there's a lot more to consider as far as the marine ecosystem. And I see a lot of focus mainly on chum bycatch. There are other factors in our marine ecosystem that can be potentially impacting our salmon, our fisheries. With LJ being the base of the food web for zooplankton copepods, which leads into feeding our salmon, feeding our fish. We've had significant blooms with climate change, and we've had salmon going farther up north than in the past history. There are a lot of questions. We face a lot of marine debris issues. In our area, we're very close to the Russian border. I've had the good fortune of, in my previous employment, to travel to all our communities in our region. And I see the impacts of marine debris. And I also see a lot of vessel traffic that impacts our area. We are in a period of a lot of infrastructure development in our area with a deep water port, a lot of mining. And I really think taking a step back to take a holistic approach at everything involved is very critical. Yes, we all want our chum to return. Yes, we all want our fisheries to thrive for both subsistence and commercial. And I look at the sacrifices that have been presented, mostly by subsistence users. And I see a need for transparency and communication, but to take complex information and to present it in a comprehensive manner for everyone to relate to is so important. So I strongly urge you to take a step back and really look at both sides. If the pull-up fisheries or commercial fishing stops, and I'm not telling it to stop, I'm not recommending that. There will be a huge economic impact. We have benefited significantly in our region from Norton Sound Economic Development Corporation as our CDQ. We are so fortunate for Norton Sound Health Corporation to continue to support within our region as our tribal health consortium in supporting research and science that can be done in our region with phytoplankton as the base of our food web, and really focusing on harmful algal blooms because of the potential harm to human health. And we're very fortunate to have an Alaska Sea Grant agent who has worked here in our region for many years that focuses on the marine wildlife. So in a lot of what I do, I not only focus on our area, not just our tribes, not just our consortiums, but I work with many across the state and nation because we monitor not just one area. We take a holistic approach on the marine ecosystem with oceanographers, fishery biologists, marine biologists, chemists, lab chemists. And research and science happens at such a slow pace. We have a rapidly changing environment. It is so important to pick up that pace. It takes a long time when we submit proposals. It's a lot of work. I sit on a few projects as a principal investigator, co-principal investigator, and collaborator. It takes a lot of time to get those to come to reality. And once you actually get to carry those out, it takes a long time to get the results back. So we really need to pick up the pace in that area. And I hope that you can elevate that with your position as the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, so that data can come back to our tribes, our region, our people, to help us make adaptive management decisions. Many of our people in our region are learning more and more from Western science. What is so important is balancing that with the knowledge of our people, using our traditional knowledge and taking Western science and finding a balance to make the best recommendations to councils like you that have a very important role in how we manage our systems.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. So next up is Captain Dave Helmerson, followed by Rob Sanderson Jr. Do we have Mr. Helmerson online? Okay, he's not online. We'll circle back to him this afternoon. Oh, sorry. False alarm. Okay. Mr. Helmerson, can you unmute yourself?
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, this is David Helmerson. Madam Chair, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is David Helmerson. I've been involved in the pollock and crab fisheries in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and the Gulf of Alaska since 1982. I've been captain of the Alaskan Defender since 1990. This fishery supports my crew, their families, our processors, and the coastal communities that are tied to inshore production. I'm here to speak about the draft economic impact statement on the Bering Sea chum salmon bycatch. First of all, we take bycatch very seriously. On the Alaskan Defender, you can see the change in how we fish. In 2021, we harvested 29,553,048 pounds of pollock and incidentally caught 17,955 chum salmon which we estimate roughly 1,260 to 1,440 were of Western Alaska origin. In 2022, we harvested 26,773,878 pounds of pollock with 879 chum salmon incidentally caught, an estimated 60 to 70 Western Alaskan fish. In 2023, we harvested 31,458,924 pounds of pollock with 432 chum salmon incidentally caught. An estimated 25 to 30 were of Western Alaskan origin. In 2025, we harvested 23,188,142 pounds of pollock with 514 chum salmon incidentally caught, an estimated 36 to 41 Western Alaskan fish. These Western Alaskan estimates are based on recent genetic stock composition information indicating that Western Alaskan chum salmon comprise approximately 7 to 8% of the bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. Secondly, scale matters. The Council's bycatch materials explain that, in all but the highest years, chum salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fishery has been estimated at less than 1% of total Western Alaskan chum salmon returns. So even standing down the pollock fishery would only move returns by a small fraction in most years. I understand the goal is to protect Western Alaskan communities and subsistence users, but the expected benefit here is limited compared to the cost. Hard caps and corridor closures would set in motion immediate, severe impacts on catcher vessels, shoreside processors, and coastal communities. The second and third order effects would create severe impacts across Alaska, reduced port activity, support services, and local and state revenues, not to mention the impacts to other fisheries that rely on the same infrastructure. The pollock fishery is a very dynamic fishery and needs a dynamic tool to manage it effectively. Pollock and salmon distributions are constantly moving with both timing and ocean conditions. When management is rigid, effort gets compressed into fewer areas and fewer days that can create safety risks and unintended bycatch outcomes. What I'm asking is for you to build on what is working. The incentive plan agreement system is working and has driven major reductions in chum bycatch in recent years. The draft EIS notes that overall chum bycatch in the bee season was reduced by 55% in 2022, 80% in 2023, and 94% compared to 2021 and 2024, coinciding with the IPA changes. We urge you to strengthen the IPA approach by making the best pieces durable, require continued rolling hotspots, expand vessel outlier protocols, and accelerate real-time genetic stock identification so we can avoid Western Alaskan stock more precisely. We can keep pushing chum bycatch down. Please prioritize an approach that is proven, adaptable, and does not create a second crisis for Alaska's fishing communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And I think my question, and obviously up to you if you want to answer it, but I think the question that keeps coming up is what is in place? There were very significant reductions that you listed from over the last couple of years, but what could be in place to kind of ensure that those significant reductions continue? Do you have a response to that? Thanks.
Go ahead. Yeah, so did you want to finish?
No, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so the fleet as it is, we have rolling hotspots, and we work very well together to avoid bycatch. When bycatch happens, we get on the radios, we get to sea state, and we report it, and people can stay away from it. In the past, when large areas of the Bering Sea get closed, it shoves the fishing to areas that have many times been much more dirty than if we just stay away from the hot spots. And hotspot closures are very effective, very.
Thank you. Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Captain Helmerson, for your testimony. You mentioned strengthening the IPAs, and in particular, you said expand vessel outlier protocols. Could you elaborate a little bit for us on what that is?
Yeah, I mean, if there's a vessel that's fishing very dirty compared to everybody else, something has to be done. You can't just continue to do the same thing and expect a different result. And there have been some of the vessels in the fleet that are fishing dirtier than the rest, or maybe haven't left an area. So it's very important to continue what we're doing, but, you know, not allow individual vessels to, you know, not have the same bycatch reduction as everybody else.
Yes, and Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Helmerson. I think I'm going to follow up a little bit on Ms. Kimball's question. I apologize if it's similar. You started your testimony with some numbers, and it seems like there's a dramatic reduction over time. I've been sitting here thinking, like, you know, oh, what a hard decision this is that we have to make. You know, there's a lot to consider, but I want to acknowledge that that's a decision that as an operator you have to make on a daily basis sometimes. Looking at these reductions that you've noted, though, I'm just wondering, and I want to understand if has your decision making changed since then? What are those reductions from? Is there a change in your decision making? Has there been a significant change in hotspot reporting, or was there just more chum on the grounds back then? If you could help me understand that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Well, you know, whether or not there's more chum on the grounds or not, you know, chum composition is a big thing. I mean, not all chum come from the same rivers, but yes, hotspot rolling reporting helps us in real time avoid chum bycatch. It's huge. I mean, if one boat gets a hit, everybody hauls up and gets out of there so that we don't catch it. We don't want to affect other, you know, subsistence fisheries. That's the last thing we want to do. This is one of the cleanest, most well-managed fisheries in the world. And I'm proud of what we've done as far as bycatch reduction. It's really good to see. I'm looking forward to leaving this fishery to the next generation healthy, and you know, that's my goal.
I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think we're in a good spot to break for our mid-morning break. Let's come back at 10:20 and we'll resume public testimony with Rob Sanderson Jr. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Council members, please come back to order. So we're resuming with our public testimony on C2. Rob Sanderson Jr. is next, followed by Andrea, Akalleq, Burgess.
Madam Chair, members of the council, I appreciate the time to speak to you this morning. My name is Rob Sanderson Jr. I am from the Haida Nation. Currently, I serve as the third vice president of the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska. Before I go into my testimony, Madam Chair, I'd like to thank the Dena'ina for allowing me to do business on their land. I have ties to almost every community in Southeast Alaska, even Craig, Alaska, which is named after my grandfather, Craig Miller. My son, Keenan, he is Haida and he is also Athabascan. I just wanted to put that out there that our ties run deep from the furthest points north to the furthest points south here in Alaska. Tlingit and Haida represents more than 38,000. That's a lower number. We're pushing 40. Tlingit and Haida citizens across Southeast Alaska in the lower 48. Like many other communities that depend on salmon and healthy fisheries for well-being, while trawling is prohibited in Southeast Alaska, trawl activity is in adjacent federal waters, affects ecosystems, finfish, and migratory birds that are central to our subsistence way of life. We call it just our way of life, by the way. I want to acknowledge the tremendous effort of the work supported by Tanana Chiefs Conference, Kawarek, AVCP, Bering Sea Elders Group, and both the Yukon and the Kuskokwim Intertribal Fish Commissions, along with many other leaders, tribes, and supporting organizations. Our relatives along the western coast of Alaska have faced unjust and inequitable fisheries closures that have profound effects on the community's well-being. The legal requirements for subsistence priority have been repeatedly sidelined by management process. Yesterday, I was happy to hear that industry is investing in many ways to bring bycatch down. And it got me to thinking. In that same breath, I heard another gentleman speak just shortly afterwards that their people are going hungry. How do you justify that? By spending money to try to bring trawling numbers down while trying to balance out getting more chum up into our rivers, into Kuskokwim and the Yukon, when they're testifying and hearing that our elders, our women, our children are hungry a lot of times. They don't have the ability to go to Safeway or just jump in a car and go down the street. And their very survival depends on this. Their very survival depends on the actions that NIMS and this council takes, and NOAA. I often wonder what Senator Stevens would think about the way this fishery is going right now. You pick up the papers and you see the thousands upon thousands of different species taken out of the Bering Sea. But yet when we get one fish taken out of the Kuskokwim or the Yukon, our people are penalized heavily. And in many places, they can't even fish. But yet the trawlers fish on. How do you sleep that night making these decisions? You guys have grandchildren. This is going to affect them. This is the decisions that you make today will affect them. How many of you are actually fisherwomen? Me? I fish over half of my adult life in the Eastern Gulf of Alaska. Food security, food sovereignty. Food security is the ability to go down to the grocery store, make a purchase and go home. Food sovereignty is what the tribes practice in a way that they have, the federally recognized tribes are government, and they have this ability to go out and manage their own fisheries and their game on their own land, but yet regulated heavily. How does one justify a statement like that? Tlingit and Haida urges NIMS to, excuse me here a second. I hate reading off a script. I'm going bitter from the heart. Tlingit and Haida urges NIMS to prioritize alternatives that include enforceable binding limits, hard caps, responsive to low abundance conditions, and informed by Indigenous knowledge. If bycatch limits closures are adopted, they must be paired with robust monitoring, including all observer coverage and electronic monitoring, along with adequate funding and staffing. Specific recommendations. Tlingit and Haida recommends that NIMS implements the strongest conservation alternatives, consistent with positions of the Canada Chiefs Conference, Akalleq, the Yukon Intertribal Fish Commission, and the Kuskokwim Intertribal Fish Commission. We support Alternative 2 with a PSC limit of 100,000 chum, Alternative 4 in its entirety, and Alternative 5 Option 1 with a PSC limit of 50,000 chum. In closing, salmon are not merely a managed stock. They are the foundation of our tribal cultures. This is where I don't need to read off the script. Salmon is who we are. Down in Southeast Alaska, the Tlingit and Haida call it the Great Salmon Forest. If you go around a lot of our massive lakes around Southeast Alaska, there's a reason why those trees are so huge. It's because over millennia, bears and different animals taking salmon out of the streams that tear apart and eat these fish along the root systems of these massive trees down there in Southeast Alaska. In my lifetime, I've seen the worst and the best come out of our people in politics. And right now, I want to, when I'm talking to the people, and I apologize to our people behind me, well, yet I still have to speak to you, Madam Chair. That's courtesy. Elections matter. You all won't be sitting at these seats forever. And the decisions that you make on bycatch, you guys will have to live with them. And the people that you've made decisions on, so you guys have a responsibility. To me, it seems like to bycatch. To hell with all the rest of us that are living in Southeast in the interior. You know, when I heard the elder gentleman almost break out in tears that he was hungry, his people go hungry. How do you justify that in making a decision that's probably going to be leaning towards big trawl? How? Just how? You know, I serve our tribe in many different positions. I'm not beating my chest, but I do want to tell you that I served on the State Suicide Prevention Council under Governor Walker. Closely vetted. Went out to different communities in Western Alaska, Nome, different places throughout the state. And when you take in testimony in those other arenas that I work in, they addressed the inability to harvest salmon as why some of our young people had taken their lives. Fact. Think about that. Our people have lived off this diet for millennia. It's being taken away. But yet, alongside trawling, you know, I'm looking at the state. We have so many people coming up here to Alaska, to Southeast Alaska, just pushing our people away like we're nothing. The internet has caused an explosion of hunters, fishers, hell, you name it. They're all coming up to Alaska. I was getting ready to board a inter-island ferry to Prince of Wales a few weeks back, and I thought I ran into ice. I'm not kidding you. There were over 80 people dressed up in camouflage fatigues, getting ready to go over to Prince of Wales to fish and hunt and do whatever the hell else they want to do.
Mr. Sanderson, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I let you go over a couple minutes and wondering if you could offer a concluding statement.
Okay.
Got quite a few people to get through today. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to conclude with this here, and it's the way that a lot of the outsiders, and you can tie this in with bycatch and, you know, whatever. It's always the tribes that are leading the conservation efforts on a lot of different things. Transboundary, testing our rivers, we're doing our part. We test the Unik, the Stickman, Chilkoot, Chilkat, LSAC, you know. The bottom line here is, Madam Chair, is that outside the tribes, it just seems like other interest groups that want to go after our fish and our game are laser focused in on the bottom dime and wiping out the rest of our fisheries. We are also engaging in different lawsuits with different conservation groups that are trying to take away what fisheries we have left in Southeast Alaska. Tlingit and Haida has been actively fighting these guys. We've got a couple of wins, but they're nonstop. And they're just going to keep charging all the way up to the interior. So with that, Madam Chair, I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions for you. Okay. Seeing none, thank you so much.
Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea Akalleq Burgess next, followed by Sinclair Wilt. Is Andrea in the room? Or is she's online? Can you unmute yourself, Andrea?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and council members. My name is Andrea Akalleq Burgess. I'm a tribal citizen from the native village of Quinhagak. I was born and raised in Mamteretlaq in Bethel. I was with you the last several days, but had to return back to Juneau, Tlingit Ani, where I'm raising my family. Currently, I serve as the Executive Director of Native Peoples Action. I wanted to thank the council, those of you who were able to join us for our bridge building reception earlier this week. I'll be speaking today on my own behalf. I think like many in the room, we're all being very moved by the record that's being built today. You're hearing a lot about sacrifices that are being made in unbalanced, burdensome ways. And this is just one of many systems that our people are having to become experts, growing our own leaders, helping our fisher people learn these public processes so that we can be effective. And this is just one of many systems where we're becoming experts. We also know that there are attacks on Anilka through the Federal Subsistence Board, looking to remove hard-earned tribal seats within that body. There's also the Board of Fish processes looking at Area M. And those are just within the fishing side. We also have to show up for our public safety, our education, our language, housing, so many layers that have been burdened on our people since statehood and colonization. And today in 2026, it's still playing out. This injustice is still playing out, the impacts of colonization. And I don't think it is fair that I can walk into Costco and Alaska pollock fish strips are available, that I can go to McDonald's and order a fish sandwich, while you're hearing from our tribal and village leaders who cannot go right out to their own river Their smokehouses are empty, their dry racks, their freezers, and these are rights holders. These are rights holders who are facing the burden of hundreds of years of colonization that's still playing out in 2026. And so, you know, you all with this authority, you may have arrived this week with your mind made up. You may have your vote guaranteed to one industry over another, one option over another. But we are showing up in this public process because your responsibility is to listen to the knowledge being shared, the traditional ecological science that's being presented to you, our tribal voices. We're here to move you. We're here to move closer together in that spirit of bridge building, so you can look us in the eye and your heart can be connected to the heartbeat of our people. And you can see what that feels like to be held in the culture. You can see what it feels like to be held in the love of our song and our dance, which connects us to the salmon and connects us to past generations. The salmon is in our DNA. It's running in our blood system. It's in the water we drink. We're so intrinsically connected. And we're in our human voices trying to move you closer to our culture. And that in 2026, that you don't make a decision that continues to decimate a culture of people who are really needed right now. When we look at the systems, economic systems, the value systems, the world is desperate for another way of thinking. And Yupik people, we have connection to what that other alternative can look like. We have stories and knowledge that connects us to another way of thinking about the world, and we're inviting you into that. And so I'm here today. I am asking for the preferred management approach. What we're seeking is to protect Western and Interior Alaska chum salmon. This is going to require enforceable limits, targeted protections, and accountability, which you all are in those seats to help achieve. I'm asking for support for alternative 2, alternative 4, and alternative 5, option 1. We really do believe that zero bycatch should be the goal. It was not offered as an option in the EIS, but we do believe that conservation must be a shared responsibility from the ocean to the river. So thank you for opening your hearts today and listening. And again, we hope that you're moving from where you may have been closer to the right side in the year of 2026 to ensure that our cultures live on. Boyana Jaknuk.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Moeller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Burgess, for your testimony here. I should know the answer to this question, but I'm just curious about the membership of Native Peoples Action, and specifically, is the Aleut tribal community a member of your organization?
Mr. Moeller, thank you for the question. We are a movement organization, not a member organization. We were founded nearly 8 years ago to protect our ways of life and being action oriented. So we have a diverse board and steering committee and staff. We are statewide in nature. We do not physically have one office presence since we're in a remote world. We're very excited and eager to expand and have representation on our board and steering committee from the Aleutian region. We do believe in bridge building. Happy to be introduced to some leaders from your region, Mr. Moeller, but at this time, no, we do not have representation from the Aleutians on our border steering committee, but it's an area where we are working to build bridges.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that clarification, and I'll be happy to make some introductions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you again. And next up is Sinclair Wilt, followed by Alice Maxie.
Madam Chair, members of the council, for the record, my name is Sinclair Wilt, representing Westward Seafoods. Westward Seafoods operates 3 pollock processing plants in Unalaska Dutch Harbor. 2 of our plants are primarily dependent on pollock, while the 3rd is solely dependent on pollock. We also process cod, all crab species, black cod, and halibut. During the bee season, we employ more than 1,000 people between our 3 plants. The majority of the pollock fleets that fish for our plants have significant CDQ ownership. To be brief, and I know there's plenty, the lineup to testify behind me is very long, so I intend to be brief. I'm here to advocate for alternative 4. We believe this alternative is the best tool for reducing Western Alaska chum bycatch. This alternative best balances the national standards to reduce bycatch to the extent practicable and to provide optimum yield and to minimize adverse economic impacts to the coastal communities reliant on pollock. It requires the fleet working under the IPAs to continuously strive to minimize Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. But there's something else I want to talk about, and this pertains to alternative 5. Through all the reports, written comments, and public testimony, we hear plenty of commentary on the impacts to communities in affected regions, the residents, the fishermen, the support sector, the employees of processing operations, but we tend to forget another group, the American consumer and our international customers. As a processing company, we strive to provide high-quality product to the marketplace. Alternative 5 causes us great concern as to our ability to provide our customers with expected historical quality products, as well as the quantity of products. A restrictive cap and a large corridor closure area forces our fleet to fish much further from town. Freshness is critical to product quality. Would you rather eat a fillet from a fish caught 24 or 30 hours prior to processing, or from a fish caught 60 or more hours prior? When fish are too aged, we must suspend fillet production and make low-grade surimi instead. This lowers the value we receive and what we pass on to our fleets. To be simplistic, fresh fish produces higher grade, higher value surimi. And I'm reminded of a European customer that was visiting me when I was running a plant many years ago. And he was commenting about the poor quality product of a competitor that's no longer in existence, being rejected when it arrived in Europe. That not only did it hurt the reputation of that producer, it hurt the reputation of all product from Alaska. Our products compete with Russian product in the international marketplace. The best way to compete is with higher quality products. A restrictive cap and a broad closure area not only impacts fish quality, it slows the season down, pushing fishing efforts into September and October when Chinook bycatch rates increase. For that reason, we do not support alternative 5. We are in support of the AP motion. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you so much. So next up is Alice Maxie, and there will be no questions after this testimony.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for having me. My name is Alice Maxie. I am a lifelong resident of the Kuskokwim River, and I am on a native village on the Bycatch Tribal Council, and I'm representing our tribe today. Every summer, we look forward to fishing and going to fish camp. As a mother, aunt, grandmother, my job at fish camp is to cut fish and teach our young salmon people to cut fish and carry on our tradition. Chum salmon are the first fish that young fish cutters in training will practice on, and which I did myself. We will give our young fish cutters a new lock and put them at the fish cutting table and say, look, watch. And by watching, they will learn how to cut fish. It takes many years to learn how to process a salmon perfectly. Each kind of salmon has a different way it needs to be cut and smoked and processed to make it just right. Some salmon are really important for our diets because of their taste and the less oil they have to balance other fish. The only way I cut chum is how I was taught, and it has to be cut perfect, perfect meat, the way it'll dry. Okay. Chum salmon have always been on our river. The Kuskokwim is a chum salmon river. When the king salmon crashed on our river and when restrictions were put in place that didn't let us fish king salmon, we turned to chum salmon. Now our chum salmon are gone. These fish cannot be replaced, not by other types of salmon, not by other types of fishing game, not by store food, not by the CDQ program. The Native Village of Nebraska urges you to make meaningful action now to give Kuskokwim and Western Alaska chum salmon the best chance to swim through the Bering Sea and return to our river. The analysis shows the most chum salmon savings will come from alternative 2 plus alternative 5 at the lowest caps possible, and that requiring the industry to use the practices in alternative 4 will help them stay under this cap. Our tribe supports this approach, and we ask you to adopt it for final action. Uyana.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So next up is Caitlin Yeager and Austin Estabrooks, followed by Carlin Hoblet.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Caitlin Yeager, and with me is Austin Estabrooks. We are here on behalf of the At-Sea Processors Association. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment. We submitted a letter that I'll be speaking to. The action before you is about balance, minimizing bycatch while weighing the real-world trade-offs that are involved. This chum action is fundamentally different than those that have been before you in the past, because the stock of concern is only a small portion of what the fleet encounters. So here's the state of what we know. Fleet-wide, only 18.6% of overall chum bycatch is from Western Alaska. And within that, 84% is taken in clusters 1 and 2. In 2024, the CP fleet, which harvests roughly half of all Bering Sea pollock, caught 313 Western Alaska chum, while harvesting 1.28 billion pounds of pollock. These numbers show that we're not dealing with a Bering Sea-wide or even a season-wide problem, but it's a targetable issue. So with that, we feel that alternatives 2 and 3 do not align with the purpose and need. They apply blanket hard caps regardless of origin, location, or timing, resulting in full shutdowns even when vessels are operating far outside of areas of Western Alaska risk. The analysis shows the scale of this impact is significant, while the biological gains are limited. And if a hard cap is chosen, those trade-offs need to be acknowledged and understood. Alternative 5 is more responsive to hard caps, but still requires several key elements to function given the diversity of the fleet. The corridor impacts sectors differently. One size fits all doesn't work, hence our support for option 2. Option 3, sub-option 1, and option 4 allow the fleet to focus on Western Alaska chum avoidance in areas and times when they are of a concern, without risking additional catches of other PSC species. We maintain that IPAs are the best solution to this increasingly complex problem. Fish don't follow lines on a map, they follow depth curves, thermoclines, and prey distributions. IPAs let us act on all of that and can do things that regulations just can't. We can close discrete areas in real time instead of relying on broad fixed closures that may miss the mark. Our best incentive is access, the ability to fish in areas that are cleaner than what's around them. And this is based on things like BBSRI and Auk Bay genetics, pollock distributions, and where salmon are showing up throughout our seasons. These criteria are built into our IPAs, but could also function under an option 2. I've heard concern that IPAs are voluntary or that it's just industry managing itself, and that's not the case. The IPAs require NMFS approval, sharing of weekly bycatch reports, and annual reports to both the council and NMFS, and I encourage members of the public to listen in and participate on these as well. If a vessel performs poorly, they lose privileges. If a vessel breaks the rules, they're fined, and that goes into all of those reports as well. But maybe most importantly is that our twice-weekly IPA closures will continue running in the background, no matter what combination of alternatives you choose. So finally, if you were to consider a PSC limit, it's easy to look back and say the fleet caught 200,000 chum, but that hindsight ignores the daily uncertainty that our fishermen experience on the water. Chum encounters are volatile. Some vessels may see a few, others might hit a spike. And when that is split amongst 100 vessels, low limits tie your hands. A higher limit doesn't mean more bycatch. Rather, what it does is it gives fishermen the room to move to cleaner areas without risking shutdown for ever trying. And so given the diversity of this fleet, we encourage you to consider an a la carte approach to apportionment that acknowledges the disproportionate impacts to each sector. So to close here with you, over the last decade, pollock bycatch has accounted for roughly 2% of all Western Alaska chum removals, and potential reductions only affect a small slice of that, leaving the majority of other salmon removals untouched, while risking severe disruption to Alaska's coastal economies. We appreciate your work to find a thoughtful path forward and urge you that the tools be proportionate to the impact, responsive to the data, and protective of the communities who depend on this fishery. Declines of chum salmon runs are utterly catastrophic for so many people in this room today, and the outcomes of your decision also need to be carefully considered. Otherwise, those consequences may spread even further. Thank you again for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. And I wanted to follow up on the issue that you raised and sort of permeates this whole process in terms of our challenge with this action related to the relatively smaller proportion of Western Alaska chum in the pollock fishery PSC. And we have tried several different ways to try and come up with some sort of limit or cap that really focuses on Western Alaska chum. And so I'm wondering, in terms of your advocacy for really focusing on the ability of the IPAs to ensure the fleet does minimize Western Alaska chum salmon PSC, can you, we may have heard this before, but now that we have you in front of us, is the catcher processor sector participating in the Bristol Bay BBSRI, I'm forgetting the full name, project in terms of the in-season genetic collection? What is your ability to use that in-season genetic information? Because in my mind, I see that as the sort of the game changer potentially in terms of the information we had before when we considered a Western Alaska chum threshold or cap.
Through the chair, I think right now, the BBSRI data is not utilized on board our vessels for a number of reasons. These genetic labs are very costly, and there's some barriers to putting individual labs on board of each of our vessels. But there are opportunities in the future where we may be able to overcome some of these hurdles. For example, collecting samples at sea and taking them to the lab when we're able to deliver in port. But that being said, what we are able to rely on in the meantime is that in times and areas where our catches overlap with those of catcher vessels, we can utilize that data to inform our decision making. And in a worst case scenario, we can also rely on the historical data that was presented by the Auk Bay Genetics Lab. I understand that, a Western Alaska only threshold makes sense. That is the task before us and what we should be focusing on. But if you are to go down a Western Alaska only route, I would caution you that make sure the benchmark reflects the level of detail that's currently available to us, so that the fleet isn't punished punitively due to those minor discrepancies until we can gain that better clarity in the future.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Yeager, for your testimony. We have heard some criticisms of Alternative 4 that it is just, it's already things that are already being done. How would you describe, what would you say is new in Alternative 4 above and beyond what's already being done? Or how would you describe it as being an expansion or an improvement on what we're already doing?
Through the chair, back in 2022, I think we heard the cry that this was a serious concern. And so the CP fleet has already implemented the measures that are before you in Alternative 4. But on top of that, we're also, working in conjunction with the catcher vessels on modified excluders. We're improving our information sharing. There's use of live feed cameras on board, which we are able to utilize and see if fish are going into that net that shouldn't be there. You can relay that information to other fishermen in the surrounding areas and also throughout other sectors as well. I think the outlier provisions for consistent poor performance is something to be noted, that there is a punishment there. You will be singled out. Fishermen are competitive by nature, and no one wants to see themselves at the top of that list when those weekly bycatch reports come out. Austin's been working with the CPs a little bit longer than I have, so I'll let him provide additional context there if there's something that I've overlooked.
Through the chair, I would just add that the BBSRI genetics does provide more temporally refined genetics than we've had in the past. And so I just think with a cumulative level of finer scale information that the IPAs just will continue to improve, generally speaking.
Yes, Mr. Blahavdi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Yeager, I had the same question as Mr. Williams, but just as a follow-up, you listed several things. Were those things that are already implemented or things that could be added to IPAs in the future?
Through the chair, we have already implemented all of those items.
Yes, Mr. Sagata.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. You had mentioned that you may receive some limited data, at least from the BBSRI genetics works through the CV's effort. My understanding, though, is that there may be a slight discrepancy in that the CPs fish more in cluster 2 than perhaps the CV vessels. Can you give me just a little bit about how close that genetics might be representative of the CP's catch when you get that data? Is there something we need to be looking for?
Through the chair, like I said in my testimony before, operational differences really come into key. Smaller vessels typically have less horsepower, so they fish in shallower regions. And even within a certain statistical area, which is where some of this is focused now, you can see huge differences in both bycatch rates. So the CP fleet can often fish in areas that are difficult to access for catcher vessels. One of the things that I think Austin and I have been trying to hone in on is that while we've seen massive gains in the detail on this genetics data, that right now it's not available to us at a tow level. Or even a statistical area. And I look forward to working on those opportunities and testing out case studies and maybe trying to deploy this wider throughout the fleet. But I would caution you once again that benchmarks should be reflective of the level of detail available to us. And as you have highlighted, there are some differences in the areas that we fish. And so don't require us to provide more detail than our science can currently provide us with. But I'm optimistic to what that holds for the future.
Yes, Mr. Pamplin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. Yeager. Given the importance of the IPAs and kind of the backbone of alternative 4, what are your thoughts on the potential consequences to include should a vessel or a sector not enter an IPA?
Through the chair, quite frankly, I can't think of a single scenario in which a vessel wouldn't enter an IPA. The CP sector, for as long as our IPA has been put in place, has had 100% participation. And I think that sharing of knowledge and information amongst the fleet and amongst other groups is absolutely critical. And so I can't think of a single scenario in which you wouldn't be complying with this. So you're your own worst enemy if you fail to comply or join in.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you so much. So Carlin Hoblet is up next, followed by Jonathan Samuelson.
Madam Chair, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Carlin Hoblet. I'm a lifelong resident of Falls Pass, Alaska. I'm an Alaska native, a subsistence user, a tribal member, CDQ beneficiary, and operator of my family's 54-foot combination vessel. I'd like to express gratitude to Dr. Hapla and all staff for the extensive research and dedication to this issue. I did not originally intend to testify, but the discussions I've heard recently have prompted me to share my perspective. Area M has been mentioned several times, though not in the context I believe is most relevant. I would like to highlight the Chum Avoidance Adaptive Management Plan implemented by the Area M Seiners Association. The Area M fleet has demonstrated its ability by making documented and substantial changes to avoid excessive chum salmon harvests. Since these measures were adopted in 22, the average June chum harvest has seen roughly a 50% reduction compared to the prior 5-year average and a 30% reduction from the prior 10-year average. Please note that these figures refer to targeted salmon fishery, not bycatch. Participation is mandatory. The plan utilizes a combination of fleet-wide communication, catch disclosures, and an elected board of fishermen who monitor activity in real time. This board has the authority to implement mandatory stand downs in specific areas. Additionally, any fisherman may initiate a voluntary stand down if harvest ratios are unfavorable. The Aleutian East Bureau has developed an app to provide the fleet with near real-time data on catch numbers and hotspots. I believe dynamic and flexible management measures like these are essential for both economic production and ocean revitalization. Regarding harvest methods, I do not trawl, nor do I ever intend to. I have some strong opinions regarding the practice. However, my objective is to advocate for successful, sustainable management policies. In my experience, flexibility is critical to making optimal time and area stand-down decisions to maximize conservation efforts. Hard caps are counterproductive to that goal and undermine successful measures already in place. Fisheries management easily creates division among Alaskans. It's challenging for me to definitively align with either side on agenda item C2. But I can affirm that I am committed to chum conservation while simultaneously ensuring the viability of my fishing business. The complexities are significant, as they typically are in these arenas. While our individual interests may diverge, I believe many of us here are united by core values such as subsistence, the preservation of cultural traditions, and the appreciation for diligent family-operated enterprises. I respectfully request that you prioritize the interests of small boat fishermen and Indigenous cultural values in actions you take here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hoblet, for your testimony here. I didn't quite get the adaptive, the term you used for this program you put into the same fleet, I believe you said, down where you operate. My understanding of that particular program, for lack of a better way to call it, is similar to the rolling hotspot trawl program that we've initiated, or the fleet has initiated in the Bering Sea. Is that an accurate understanding of the program you put in?
Mr. Mueller, thank you for the question through the chair. Yes, I believe they are very, very much mirror images, you know, using catch data, communication, just I've not familiarized myself as much as I should have with the rolling hotspots and the IPAs, but I do know that yes, the adaptive management plan is what we call it, and very similar in my opinion.
Yes, Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you very much for your testimony. And I also am not very familiar with that program, and so appreciate you even providing the overview. I'm particularly interested in the app that you mentioned that I think you said the borough has, because one of the issues we hear a lot about in terms of the rolling hotspot program that Mr. Mueller mentioned, or the incentive plan agreements for the pollock trawl fishery, is public doesn't have access to them, or even if they did, they can't really sift through the information. Is the app that you were speaking of, is that information publicly available? Or I'm trying to figure out some of these parallels. If you don't know, that's fine.
Ms. Baker, thank you for the question through the chair. It is my understanding it is not available to the public. We as a fleet signed the catch disclosures that allow the processors to share that information basically as quick as they can amongst the fleet.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Jonathan Samuelson is next, followed by Arnold Huntington.
Good morning. I am here today as the chair of my tribal council, which is the governing body of the native village of Georgetown. My name is Jonathan Samuelson. I was born and raised on the Kuskokwim River. My dad is from the lower river, my mom is from the upper river, and my family merged right in the middle, where the George River meets the Kuskokwim. I need to start, don't hit start yet, by apologizing to the children of the Dena'ina, whose permission I did not get to speak here today. So I seek their forgiveness now and all the other times that this will happen. As the highest ranking officer of my sovereign nation, I'm here as an international diplomat, and so I have a couple of liberties to take. I've been asked to housekeep some protocol before I start my testimony. So I still get nervous when I sit in this chair, even though we've met several times. I first need to thank and honor the elders that are in this room, and I'm going to do this by asking everyone, and council is encouraged to participate in this protocol, everyone who is not an elder to please stand, and we will recognize the long-term stewardship of our elders by letting them remain sitting, and we will acknowledge their lifelong work. They walk so we can run. One last little bit of protocol. I need to recognize and acknowledge that we have over 1/5 of the sovereign nations in this room that call the lands of the United States home. Close to 150 sovereign tribes are represented here. So if you are a tribal salmon steward, please stand. We're here in alignment. We have the same message. We have the same goal. 150 sovereign nations are before you asking the same thing. Please consider that as we continue to testify, and thank you for allowing me these couple of minutes to really cover some protocol, because I would have had to answer to some scarier people than you if I didn't. So thank you all for being here. Okay. I said, I'm from the Kuskokwim. I was born and raised on that river. It runs through my veins. I think of our late elder, Robert Lacander from Bethel, who always told us every time we convened, we were a Chum River. The Kuskokwim was a Chum River. And so I'm honored to be here on behalf of the Yup'ik and Dene people and Chum salmon who call the Kuskokwim watershed their home. I also want to remind you that there's a trust responsibility to the 150 tribes you just saw stand up behind me. That needs to be honored and carried out. Maybe you don't feel like you have to carry out that trust responsibility for the United States, but the decisions that are made at this body directly affect that trust responsibility. It is your duty. And that trust hasn't been met for a really long time for people in Western and Interior Alaska. It's hard to describe the importance of a handful of fish if you don't live in our world. If there are no fish, we're not on the river, we're not in the smokehouse, we're not on the beach. One fish provides the opportunity for a nephew to learn, a niece, a granddaughter to process that, to learn the language and the words that come with those fish, to share with our elders and make sure they're taken care of. 5 fish can save a community for a whole year. So when you think in terms of, oh, it's just a few fish, it doesn't make that big of a difference. For us, it does. It makes an entire world of difference. 0 to 1 fish, the scales are tipped. But it's really hard to describe that. I also want to describe the importance of one tree, because in our world, we take an ecosystemic approach to stewardship. right? Everything is connected. My grandma said, you take care of this land so this tree can grow. Someday you're going to cut the tree down. You're going to build a fish rack with it. You're going to light the smokehouse with this tree. You have to take care of its home, nurture these lands, because someday you're going to need it again. I've heard some comments saying that our river systems are unhealthy. I just can't find the truth in that. I can't find any data that says that. The Kuskokwim is pristine. We have a world-class forest. We have clean waters. We're free-flowing. Our river is ready and willing to welcome our fish home. Our trees are hungry. There's salmon in their DNA. Our bears are hungry. They're eating every other source of food that we know. Our butterflies are crying at the river, waiting for the return of their seasonal friends. But still the river doesn't rise anymore. Our ecosystem is crashing. Our food security is non-existent. I dream of not having to come to meetings like this because I don't like it. But that feels unrealizable. So I pivot my dream to coming to meetings like this to share like Elders Francis Thomas or Nels Alexi, who you've heard from this week. Their knowledge supersedes anything I could learn in this space. Their data sets outdate the collective data of any reports and ways of knowing of anyone who's compensated to be here, which is none of us. We're cautioned not to speak on things we're not sure of. But I have questions for you as the decision makers, right? It feels that we should be able to ask you questions and you tell us your thought processes, your expertise, because you hold that authority. Instead, we're here trying to educate all the time. So what got you into those chairs? What gave you the right to be the decision makers on our existence and our lives? Are you the best person to make these decisions? Where are the traditional knowledge holders at this table? Why doesn't Francis have a chair? Why isn't Nels up here? Where are the traditional knowledge keepers of the ocean? They're missing. They're missing from the equation. And I can't learn the things that I need to from Nels and from Francis and many others here if there are no fish to provide that opportunity for me to learn. We can't transfer knowledge in something that doesn't exist anymore. I want to touch on relationality. And as you can see, the tribal advocates here, we're in alignment. We've been in alignment for the last handful of years pretty strongly. We have the same message. We have the same letters. You've seen the alignment firsthand. You know the asks. You know what the right thing to do is. We're also willing and able to work on relationality with bodies like yours. We have a lot of practice co-stewarding. We're experts at co-managing. We maintain relationships. We've done it for millennia. We have financial resources available to do this work if you would like to join us and jump in to a healthier, productive relationship through the work. Let us lead. You know, sorry. It shouldn't be the responsibility of our people to starve so that you can eat and others who participate in a non-sustainable industry gather at the dinner table every evening while our elders are crying on the beach. That's not our responsibility, but we're doing it. That is currently what is happening today. And we're going to keep doing it because we were raised to take care of each other. We were raised to think of everybody, the collective, the community. That includes all of you. We're trying like heck to give our fish a fighting chance. But current management practices rip nets out of our hands and give us shovels. Shovels to dig graves. We're burying our loved ones as a direct result of practices that are out of our control for some bizarre reason. We don't get to make the decisions of ourselves. I reckon I see the clock. I just have a couple more points. Thank you. I know you're conditioned to rely on modern science and Western data. It's the world we live in. Modern science is slow. It takes time. Our science is very, very ancient. Think of the oldest infrastructure you can, the oldest story you've been told. We've been stewarding fish since before then. 10,000 years before the fall of Rome, we were salmon people. And while your science is very young, ours is old. And what happens is it takes so long to reach some conclusion that the time for any measurable action comes and goes. The time for salmon conservation is gone. You missed the boat. We have to think of rebuilding in a sustainable way to give our salmon a fighting chance. Conservation was a long time ago. It's hard to sit here and pretend that this is a game of numbers, though, when it feels like it's a game of ethics and humanity for us. You've heard for the last several years how we feel. You've got a glimpse into our way of life. We've invited you to come sit in our empty smokehouses and fast in a dark, cold tin smokehouse. And maybe you can get a taste of what it feels like to have your way of life ripped from you, to be hungry. If my grandma heard me talk about this in terms of a game, she would probably cry. The salmon are our relatives. We don't joke like that. But humor is in our way of life. It's built in. We have to find light somewhere. Speaking of games, if you are not cheering for Brandon Peely and the Seahawks, I question your loyalty to Alaska very hard. There's healing and wellness abundant for everybody in this room and everybody that uses the waters. It's built into our way of life. It's how we were designed to operate as a collective. But in order to get there, we need to be able to practice that way of life. Salmon are the way back. If they're not coming, we can't get there. Neither can we, neither can you. So,
Mr. Samuelson, I apologize. I've let you go over quite a few minutes, and
Okay.
we do have quite a few people we'd like to hear from. So,
Okay.
please, a concluding statement.
One concluding, I appreciate it. I really, really do. If we invited you to our house, we would let you speak for as long as you needed. I just don't know. My final question for you is, what are you going to do when the ocean is empty? When there's nothing left to take from the water, what is your plan? What are you giving your children? What are you leaving your grandchildren? This is how we think in the rivers. This is how our people think on the ocean. What are you thinking about? What is your plan when there's no resource left? We talk to you because we care. Our elders tell us we talk because we love you. It sounds like a scolding. It sounds like a teaching. It is, but we do it because we care. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's see if there are any questions. Mr. Blahovdy?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Samuelson. I know you brought up control and management processes. I know you're part of the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission as well. There's a co-management agreement with the Fish and Wildlife Service on that river, and I just would love to hear some more about how that process works for the Intertribal Fish Commission when there's low abundance, and especially related to chum, how there's challenges with managing chum on that river as well.
Thank you for the question and through the chair. You have met me as in my other role as previous chair of that fish commission, so I currently serve as vice chair of that body now. We were a chum river. We're trying to be a chum river again. And in order to do that, we have to work with all managing governments, 33 sovereign nations, the United States of America, and the state of Alaska in a collaborative method. And I think we have a shining model in place on the Kuskokwim River for that co-management. And what the turning point for the Kuskokwim was when the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service recognized the weight and opportunity that exists within traditional knowledge of management and practice and long-time stewardship. And like I mentioned in my comments, we're very much willing to jump into that conversation with our ocean, who has our salmon on loan and haven't held up their end of a bargain. Thank you.
Not seeing any other questions. Thank you for your testimony. Oh, excuse me, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Samuelson, for your testimony and for acknowledging all the elders at the beginning, and then also all of the tribes that are here today in unison. And it's really struck me, this alignment among so many people for the same ask. And I'm wondering if you can just speak a bit to that alignment, and how you also spoke quite a bit about ecosystem and the importance of the ecosystem, and how this aligned ask would help the ecosystem.
Thank you for the question. I met an elder once from Akalleq, and I imagine he's watching a football game today with a lot of pride. But he told me, I'm here not because I eat salmon. I'm not a salmon person, but your food is the food of my food, and it affects our entire ecosystem. When you're the keepers of a keystone species, alignment comes really quickly and really easily, as you've seen from this 150 tribes that showed up today. It's, we consider all the things: trees, earth, other animals, people get looped in there, right? Feeding the ocean, feeding the land. It's all connected, and it's very easy for us to understand that if I throw something in the river, it's gonna wash up and eat, and they're gonna know I threw something in the river and I didn't do my job as a steward of our entire ecosystem. So the alignment comes very easily. I think we did a favor as 150 tribes by not signing up with our tribal hats on, because that would give us all 6 minutes each, which would lead to days and days of testimony. So we're trying to be efficient, and I know that I take some time, but I speak on behalf of a lot of people. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you again for your testimony. So Arnold Huntington is next, followed by Leah Woods.
Hello, through the chair. I'm Arnold Huntington. I'm a Akalleq tribal member from the interior. I come to testify for my people back home, especially the elders. Yeah, I'll tell you a memory of a few years ago. I went to a potlatch. It was a potlatch for, I think it was this potlatch right here, but I was sitting down, and that was when the restrictions started. And there was an elder by me, and he asked, "There's no salmon on the table." And I didn't know what to tell him. You know, I knew about the restrictions and everything, but that was probably the saddest thing that I had to go through all this, you know, is explaining to that elder that the restrictions and we can't fish anymore. And since then, we haven't had salmon on our tables for potlatches or events. We have to ask you guys for permission to take a salmon at the river or just to share. And it hurts, you know, it hurts all of our people. It hurts our elders, because a guy mentioned seal oil. You know, we got oil in that king salmon that keeps our elders healthy. You know, a lot of our elders are diabetic and getting cancer, strokes at a high rate now since this crisis started. And, you know, commercial fishing on the Yukon, it's been shut down for 30 years now. 30 years. You know, I mean, Area M, I mean, why can't they make sacrifices for us for 2 years at least to get food back in the bowl that Nelson Alexi was talking about? There's a bowl in the sea, and they're scraping it out of that bowl to, you know, it's an ongoing every year it's like that, and it hurts me because he's telling the truth. That's an elder up there, and I don't know how long he's going to be here telling you guys this. And I know Benedict Jones went to his grave, you know, fighting for our salmon. And I'm up here talking for Ben also. You know, he's not here with us anymore, but I know he fought till the end for us. And yeah, I'd like to get those guys recognition. You know, Nelson Alexi especially. Those guys I look up to, those elders, and my late grandpa Sidney Huntington, him too. And I like to give those guys recognition and give them a round of applause. And, I brought my cousin Eric Huntington here with me. He's a fisherman also. He's from Galena, and we're cousins. And he wanted to say a few things also. And also, just one more thing. I know I'm going over the time almost. The best memory out there was with my dad fishing on the Yukon. We'd be out there, you know, 11 o'clock at night till 6 in the morning sailing. And that was the best memory with me, with him. Sun going down, sun coming up, catching salmon and going home in the morning to my mom. Breakfast ready, and she was happy with our catch. And that was just the best memories in the summertime. Everybody's happy, and you guys have decisions to make, big decisions for our people, and I hope you guys make the right decision. Eric?
First, yes, my name is Eric Huntington. I'm the grandson of Sidney Charles Huntington. He was pretty famous for speaking at fisheries meetings. But first, I want to get to point out that you guys have gaps in your knowledge system. That you group chum salmon as Western Alaska chum salmon, but as a lifelong fisherman, I can honestly tell you that I can tell the difference between a Gazaza River fish, chum salmon, Nalata River chum salmon, Anvik River chum salmon, Tanner River chum salmon, Upper Yukon River chum salmon. They're different. They're not the same. So you could be catching any one of those and not even know it. And also, I want to point out that historically, a lot of people don't consider chum salmon to be of very high nutritional value. But like my Kuskokwim River brother, Jonathan here, he understands its value, and they treasure it very much. And I also want to point out the picture behind you is my daughter, Anna. This was 7 years ago at my late grandpa Sidney's camp. She was 10 years old. She watched her late mom cut fish all her life, every summer, all summer long. She was 10 years old. She grabbed a fish, and she didn't even ask. She just started cutting. And we were so proud of her. Her mom would be still proud of her if we could still give them our children the opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you both for your testimony.
Thank you guys for listening and allowing us to come up and talk. You know, I'm proud to be Native and showing pride for my people to come up here and talk for salmon. Thank you guys for listening.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let's see if there are any questions.
Any questions, or you guys?
I have a question for Eric. You mentioned that you could tell the differences between the fish and from the various river systems. Wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on that.
Specifically, Tanner River chum salmon have a different tinge to them. They're more tan colored than other salmon. I would say Malosi River salmon have kind of a blackness to them. So does Yeager River chum salmon. Gazaza River is also distinct. There are differences. Like the Yukon River is a massive river with hundreds of tributaries. Many of them have had commercial fisheries on them, such as the Anvik River, which I did commercial fish at the age of 16 on the Anvik River. And I'm 45 years old, so I've been on the river a long time, so I know what I'm talking about.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Yes, Mr. Pamplin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And don't have a question, but just wanted to share from 1982 to 1992, my father was director of game for the state of Alaska. And I remember your grandfather when he served on the Board of Game during spring break. I would join my dad at the Board of Game meetings. And so that's where I got to know Mr. Sidney Huntington, and quite the legend. And it's a neat honor just to hear you testify. I remember hearing your grandfather many times as well. He left a big impression on me. So it's just nice to hear from you both.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Anabasi, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So next up is Leah Lolnitz, followed by Percy Lolnitz.
It's on now. Good morning, all, and thank you for allowing me to speak to the group here. I'm very appreciated, but then come a long ways to do these things. And even as an elder, I'm still traveling to advocate for my people back home that couldn't make it, and the children and everybody else. I also speak for the animals that couldn't make it down this way, that couldn't protect themselves and speak for themselves. But deep down in my heart, we all speak for the animals, the fish, and the birds, whatever not, because they're the ones that keeps us survival in this world here, you know. So my name is Leah Woods. I'm from Akalleq, Alaska. I'm prior chief, the village, but now I'm an elder advisor to the community, to the tribe. So I'm still actively involved in everything else that goes on with the tribe. I retired from the chief position about maybe 3 years ago now. But I did that just to make room for the younger generation coming up so they can, because they're the ones that can be handling the organization after we're all gone, you know, as we get older and older. So it would be in their hands. That's the only reason why I got off the council. They didn't want me to get off, but just to be nice, I wanted to make room for everybody else that's younger than I am. And what's the ones that be taking over? Well, to begin with, you know, we've been hearing this going round and round for many years now, and you get the same answer, you get the same treatment, and it's not all good, you know. And but just being a nice person I am, you know, speaking respectfully to your people, and I like that respect return and how you treat us from here on out, and making proper decision in your honest mind. If you all have one, excuse me for that, but that's got to be straightforward said, and the only way for you to understand it and understand us. So with that said, I would really appreciate it if you gave and returned that same respect that we put toward you people all that's sitting up here in front of us. And you know, when you have a consultation like this, regardless whose meeting it is, you know, we know it's our meeting, your meeting, but in consultation purpose, sometimes you listen to us and we ask the questions because we're the ones that's being affected. But yet it's a turnaround. It's a vice versa deal right now. I can see it and you know it yourself, but we wouldn't admit to it. You know, and in the past, you know, this salmon been a problem for a good many years. But now I see more of a problem because all of our elders, you heard it from everybody else that's came up and spoke before myself, you know, it's a deal. It's have an effect, domino effect on everybody else. The salmon does. When you take that away, the salmon dies. Our people die along with it also. It's because it's their survival food. All that oil that's in the fish that's we've been living over for a good many years, thousands of years, was what our people survived on and gave them healthy bodies. Now they don't have that. And now you see a lot of our people dying, cancer, diabetes. You heard it all already, but it's a true fact. I don't see how you all could ever even get it into your mind that it's not true, because we speak from the heart. We know what's going on. We live on the river, and you all don't. And we're all, you know, we're all knowledgeable people, especially us elders, because it's from day one that they were born all the way up to, well, I'm 80 years old now. There goes your material. I must be a powerful person, huh? No, I joke. Anyway, no, I lost my train of thought. What you guys did to me. So anyway, with that said, there's no equation here at all, period. We're on the lower end, and we've always been there. Not one day or not one time I've seen it where there's an equality in anything that you people administer out there or take care of it. When we took care of this salmon all our lives, hundreds and thousands of years, 10,000 years, you know, it was very conservative. We just take what we need, that's it. We quit, regardless. And that's the way we operate. And after we gave it back to the state, and whoever else is managing it now, it went downhill abruptly. It didn't take that long. It's because you're all just headed the wrong direction. I mean, you're headed for extension, depletion, all gone. That's where we're at now. We're halfway there, or maybe even further than that. But it's down the line. You know, I thought about this many years, and for a long time I've been on this board. I told my people back in the days when we first came around, forming our Yukon River Fish Commission, that we ought to go to the higher courts just to get this settled. And that's where we'll probably be winding up before long. Just keep going on. This is inhumane treatment to our people out there, our indigenous people who once owned this land. And we still own it because we're still around. Although you guys did it by force and everything else, force us out, that's inhumane. I'm freaking each and every one of you, and you ought to know what I'm talking about, because you're living that life right now. And it makes me so sad. And I just think about my people, especially my late friend, Benedict Jones. He's been at these meetings fighting this war forever until he finally went to his grave last fall. It was a very sad day for all of us because he was a very good advocate for all our wildlife, fisheries, and everything else. And he even talked for the caribou, which we never had for a good many years also. A lot of our animals are going away, fish going away. It's all under your management. And you know it, but yet nothing else is done about it. So it's so true to the fact that someday I hope you guys will have an honest mind and be truthful and just do what you got to do in an honest way. That's all we're asking. You know, sovereignty is this powerful thing for us that we uphold, and it will never be taken away. So we'll always have that sovereignty with us forever. So I got a lot of time that I could stay up here all day, you know. But anyway, you know, just to switch the thing, it's just that let me look at my notes here. You know, in the past, all these years that day one, we survive off the land through vegetation, waterfowl, all the animals, vermouth, caribou, whatnot, the fish out of the rivers and seas, and it's just totally off the land. Now you can't even do that because we're so heavily regulated through the Department of Fish and Game and everything that we try to do. Yet, but we're the ones that get heavily regulated. And that's not a fair practice. There's somewhere along the line that's going to be equality and, you know, all this natural resources that's been put up here on Earth is for the people and not for only one people or one entity. It's put on here for everyone to share. That everyone, we share with you people, like right now. You're taking more than what you should be taking, but we're sharing with you anyway. It's by force. And it's not real good. It's not really good practice. So, you You got to start really relying heavy on our native knowledge, elder knowledge people, because they're the ones that have been here long years. They'll be here for a lot longer. I don't know how many more times I'll be coming to this meeting, but I can see where it's, I get tired nowadays, but it's not, I'm not as young as I used to be, but that wouldn't stop me from coming here to face your people and advocate for my people, because they don't have a voice if I don't come here. My other people will come down, but they need every voice, like we need one Sam, that's what counts. So anyway, it's a rough world. Just last fall we went through a hell of a storm. It was that typhoon, a long typhoon. We're in the interior, and the place that hit really hard was out in the coastal areas. Even lost total, a whole village went under, a couple of the village went under. And then we felt that same storm came up in the middle Yukon River. And, all those trees, that storm was so strong, it's up to 100 miles an hour on gusting. All those trees, that south wind, they're all bent up toward north now. They're just like that, and a lot of them toppled over, ripped out of the ground from that storm. That's how bad that storm was, how far ever it came. And it put a lot of people, it hurt a lot of people, everybody. So, well, I think I'll just close with that, but there's, we got the three options that you hear everybody talking about all the time is what we're all gearing toward facing. My favorite option is the one that number 5, I think, where it's 50, 150,000 under, because if you go to 0 to 50,000, I mean, that's just what I'm asking. It's all because that's what I planned in my mind a long time ago. Because I mean, there's no fair number out there. Every number we hear is just not an honest, true number that we get. So I will still support the whole organization. That's everybody that's here, my people behind me, to go with those 3 options that they supported. I'm supporting them in fully. Okay, I think I'll close that. I want to thank you very much for listening to me, and I might have been kind of a little harsh there at time, but that's nothing. That's just a little break-in right there. You ought to see when I really get mad. It's totally a different story. But anyway, I want to thank you all for listening very attentively. It's real good of you. So it's like I said, we got to give each other the respect. We got to get that respect back in return, because that's the way it is in our native world. That's the way we've always been from day one. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate it. Thank you. Not seeing any questions. Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm surprised. I scared you off.
Well,
Joe. Thank you.
sure, yeah, we'll catch you on the side. Thank you. So with that, let's take our lunch break, come back at 1:20 and resume public testimony with Percy Lolnitz. Welcome back, everyone. We're resuming public testimony with C2, and the room seems to have cleared out for some reason. Or there might be a football game starting. So we will begin public testimony with Percy Lolnitz, followed by Michael Stickman, and then we'll take Julie Decker after them.
Yeah, hi, Madam Chair. Fellow board members, good afternoon. I just want to start out by letting you know who I am and where I'm from. First of all, my name is Percy Lolnitz. I'm the chairman for our Kaikuk Traditional Council. And as I mentioned, I'm from Koyukuk. The geographical location in Kaikuk is, you got the Kaikuk River, then you have Yukon River flowing down. So just right at that mouth there, because from there, from right where we're at, the Kaikuk River flows, goes up. So that's where we're at. We're, I want to say maybe 230 miles west of Fairbanks. And so there's some other things I want to say before I continue, with my first of all, I want to say it's a pleasure being here. I can't remember when was the last time I was here. I mean, I could say I was here before, but I don't really keep track of how many times I testify before you guys, and totally different board when I first got kind of selected out of the Tana Chiefs region and taken by surprise. They just called my house and said you can be on the plane within 2 days, get to Anchorage, and you're testifying before the board of this Northern Pacific, which I never did before, so it was quite an experience. I think I was serving on one of these tribal councils and so forth. So anyway, this whole history and the issues that we're facing today, it's literally, I think it's I would want to say it's out of control. We have our way of life, and you're going to keep hearing that, our way of life, because it impacts a lot of different channels and, parts of our lives. And this connects with the land and the water. And I know there was our late friend, Grandpa, Uncle Ben Jones Sr. was quite a philosopher. He didn't have no degrees, but he knew how to read the water. He knew when the fish were going to run, and he just gave us a lot of info over the course of all the years after he moved back, after he retired. So we learned off of him, and he was a storyteller, and I believe he fought right to the end. And he mentioned some things in his life was that he was trying to explain to the Board of Fish. I remember when we both testified during that time, the state board, he said, there's a lot of fish out there. There's hatchery fish, there's the Asian stock, there's so many stocks. He said, he was totally against hatchery fish, and he told us why. He said, because they compete for food you get dump in 1 million or so, and they're just, just competing for the same food as the wild stock. So reason being, he knew that this was going to come, it was going to come to this. So I think the first actual salmon crash or the decline was in the 90s. And then he could, he could tell the fish, what kind of fish, where he come from, whether it's Canada, Canadian, he can tell the difference in the fish. So his advice to us was always that you got to respect that land. You have to respect that land, and you also have to respect that water. He said, once you go out there, you have to take precaution. Think in your mind what you're going to do first and why are you going out there. But he said, protect yourself. And he always told us, if you get this chance of, working with animals or fish or whatever the case may be, he said, don't touch them. Don't lay your hands on the fish or even the animals. He said, because you do something to their mind and all of a sudden they're not the same. And he tried to explain that to the state board, and they start tagging, how they tag the fins. And they were, you had to run going upriver somewhere up the Yukon, and all of a sudden they caught that fish. It was way down where they tagged it from. So, that explains that you shouldn't really touch this. So there's a lot of different signs that you can read out there. They mentioned butterflies early this morning without, I think it was Jonathan, without the butterflies. If you don't see them after breakup, because I remember there's been years when you'd be walking around in the town, in the village, even though we're a small village, and there's these yellow butterflies all over. They're just, they're waiting for the salmon to come. And then the other thing is the cottonwood. I don't know if you have cottonwood where you're from, but these cottonwood trees, you get a little breeze in the air. It's maybe first part of June. Then these cottons start coming off the trees, and they're flying all over across the river and the village all over. That's another sign that there's a big run coming up. And I think that's really, now we don't see that. He had, before I was born, I think, generation before, they had communication with the animals, the bear, the birds, certain kind of birds would give you a sign, or they would talk native to our native people, and they say there's that 3 days, they call it 3 days, 3 more days that fish is coming up. And so they wait, they start getting ready. They wait, and 3 days later, here comes the first run on that particular day. So, we've been impacted a lot throughout these years. We haven't fished. You heard that. You probably heard over and over that about the moratorium between the Canadians and the state. And I know we weren't consulted, and when the commissioner came in to our meeting room in Fairbanks, he just came right out and said there's a 7-year moratorium, and just totally caught everybody off guard. But now that's 3 years prior to that was 3 to 4 years of not fishing. And without that DNA in our blood, without the fish oil that we're so accustomed to, we're beginning to see, anyway, we're hearing, we talked to health board members, and they said that there's a increase in dementia and diabetes and all these things. So it's impacting us. It's really kind of sad for me, because it seemed like even though we're all human sitting in this room, we need to try to figure out, what we're going to do. And that question was asked fairly well, respectful this morning by that young lady and another speaker prior to her, but you know, we have to do something. And I know the tribes are willing to work. We're open for, we can, you know, call a meeting somewhere, and it doesn't necessarily have to be here in Anchorage, you know, it could be elsewhere. So I'm just gonna, you know, I know I'm running out of time and I'm probably, but we had authorized, I'm thinking maybe 4 different tribal members out of Akalleq. So I got the message early on, about maybe 6 months ago, and they need to send as many people down here to testify. So that was our goal, is to show up, talk to board members on the side if you choose to do so, but show up and let them know right here, like I'm doing now, and let you know that we're suffering. And 15,000, now that's a lot of money in my eyes, and that's what it costs to send the 4 people down to here. So it's just, you know, I can only say that I was never a politician. I never was. Never was. And I think I was pretty much forced to be one, to come out here, and somebody have to come forth. If the next person to you is sitting there, they're just being quiet and they don't have much to share, somebody's got to step up and share some of my life with you. And although I don't know any of you personally, and I'm hearing that this is a state-appointed board and hardly anybody from Alaska, you know, I think our voice is important. That's where we're going to make a difference. And this is not the only time you're going to hear us. You're going to hear us more, because like somebody else mentioned, we're resilient people. We're not going to go away, put it that way. Madam Chair, I really appreciate your time, and I think in concluding, I would ask you guys if, you know, this is on you. It's not on me. We did enough conservation efforts this past 10 years. So if you could maybe turn the coin around, or however you want to do it, but make something happen so we can all go home with something. And, you know, it's just simple as that. So, Madam Chair, I want to thank you for your time. I know I'm way over mine, but, you know, do something. Normally, I don't beg. I don't beg for nothing. I have to get out there and work and earn what I have to do it, even though I'm, you know, getting up there in the elder aid status now. But I would only say, you know, you have to do something. So, because you already heard, you know, time and time again that there's nothing being done. And salmon is going to go extinct if it's not already, because we might have a few low numbers. They're not meeting the escapement goal, for one thing. You have to have so many numbers, you know, to return. They're not even returning. So one thing I want to share with you before I leave is there was this time, I think it was about 6 years ago, and there's up above my town, there's right where the Akalleq River starts going north. I had a net there, and I had, I probably want to say about maybe 14 to 16 dogs and a bunch of little pups, and I had to feed them. So I went up there and had a good spot, I guess, but I caught this big pike, northern pike they call it. I mean, that thing was huge, so I got my measuring tape. I measured from one end to the other. It was 4 feet and 3 inches long, and out of its mouth there was a tail about that long. And you know, these are predator fish, so I took it home, and that thing was heavy. Barely put it out of the net, brought it home, and I told myself, well, I don't feel like eating pike, but my dogs, this is big pike, and when they're that big, you know, there's going to be some oil in it. So I cut the belly open. Here comes this huge whitefish, sheefish. And it wasn't, you know, all the way. Then I took the sheefish out, and there was also a tail sticking out of that sheefish. Son of a gun, I thought, wow, this is crazy. So I took that fish out, and then that smaller fish's belly, which is about this big, there was another small fish. So they were eating each other, you know. So I know there's a lot of, I don't know what's the word for that, but there's a lot of things going on out there in the ocean. And I'm positive you guys have scientists, biologists, lawyers, you know, just all doing their own thing. And you have fishermen, and I hear there's a mothership and other vessels, but nobody knows what's going underneath. Maybe they do, but they wouldn't film it. But this old timer came up to me. He said, "You know what the ecosystem is?" I say, "Yes, I do." Matter of fact, we just got out of a meeting, and they had this big screen, going to class type of thing, and we learned through that one whole day what an ecosystem, how it works. So when you scrape the bottom, okay, you scrape the bottom with your big, huge nets, you're destroying that bottom ocean floor. And if you ever watch this shows by David Attenborough, any of you do, about the seas and the ocean and all these animals and all that. So he put a film out there. I pulled it up, and he explained to the ocean people, he said, that ocean floor down there, it's not going to last very long. Give or take a few years, maybe let's say 10. He said, that's it. Once you destroy that, it'll be just like this, flat, with no kind of growth. It's funny, but that's the way it is. Okay, thank you, Madam. I know you want to.
Well, thank you so much for your testimony and for traveling all this way. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks. Look forward to talking to you in the hall. Thanks.
No questions, I assume, huh?
I'm sure, well, I'm not seeing any hands, but I'm sure people would like to touch base with you in the halls during the next break.
So I just want to state this before I get up and move on. All during this testimony, if you notice, or if you even figure it out, okay, you guys are smart people. I can only, you weren't just put on this board, pick you out the crowd saying, you're going to be on this board. I don't think that's the way it goes. But throughout this testimony, if you listen careful without daydreaming or whatever you're watching on your electronic equipment, I was walking you through my life, and in there was unwritten rules of unwritten laws of what we used to live by, whether it's trapping, hunting, fishing, you name it. There's so many out there. And those were practices that were carried over and over and over, generation after generation. So did any of you catch on what I was getting at and where I actually brought you? Nobody figured it out, huh? I'll only just say this before I get up and leave. That's the reason why we're here. We want to invite you guys. Don't be afraid. Take time off from your job or whatever, your family, let them know that you're going to Alaska and you're going to visit these people. We want to take you to our country, to our fish camps, to our smokehouses and so forth, and invite you to have dinner to honor your presence. That's how we go about stuff. So I'm surprised none of you figured it out, because maybe that's the reason there's a gap between you and I, that we can't connect. So that's all I had. I was going to share one more story, but I know you got a long day ahead of you. So
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll look forward to taking you up on your invitation.
okay, thank you.
Our next testifier is Michael Stickman, followed by Julie Decker, and then Dan Martin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the council. Before I introduce myself, I will tell you my history. I spent 30 years on the Middle Yukon Advisory Committee to the State Game Board and the State Fish Board. So that's my history. I spent 12 years on the Western Interior Regional Advisory Council to the Federal Board on Federal Land. I spent 21 years as the first chief of my tribe before I was replaced. So that's who I am. But I was born in Nalado, the village of Nalado, in 1959, February 9th, 1959. Tomorrow will be my birthday. So I was born 67 years ago tomorrow on the Middle Yukon. And I was very lucky to survive, because I was born 2 months early, and it was 70 below, and there was no flights. There was only dog teams. The only way to get me to the hospital was to fly me, but they couldn't do it. But the women of my village were so smart that they knew that an oven was like an incubator. So every night they would warm up the oven, and they would put me in the oven, and I survived. I survived long enough to make it to the hospital. And that's the kind of people that I come from. Smart women. Not men, but women, So that's who I am, And the other thing that I did in my lifetime was I spent 20 years at the Arctic Council talking about Arctic issues. The biggest issue is climate change. Now the biggest issue is climate change and food security. You go look at the Arctic. There's the Tana River that comes out of Norway and Finland. There's the Kamchatka River that comes out of Russia. And then there's the Yukon River that comes out of Canada and the United States. Those are all salmon rivers. So those are all salmon peoples, just like me. I have salmon in my DNA. So, and before, so now you know who I am. My name's Michael Stickman. All my friends call me Mickey, So, and I grew up on the river, and I grew up in fish camp. And there's some confusion here about, disappearing fish. And, our way of life is going away. And they say, you guys are in charge. You guys are determining whether our people survive or die. But I don't believe that. Because if that was true, we'd be in a lot of trouble. Here we have natural renewable resources disappearing. And those natural renewable resources are under your purview. So you guys here have the power to change the laws to help us, not only help us, but help Mother Earth. Indigenous people, we rely on Mother Earth for everything. I have no idea what other people rely on for their existence, but indigenous people, we rely on Mother Earth. The birds, the fish, the bear, those things we rely on to survive. Right now in the village of Nalado, we have problems in the summertime because grizzly bears come into the village because there's no fish on the Nalado River anymore. So now we have to be very careful when we walk around in our village because of grizzly bears being right in the village. Some other villages, have same issues. You go 36 miles below where I live in Caltag, they have the same issue. They have grizzly bears walking around at night because the spawning creek next to their village is dead. So, you know, the only thing I can ask for you guys with my last 1 second is, you know, try to make a difference. Huh? Think about my people. You know, put it in your heart to save the grandchildren. Put it in your heart to save fish, not just for me, but for the grandchildren, because I had my fish. You know, right now I have nothing. I have to buy fish from my friends in Non-Dalton, my friends from Dillingham. That's where I get my fish. There's no fish on the Yukon. I mean, there's fish on the Yukon, and you know, if I really wanted to, I could get my own fish, but I don't want to be a criminal. And every salmon count. That's what we say. And we have to believe in that, because if we don't believe in what we're saying, well, we're just hypocrites. So I believe that every salmon counts, so I'm never going to go fishing again until they say, okay, Mickey, you can go fishing. You know, I talked to John about my history in Nolado, being a fisherman. And I told him I saw the millions and millions of fish. And then now I see nothing. Huh? You know, whose fault is it really? Huh? We don't know. But you guys have the power to make a difference. And I hope that you do. You know, because it's going to be your legacy. My legacy is going to be that I did everything to help protect it. My legacy is going to be that I did everything to bring it back. What's your legacy going to be? With that, I say thank you, and you know, I'm sorry if I pissed you off, but that's my life. You know, I'm fighting for my life. I'm fighting for my grandparents. I'm fighting for the grandchildren out there. I have no children of my own. I shouldn't even be here, but I'm here because I was the chief of my tribe for 21 years. And when I first became the chief of my tribe, I didn't know what I was going to do. When my father was the chief of the tribe, all he had to do was hunt, fish, and gather. Well, me, it's different because money is involved now. Running water, you know, water and sewer, electricity. When my father was the chief, none of those things were around. Now, when I was the chief, all that stuff came along. So I figured the only way I can make a difference to help my people as the chief was to get on the Western Interior Regional Advisory Council, to get on the Middle Yukon Advisory Council, because that's what my people depended on, was the natural renewable resources. And now you folks have the opportunity to save those same resources. Don't be the legacy that let it go and disappear. And with that, I'll thank you for your time, and hopefully I didn't, you know, make anybody uncomfortable, because it's not my goal. My goal is to try to help the people save what we have left. That's my goal.
Thank you very much. See if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, and happy birthday. Thank you.
Tomorrow.
Thanks. Julie Decker is up next, followed by Dan Martin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, panel, and Abase for giving me this chance to speak on behalf of our people. I'm not here to represent or advocate for myself, my family, my village. I'm here to advocate for all of our Native people, especially us that are impacted by this fish, not being able to fish. I was born and raised in Canada. Made Akalleq my home the last 21 years. And I came from a time when I was pulling 60, 70 pounders out of the king salmon out of the Yukon. And we will never see that day again. When I was growing up, there was fish camps every mile, every couple miles. Those fish camps were full of family. Nowadays, we don't see nothing, nobody in their fish camps. But why? Because we can't fish. Now they're getting overgrown. Cabins are getting falling in because nobody's keeping them updated. It really hurts to see these camps empty every summer. We sit there and sacrifice for six years now. And also, I wanted to mention that I also am another grandson of late Sidney Huntington. And he was a strong advocate for our people all his life. He didn't care what he said or who he said it to. He made his point get across. And that's why I really like to advocate for our people. You know, I stepped down from all the boards I was on about 5 years ago because I was gone from home every week. Every 2 weeks I was traveling. And never time for my family. You know, I got 9 grandkids. I'm a young elder, but I got 9 grandkids. My 2 youngest, one hasn't even tasted fish. 5 years old, and the one will be 1 year old the day I get home. And, you know, we grew up before modern technology, before the phones, before the televisions, everything. And that's why we were all raised in fish camp. We need to bring that back to teach our younger generation, because if we don't, we're going to lose our tradition. We're going to lose our culture. And you know, I really asked this question before. Bunch of scientists, bunch of biologists in a big meeting, fish meeting. I say, I do not believe in the sonar system. I say, you get 1 million fish going by there. How do you tell me which ones are Chinooks, which ones aren't? So they all looked at each other and talked among each other. Nobody can come up with the answer. I said, the main part of this salmon run goes up the middle of the Yukon. Your sonars only read so far out. They can't even see the belugas going by when they're chasing these salmons upstream. They don't find out until our villages notify them. Belugas in our 1 year in 1989, we had 7 belugas in front of Tanana. They stayed there because the Tanana River is a little too shallow, a lot of bars there. And they stayed there for about a week. And we later heard some of them got washed up on sandbars farther upriver. But, you know, we know the fish are out there. They're not being properly counted. I tried to bring this up before. Why don't you put these sonars in the narrower parts of the river? There's a place 12 miles above us called Bishop Mountain, and that's the narrowest part of the Yukon River. There you will get a better accurate count of this fish going by. There's still nothing being done about it. They got these sonars down Pilot Station and Monarch, the widest parts of the Yukon. You will never know how many fish. You know, if the fish counts were slow, we wouldn't fish. Long time ago. We respected those fish. The good Lord provided us with these animals and these fish. And we respect the animals and the fish. You know, the late Benedict Jones, he was my late uncle's stepson, and he was a strong advocate for us. And, you know, he said that the 3-day bird, he called it, which is the king fisher. He said the 3-day bird, once you hear them sing, the salmon are coming 3 days later. And he also made a song on it. I'm not sure the words, but respected every time he sang it. You know, we have potlatches now. I mean, we always had potlatches. And it's just sad that we cannot put salmon on these tables to feed our families and our elders. You know, if we don't sit here and fight for our people, we're not going to get anywhere. Right now, the way you guys letting these trawlers fish, they're just making our king salmon go extinct. And we need to protect our silvers and faltrum. You know, every village had the top-notch dog teams, world championship dog teams. Now, all our villages had to get rid of their dogs because they couldn't fish no more. They can't afford these commercial food. So, you know, now we don't even have spring carnivals. And we need to bring these back. I mean, if we don't show our younger generation what's going on, what are we supposed to do? Our culture, our tradition is going to die. You know, for what? For the dollars? It's not worth it. So please, when you go to deliberations on after all these testimonies, please keep in your heart. I speak from my heart. I don't speak up here. I don't write stuff down. Everything comes from my heart. So when you guys make all these decisions after we're done with these meetings, testimonies, please keep in consideration about trying to limit the trawlers, please. If we do that, I believe some of our salmon will come back. You know, they cut us down. They gave us 7.5-inch mesh 10 years ago. Then we were cut down to 6-inch. Now we're at 4-inch. With no any salmon, we have to let that go. And why let go of a fish you catch? It's not going to survive. And that's what really ticks me off, is that these trawlers are throwing these fish that they're not after back into the ocean. They're not going to survive. That is wanton waste. So please keep in your heart when you make your decisions to keep our people in your mind. We just want our tradition to carry on. Again, Nabase.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Ritchie, before you ask your question, could you repeat your name? I just want to make sure I have your name right.
Pardon?
What's your name?
Oh, my name is Robert Albert. Okay. Yeah, my late grandpa, Sidney Huntington, was one of his sons. So
okay.
He was. I always looked up to him because he lived 101, and you know, like everybody said, we'd always depended on this fish oil. That's what kept us healthy. Now we're just getting sick and diseases. We need our fish back, please.
Okay. Thank you very much for repeating your name. Mr. Ritchie, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You asked my question.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you so much.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So to take two people out of order, Julie Decker and then Dan Martin, and then Speedy Sam will be after that.
Madam Chair and members of the council, for the record, my name is Julie Decker. I live in Wrangell and am representing the Pacific Seafood Processors Association. PSPA is a nonprofit trade association representing seafood processors operating 50 processing facilities in 22 Alaska coastal communities. These processors participate in virtually all commercial fisheries. Our members include 3 shore-based processors operating 5 facilities that have historically participated in and are fully dependent on the inshore Bering Sea pollock fisheries in Unalaska and Akutan, as well as 2 mothership companies, both of which have significant ownership by CDQ groups. The scale of the impact that the pollock fishery has on Western Alaska chum is worth noting. This slide shows Western Alaska chum escapement, commercial catch, and pollock bycatch. The red sliver at the top of each bar is the pollock bycatch. You can see that the pollock take is very small part of the returning Western Alaska chum. However, this slide also shows the dramatic decline in the stock recently. One of the basic principles of sustainable fishery management is that when a stock is low, the management system reduces the pressure from all user groups with the goal of giving the stock time to recover. This is what we're all working here towards. However, we encourage you to consider a balanced action that both reduces Western Alaska chum bycatch and minimizes negative impacts to all those who depend on the pollock fishery. Can we slide thank you. I want to take a minute to talk about the interdependence of fishermen, processors, and communities, the three legs of the stool as displayed in my second slide. The health of each is connected to the others. In the Aleutian Islands, this interdependence is particularly strong as the seafood industry is the primary source of jobs and economic activity. Additionally, the highly remote nature of the region creates tremendously high costs to operate. Consequently, these shore-based plants in the Aleutian Islands would not be able to exist without the economies of scale that the pollock fishery provides. If the shore-based plants were shut down due to the application of a cap, this would impact the ability of fishermen of any size and any fishery to fish and deliver in this region. Recent closures of plants in King Cove, St. Paul, and Adak have clearly and painfully demonstrated the impact to local fishermen, community tax revenues, and community services when a processor ceases to operate. The ripple effects through the community are real. Catcher vessels delivering into Alaska are not the only fishermen that are dependent upon the pollock fishery. Local small boat fishermen who fish halibut, crab, and cod are also dependent upon the pollock fishery keeping the plants in the Aleutians open. If the pollock fishery closed in July or August, as estimated under some of the scenarios, not only would half or more of the pollock fishery be foregone, but processors may not be able to stay open for the smaller fisheries, and communities would lose a significant portion of their operating revenues. We support alternatives that avoid this scenario. More regarding the alternatives, PSPA supports the catcher vessel fleet's position in the AP motion on alternative 4 as the alternative with the highest potential for reducing Western Alaska chum bycatch while balancing the national standards. PSPA does not support alternatives 2, 3, or 5. We also support making the most use of the BBSRI in-season genetics information, which is really the best available science, and will allow continued learning, improvement, and adjusting of operations with Western Alaska chum savings at the center of all decision-making. However, should the council choose some combination of alternatives 4 and 5, PSPA strongly asks the council to consider a corridor cap at the high end of the range. For a corridor cap of $350,000, this translates into only 71,750 Western Alaska chum, because on average, only 20% of the chum bycatch in the corridor are Western Alaska chum. So that's the real number we should focus on, around 72,000 chum, the amount of Western Alaska chum. At a mid-range corridor cap of 50,000 Western Alaska chum, the table 3-13 in the analysis shows that the catcher vessels, and by extension, the shore-based processing plants, would be closed between 2 to 8 of the past 12 years, depending upon apportionment. The level of disruption and harm from closing only 1 or 2 years would be devastating in the Aleutian region. This is why a corridor cap around 70,000 Western Alaska chum is needed. It has the best chance of focusing the fleet on keeping well below the cap while keeping the fishery and the processing plants open. On apportionment of any corridor cap, given that the corridor represents the primary fishing grounds of the catcher vessels that have a lot less ability to move further offshore, the apportionment of a corridor cap needs to accommodate that dependence and the disproportionate impact. Thus, for the inshore fleet, the only justifiable apportionment is option 1 or 2, which accommodates this difference. In closing, we can and should take action to improve Western Alaska chum bycatch management, while recognizing there are extreme risks of negative unintended consequences of these actions, and your choice should reduce the risk of these negative impacts. There is a solution that works for the catcher vessels and processing plants and the Aleutian communities and keeps the three legs of the three-legged stool standing. I want to close by saying I thank all the people in this room and online for participating in this process in good faith. I respect you all, and I thank the council for your service.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. So Dan Martin is next, and then we'll go to Speedy Sam.
Madam Chair, members of the council, good afternoon. Appreciate you being able to take me out of order to accommodate my schedule. For the record, my name is Dan Martin, and I'm a 40-year veteran of commercial fishing in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska. I'm currently the general manager of Alaska Boat Company, a vessel management company that is majority owned by two CDQ groups, Norton Sound Economic Development Corporation and Coastal Villages Region Fund. Alaska Boat Company manages 5 AFA trawlers and 3 crab vessels. First, I would like to acknowledge the testimony we've heard over the last couple of days. I will never know what life is like in a small village, but I respect those experiences and appreciate you guys sharing them with us. One fact that is not in dispute, everyone in this room wants to see more chum salmon returning to Western Alaska rivers. That shared goal matters. Where we differ is not intent, but in the approach to achieving it. I'm testifying today in support of Alternative 4. Alternative 4 offers the strongest, most targeted conservation benefits for Western Alaska chum salmon because it directly targets, reduces bycatch where, when, and for which stocks it matters most, using real-time data, enforceable avoidance tools, and proven performance-based mechanisms. Alternative 4 aligns squarely with the purpose and need by prioritizing avoidance of Western Alaska and upper middle Yukon chum stocks rather than relying on blunt numerical caps. Alternative 4's real-time responsiveness is far more protective than a PSC cap. Caps, by nature, allow bycatch to accumulate until a number is reached, however arbitrary, and are poorly aligned with highly variable chum salmon migration, timing, and distribution. By contrast, Alternative 4 mitigates high-impact encounters during peak vulnerability periods, which comment letters repeatedly identified as essential for conservation effectiveness. Unlike PSC caps, as in Alternative 2, 3, and 5, which apply to all chum salmon regardless of origin, Alternative 4 explicitly requires pollock sectors to incorporate genetic stock composition data into their avoidance measures. This is a particularly critical component because the majority of chum salmon bycatch is from Russian and Asian hatcheries, not Western Alaska origin. An overall cap, therefore, disproportionately protects non-Western Alaska stocks while offering uncertain benefits to the depleted stocks that matter most for subsistence fishers and in-river ecosystem recovery. Alternative 4 avoids the conservation weaknesses of hard cap approaches that have uncertain benefits and often negligible conservation gains for Western Alaska chum. Early closures under a hard cap would cause severe economic hardship without proportional biological benefit. Alternative 4 avoids these pitfalls by utilizing adaptive management and avoidance performance, which is more effective than a rigid cap. Alternative 4 supports national standards 2, 8, and 9 by integrating best available science, community relevance, and bycatch minimization to the extent practicable. In summary, Alternative 4 delivers the strongest conservation outcome because it is precise, adaptive, and already proven to work. It minimizes bycatch of Western Alaska chum salmon where it matters most, at the vessel, at the area, and the timing level. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Martin, for your testimony. And I'll pick up on your support for Alternative 4 and really appreciate the commitment to and the powerful results that have been demonstrated from that. My question is, what if, the council moves forward with only alternative 4 and a few years down the road, despite everybody's best efforts, you're faced with circumstances you didn't anticipate, which is what's happening a lot these days on the fishing grounds. And I hear you on the downsides of a cap, but what a cap does do is if, again, despite all of your best efforts, the fleet just cannot avoid chum salmon, some proportion of which will be Western Alaska chum salmon. What happens despite your best efforts and there's no cap? How, that's the challenge that we're dealing with. And so what's improved over the current version of alternative 4 in front of us than what was in place before? If you could help me with that.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you for the question. There's a lot there. Absolutely. I think that there have, some of the voluntary measures recently that were adopted, especially the advisory areas, I think that gave us an opportunity to respond even faster. In other words, if before there was always going to be a lag time of, when those deliveries would come in, we would get some salmon totals, and then those would go against the base rate. And then, those closures that would happen, wouldn't happen until 2, 3, sometimes, 4 days later. So these cautionary areas have been a really good new tool, and it also creates that getting it out to the fleet, before we can enact a full closure of that stat area or portion of that area. It at least gives a heads up, and we've had great responsiveness from the fleet to avoid those areas. And then it also allows BBSRI the time to do a genetic study on those salmon that are coming from that stat area to see what our impact to Western Alaska chum is in real time. I think that's a scenario you talk about this runaway train, so to speak, is I think that the likelihood of that is more about how many fish are the hatcheries in Russia and Asia going to release into our ecosystem that's going to pose us the problem.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And I know, Madam Chair, we can't ask a lot of questions because we have 100 more people, but I appreciate being able to ask a couple from folks. Are you, Dan, Mr. Martin, I wanted to find out how soon, it's really a targeted area and time frame that most people are interested in. It's not the entire Bering Sea, it's this corridor area. So how many weeks or days into the bee season do you think this BBSRI genetic information can then tell you, is this going to be a big Western Alaska chum year versus this is going to be a all Russian hatchery year? Like how soon into the season is there an indicator that we better be super careful right now in this area versus these are all hatchery chum? Is that 3 weeks into the season? How many samples? If you can just give me a general idea of how soon you have information that's helpful in that regard, that would be great.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, while Jordan with BBSR gives a fantastic report, and all the information that he provides is obviously germane to all the decisions that we make. When will it be most applicable is hard to gauge. Obviously there's going to be variability summer to summer with regard to that. But I think that as that science improves, so will our responsiveness using that tool. But I would say that it's probably most valuable in late July, beginning of August, because by then I think we see enough pulses of chum coming through in large enough numbers and across several stat areas to where then we can start to develop. And it's like, yeah, we're recognizing that this is going to be a heavy Western Alaska chum year, and then see those rates, not only the overall chum rates, but the rates of Western Alaska chum and, climb in certain stat areas. And of course, they're going to be subject to rolling hotspot closures. So, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Thanks. So before we move on to the next testifier, we do have over 100 people still signed up and about a day and a half left that we can dedicate to testimony. So we'll really have to be trading off, if people go over their timing. And I would ask assistance with time management again, and keeping to the testimony time. We'll have to limit our questions if that does occur. So thank you for your understanding. So Speedy Sam is up next, followed by Tommy Kriska.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, and the council members that let me sit at the table today. Before I do my testimony, I'd like to introduce myself and where I come from. My name is Speedy Sam. I'm from Hoosleigh that lays on the banks of the Akalleq River. I'm a second chief for our village that's been going over 20 years now. And, I'm a fisherman, I'm a trapper, I'm a hunter, and also a veteran. Did 4 years in the Marine Corps. And Uncle Sam in 93 sent me to war to Swansea, Africa. After that, I put my rifle away and I came home. And my people seen something in me. They want me to go to these meetings and listen and talk and advocate for our people. And that's what I'm doing today. I'd like to thank the people that did testimony before me and the people that doing testimony after me. We heard a lot of testimony, not just today, but for many years now. And today you guys gave me 3 minutes to do my testimony. I grew up in the fish camp back in the 70s and 80s with my parents. We stayed there all summer and we fished. Me and my dad, we owned a dog kennel back in the days. So we cut fish for dogs. My mom put away fish for what we need for the winter. So as we fished all summer, on a Sunday we have day off and we go to other fish camps. And as kids, we were just going there to play with other kids. And my mom and dad, I didn't find out for years after that, they were talking to the other fishermen in those camps on how they were catching and when they were catching and how much they were catching. They did that every Sunday. And when almost close to the end, my dad asked my mom, do we have enough eating fish for us for the winter? And when she said we have enough, that's when we roll up our fish nets and pack and go home. But that day, we went to other fish camps. There's like 4 other fish camps above us. And that's how they manage. That's how they manage the fish that time, in the 70s and 80s. They're asking other fishermen what they're catching and when and how much. So that's how they managed back in the days. What I've seen lately, it affects our health. You guys heard that. In our knowledge, in our church, the way how we lived. But this fall, it really came to me, it's also affecting our animals. Up there in Hoosleigh on the Akalleq River, we have potlatches. Potlatches where we celebrate our people that passed on. And for that, we put up the best food that we could get at a time. And black bears is one of them. And it's really hard to get. You got to be lucky, you got to work at it. But this fall, we've seen something at my village that some of the guys had luck, and that one was running through town. We had to get rid of it. And it was so poor. We can't even salvage. And that that really hit our village that time is, man, the fish is affecting the people in a different way now. So we can't even have this black bear for our potlatches. And we also have our men work at it fall time. We hunt it during the fall. And after all the hunting done, we take part of that meat and we go out in the woods where nobody don't walk. And we cook up part of that meat for the men and the boys to gather. And the old timers tell stories, and that's how I learned from them. But we can't even have that now because the black bears are so poor. We cannot eat it. The black bears feeds off the fish throughout the summer. And when the fall time comes, they eat the blueberries and it flushes the sensitive bodies, make them real sweet. I wish you guys would have tried it, but that's another way it's affecting our way of life than the fish. No fish in the waters. And I just wanted to share that with you folks. And thank you for giving me this time. And, you know, I'd like to support 2, 4, and 5 and option 1. You know, we work with you guys on trying to get the fish back in the waters. You know, it's, you guys heard many times about let the fish go by. So today I'd really like to hear my words and take action on it today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Okay. Not seeing any questions. Thank you. Okay. Tommy Kriska is next, followed by Claude Petruska.
Well, I would introduce myself first. Not really doing what I'm doing here, but anyway, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Ladies and gents, my name is Tom Kriska from Akalleq. Been going to these meetings for 35 years now, even more. Before the Yukon Drainage Fisheries Association, I went on that night with influenced by late Sidney Huntington, Lester Earhart, Harry Wild, a lot of these older guys that inspired me to be here. And I've been here, and you guys change every 2 or 3 years. I'm talking to different people every time. You go in one ear, go out the other side, and the next thing there's another person there. And I can't, I don't get anywhere. I don't want to be a real butthole or whatever you want to be, but I have to, you know, just point out that this system, I don't really, I have a lot written down, but I'll get there later. To me that, you know, I was really frustrated a couple of days ago. I was humiliated, I was disrespected, I was, you know, for greed and money, the conflict of interest in the whole 9 yards with your industry advisory panel. Those people slapped us in the face. They slapped me in the face. I've been a 41-year sobriety with no drugs, no alcohol, no nothing. And I dedicate my life to my people in the interior and all over the state of Alaska or anywhere, even to you if you needed help. And it's, you know, that panel, you know, they wrote all kinds of crazy stuff in there. I mean, they were staying up there. They were, people were kind of testifying and they were talking amongst each other about, no, that's going to hurt my boat and my fishermen. What the hell they got? Why are they on those panels if they're conflict of interest? They got, and that's not benefiting us, just the people that are there. Then that was really bad. Then, but I've been asking questions, trying to learn the system and who's in charge. How is this happening? Then I learned that I don't know what's 3 of you, but there's 3 of you on this place right here with CDQ affiliated with the fishing outfit. I had a letter, I left it in the room that's supposed to separate that, and well, it allows you to be on the seats by some other jumble, whatever.
I really feel that we're not going to get anywhere. To be talking to a conflict of interest, totally a conflict of interest, and I don't want to go there with you or say that to you, but I guess that's the way it's set up. There's some people here that I don't know. I guess the Fish and Game. The rest, I've seen you a few before, but it's really frustrating to go 35 years, inspired by a lot of these people that talked before. I wish back in the day there was the computers, there was the documentation, everything. There was guys said, but it wasn't. It went in one ear, came out. They didn't write. They didn't know how to write. Went in one ear, came out the other side. So no documentation. But right now I feel really confident in who we are and what we're doing here. Like they said today, there's 151 tribes you're looking at right here that's represented in this crowd here. We're not going to go anywhere. I believe that when the money and the fish or whatever is already torn apart and torn down, you're going to follow it. They won't see you no more. There's no use to be here. But then you'll be into the minerals, some other place, tearing up some other land. For money. It just goes on and on. Like for the bears, the moose, and all our game and everything, the game at our country, in our lands, are no different than us people. Those bears, the moose, the wolves, they're like us. They're scrambling, like wondering where they're going to go. They got kids, they got pups to feed, they got cubs to feed. But they can't do anything. They don't have the fish. It's terrorizing them, terrorizing us. We're all here trying to figure out what could we do to fix this matter. I look at the system and who's in charge, who's doing this, who's putting you out here. Why are you here? For the money? It's really bad to even talk to you like that. I don't like to talk to anybody. I'm a straightforward with the man up above. I pray to him all the time, and I hope you do. I hope when you go to church and all of that stuff, I hope you think about it. Why you're going to church? Praying for yourself? Well, you're going to have to, because once you get there, you're going to need it. It's really bad. I got a lot to say right here, and there's other things, but I don't have the time to be wasting my 3 minutes. So I kind of put in here that maybe at least in the future you go to maybe 4 minutes. It make some people will finish in 4 minutes, but maybe 4 minutes, 30 seconds. But we're here, sometimes we're not in our right frame of mind, we're upset and we're speaking out. Maybe that will cool it a little bit, but I really think that that you need to do something. It's you can't just keep going on, and I mean, it's been Sydney and all those guys and all the rest of those guys been here since the 20s doing this. That's 100 years. And they were here and seen it go from bad to worse. And it's from here, you might add another bad to worse and bad to worse. It's just on and on. It's got to stop somewhere. I don't like to be forward. Well, I am. That's who I am. I'm there for my people. I dedicate myself to my people in the interior of Alaska. I help a lot of people when they need help. And I drop, and that's what my grandma told me. She said, when people need help, you drop what you're doing. And you help them. You always give them what little you have. And that's what's been going on and on and on. This past couple of weeks ago, there's 50 below. The lady there didn't have no wood. Her sister didn't have no wood. Another family was out of food, no planes. They only come after 40 below, but they couldn't fly in there. And that wasn't the problem. That family didn't have no food at all. So they got on the radios and say, hey, Nolato, we have to all donate food and we'll come around and pick it up. Because they have we had that big wind, it was mentioned at Al-Anon, that caused 65 to 72 miles an hour winds in our area, which knocked down 70% of our big spruce trees. Well, when it did that, it knocked out power in Kaikouk, Nolado, and it tore up the coast. You see that? And if you were looking or paying attention, but that caused, I think, 4 or 5 families in the village that paid $10 a gallon for fuel to go out get their moose and whatever they had. Well, once that power went out, it went for 10 days. Well, some of them tried to save stuff in their freezers, but they couldn't. It was gone. And they have kids, babies. You really don't realize what's happening here. You really don't realize how it is to live out there. You need to be, I think like some of these guys said, I mean, you know, there's a lot of you. Put a committee together or something to go out there and visit yourself on your own behalf, not through the AP or anybody else that's going to say, oh, no, they're okay, whatever. Trying to put something together. Come see who we are, how we're living. They said, you know, you're from America. America almost hoped that Russia didn't sell us now that we're in such a bad situation. You know, it's crazy. I'm a guy that talked to a lot of meaningful, strong people in each village. They always called me, what could we do? What would we do? I almost feel like the chief of the interior because I have to talk to them and run them through how the best way to go about things so that it don't cause any more trouble. But anyway, I could talk for days, and if you ever need somebody to talk for you, I will help you. Yeah, this stuff, you know, the whole thing is like a revolving engine for us. The food, I'll call it fuel for us, but that's food is not going into the motor, right? So it's gonna stop. But anyway, I hear you, Madam Chair, and I don't feel comfortable here doing what I just did. And tell you on the other part, you know, I lost my granddaughter, 1-year-old. I lost my son. I lost a Benedict. My lady's stepmother or stepdad, and 2 other ones, 6 of them in 4 months. So sitting here and trying to be straight-faced and level-headed with you is hard to do. But I will, that's how far I'll go to back up my people. So I really advise you, not like the AP or whatever those guys are, but advise you to the heart, to make sure that when you're making decisions, make sure it comes from your heart, not the dollars up above. That industry system that you have, it's like a money-making or money printer. It's an illegal money printer built by charts, percentages, you know, in order to have that, and we can't do nothing about it. But thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for all of your feedback. And I'd really like to talk to you a little bit more about our advisory panel's roles, as well as the representation on the council. So I appreciate that feedback, and we'll look forward to talking to you a little bit later.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will be right out there, around there someplace, waiting for someone. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Claude Petruska is next, followed by Avery Hoffman. Is Claude here? Okay, we'll circle back to Claude after the afternoon break. Avery Hoffman, followed by Francis Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to give my testimony. My name is Avery Hoffman. I was born and raised alongside the Kuskokwim River, and I currently reside in Bethel. I serve as the Natural Resource Director for Urutsaobu Native Council. I am here testifying for myself, and I support our tribe's position on the alternative package of Alternative 2 at 100,000 cap, Alternative 4, and Alternative 5, Option 1 at 50,000 cap. I speak for the people who worry about the chum salmon fishery and who depend on the chum salmon returning to the Kuskokwim River each year. I believe testimonies like mine do make a difference in these management processes, and I hope my words help build confidence in others who may feel hesitant to be heard. The Kuskokwim River and its resources are deeply rooted in me and my identity. My family has lived off the land and waters for generations, and subsistence traditions have shaped what I know today. I was also raised with the understanding of the adversity Alaska Native people have endured. My late grandmother, Margaret Nick Cook, traveled to Washington, D.C. in the late 1960s to testify on the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, stating, "Take our land, take our life." Yet nearly 60 years later, rural Alaska Native communities are still facing the consequences of our nation's mismanagement of natural resources. I began working at ONC Fisheries at the age of 17, traveling to local fish camps, conducting weekly surveys each summer for 6 consecutive years. Through these surveys, I've gathered information on weather conditions, fishing success, local traditional knowledge, and relaying these observations to managers. During that time, I've personally experienced the frustration of combat fishing, emotionally distressed community members, and the growing fear of losing both our chum salmon and our traditional ways of life. In my short lifetime, I have watched the Kuskokwim River fish camps slowly become ghost camps. During our fishing season, our people are heavily monitored by both federal and state law enforcement. Every opener is met with aerial surveillance, boat checks, net inspections, and even monitoring through social media. This is a subsistence fishery, yet it has become one of the most heavily monitored fishery in the state. To me, this level of oversight reflects just how our vital way of life is scrutinized at every possible step. In conclusion, subsistence users want to see the commercial fishing industry take meaningful and accountable action to conserve the returning chum salmon so that our people, culture, and way of life may continue. Hoyana.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Yes, Mr. Mueller has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hoffman, for your testimony. You made a comment about combat fishing. Were you referring to a specific, was it commercial fish, subsistence? What were you referring to there?
This is all commercial fishing. No, this is all subsistence fishing. So I grew up partially growing up commercial fishing. So I've experienced a little bit of that combat fishing. But in the most recent years, starting about 10 years or so ago, during our subsistence openers, it has turned into quote unquote combat fishing. We are giving 12-hour windows to fish in the month of June, roughly 36 hours of fishing to get what we need in that month to put away food for the winter. And in that time period, you have all of these villages up and down the Kuskokwim River that go out and fish at the same time, because that's when we're allotted to fish. The boat harbor is congested. You can't even find a place to park your truck, and people are fishing in different areas where they're not normally fishing, because you go to those places where you catch the fish, and that's where everyone's kind of congregating. So we were always taught respect your elders, and when someone's fishing there, you give them room. But when everyone is under this stress of not knowing when the next opener is going to be, there's a lot of people cutting you off and kind of getting to that spot to get what they need. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Blahavdi.
It's a quick one. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Hoffman, did the ONC Tribal Council pass a resolution for one of the alternatives? Sorry if I missed that.
Our ONC representative, Ray, spoke in support of the Fish Commission's alternatives. And then I just reverted that or resaid the package. Thank you, Mr. Blahavdi.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, Francis Thompson is up next, followed by Janet Woods.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, honorable members of the North Pacific Management Council. Akalleq Changatit,
Ashtakto Guyana.
Koyana Kiula Yuchtun. I thank you for responding in my language, the real people's language. Yupik means real people. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Francis Thompson. My Yupik name is Amachtuli. In translation, it is the gatherer of Christmas tree roots. I live a subsistence lifestyle. I was a commercial fisher, but have not fished commercially for the last 10 years. I represent the tribal members of the Akalleq tribal government as their president, and they had placed me into the council seat into the elders council seat, and I'm here on the tribal members' behalf. I sit also on the commission as a commissioner to the Yukon River Intertribal Salmon Commission. I am also a member of the Jalista Elders Council as its secretary treasurer. I am also a member of the Jalista Elders Committee as its chair. First and foremost, Madam Chair and Council, I hope that my testimony will be the voice of those most in need in our families, in our community, and in our region, who could not be here today at this time to testify before you about their dire situation and the need for your help. I would like to thank Pei One, a member of the Atna people here present today with us. Although her nation has nothing really to do anything here, they are here because they are the children of Kadijan, the Atna people. They are here to support our efforts to get our salmon back, to get our subsistence rights back. And I thank her for being here. The Akalleq tribal government supports Alternative 5 Option 1, 50,000 Capt, and to include meaningful management plans to bring more salmon to the river system. Let us not be stuck to these alternatives as something to look for. Let us look at them as starting points of the conversation we need to have about putting together a reasonable, a sound environmental impact statement for Chum. We should not rush this, because this should have been done 30 years ago. But it has come to a time where we need to do it now, because the salmon are not out there in the ocean. With the Salmon Committee, Alternative 2 with 100,000 Capt, Alternative 4 regular baseline, and we oppose reserve pools that allow cap increases. That brings to a point where we were here last December. in the discussions about establishing a total allowable catch. In December, it was concluded that industry can harvest for 2026 and 2027 2.2 or 3 million metric tons of fish. Again, in 2027, 2.2 million metric tons of fish. How did we get there? Magnus-Stephenson Act allowed for a starting point of 1.2 million metric tons to be increased or decreased. Quote, it all depends on the environmental conditions of the ocean. We have seen it 30 years ago, the decline of the population in the Bering Sea, and the returns to the Yukon have diminished. In good times, out in the ocean, right now we should have 2 to 4 million chums eagerly waiting to come back to the Yukon. But this year's forecast is worse than last year. We talk about spawn and recruit ratios and how much fish are going to be coming back to the river. Some salmon life cycle, 3 to 5 years. Chinook, 5 to 8 years. If it was 3 million fish waiting to come in and predation for a year or two, we need to probably add 3 more million. So for next year's coming, we should be looking at 9 million fish milling out there in the ocean. And in 3 years, you add another 3 million, that's 12 million fish, third year, that should be milling out there in the ocean. So we're talking millions of fish from year 2 to year 7 that should be out there but are absent. When the industry tell you that they're doing well in terms of conserving bycatch, when they told you that they did better 10 years ago, that was the time that the damage was done. And every year they're telling you they're doing better. The Yukon component out in the Bering Sea is not there no more. I say that because over the years that I have participated in this process, Area M, 1.2 at one time million chum. The pollock industry, another 1.2 million metric tons. 1.2 million chum. You combine the state and fed bycatch and intercept fishery, that's 2.4 million fish harvested out of the Bering Sea ecosystem that was bound for the Yukon. I am demised by the Asian definition. In the 60s and 70s, we fought the Japanese high seas fishermen out there, Asian fleet, keeping them at bay 200 miles. The federal government kept them out there through law enforcement boats out there. In 1976, the Magnus-Stephenson Act came to play. And who took over? The domestic fleet. Ever since then, our fishery has gone down. We have tried to argue the point that the industry is taking more AYK salmon in their bycatch, but they tell us no. Through the WASP study, we're only getting 8% of AYK salmon. 92% is Asian. If that was the situation, why? I'm asking why. Why am I sitting here today in front of you, asking you to save Chinook, summer chum, Paul chum, all the salmon species bound for the Yukon? The ocean is their home. You are their protector. So please, take care of the salmon for us. If you take care of the salmon for us, you will take care of your fishery. Because when the fish, the salmon, disappear and are deemed endangered, which we will go to legislation for to protect our resource, salmon, to deem them endangered, we will go to legislation. We have not fished subsistence for 5 years. We have not fished commercially for 10. Our fishery for both subsistence and commercial fishing has gone down ever since the 80s. We've seen that. And now we are here today. We have fought. We have come here, came here, our parents, my dad and his peers have come before you in the 70s and 80s asking for your help. Now I'm here begging for your help to get our salmon back. Those most in need oppose alternative 4 because it's status quo. The only thing different about the motion that came from the advisory panel was not changing harvest of the resource and saving salmon. It was just housekeeping. Someone present when data is collected and things like that. So nothing really to save salmon, but to continue status quo. We don't want to see that. We want to see drastic measures. I'm sorry to the shoreside fleet. In data, it shows that 58% of the bycatch in the Bering Sea site is from the shore-based fleet. I know that your cry that you will be ruined if we go into hard depth conservation mode, where we are hard-pressed. And those most in need are angry about why their sacrifices, why they are not in the river harvesting salmon to feed them, feed their family. We're not there. Their sacrifices go out in the ocean, but are caught as bycatch out there. Soon, we call that dirty money. Our sacrifices to line the pockets of the industry and to say that they did well to conserve the resource, but we have not seen that coming back to the river. The forecast for me to fish, Madam Chair, members of the council, with the 2026 and 2027, and this, whatever we decide here today will come into play in 2028. So I'm 3 years out. And if we're talking about rebuilding, it's going to take 2 cycles. That's 10 to 18 years, depending on what species. So in essence, I have 20 years that I can look forward to no fishing. We are tired. We are tired, the 1% trying to conserve the resource so the industry can harvest pollock and catch chinook, chum as bycatch. We need a change, and we want to be your friend. And we are here to be your friend. I envy, I am sad about the meek. I am sad about where they're at. Their cupboards are empty. Their freezers half full. The only reason they're using their refrigerator is because of the freezer space. When they go to eat and have soup, when they tell me the stories, it brings me back to my childhood. Flour and rice in plain boiled fish and meat. I feel for them. They have sacrificed a lot. We are tired. And looking forward to not fishing 20 years from now. I'm not going to be here. Many of us, the Gen Zers, are not going to be here when it's time to fish. We're going fishing. In our last annual meeting, January 17, the members of the Akalleq tribe asked me and told me to tell you that we're going fishing this summer to fill our freezers, to fill our smokehouses, to make us healthy again. And how are we going to do that? We looked amongst the crowd. There was 10 elderly women sitting in the crowd. And I told them, you elders are going fishing this summer. Your captains are going to be those under 16. So that was just something we were talking about, but that's not going to happen. But we're tired. We're going to go fishing when we can. So you have the opportunity to bring more fish back into the Yukon this summer. Whatever you decide today, implement it this summer. That'll be show me. Management show me. So I will see in 2028 if it's working. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Thompson. Always appreciated. Not seeing any questions, but I'm sure we'll have a chance to chat with you on the side as well. Thank
We
you.
are not for this opportunity to be here before you. Thank you.
Thanks. So let's take our mid-afternoon break, come back at 3:20 and resume public testimony on C2. Thank you.
I know it's the score. That's why. Right? All right. See that? I didn't watch this one. I'm They having great. I got it. You're right, Mary.
What was a pack and a mask? The camel pack. Yeah, thank you.
Tell me, find that. I'm dying. Oh, really? Yeah. What that one? Yeah, what about that? What that be? You'll have it years ago, 30 years, 30 years. No, it's honestly. You have that. Yeah. Who's that? Oh, yeah, they talk when they're not around, you know. Oh, way we're rude of all them. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Was that from Elder? The whole back on it. It's like we was just always there. We better go right over there. I heard that. The only was said that will only recall you like it. Oh, okay. Yeah. How you doing? Hey, good. How about yourself? Coming up soon here? Yeah, I'm expected to come out. Oh, okay. Very good.
Council members, please come back to order. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to resume public testimony on C2. We still have over 100 people to hear from, and many people have traveled and spent a lot of time and resources getting here. So we really would like to hear from everyone. We do have to be very judicious about time limits. Individuals and companies will have 3 minutes, organizations and associations 6 minutes. I would really love to accommodate additional time for elders if at all possible, but we are running low on time. And for everyone else, we're going to have I'm going to have to start interrupting, and that's my least favorite thing to do when the time limit is hit. So I would really appreciate everyone's assistance. Thank you. So we're going to start with Robert Walker, and then Janet Woods and Leah Woods, followed by Robert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Robert Walker. I'm with the Anvik Tribal Council and also with the Tana Chiefs Conference also. I would like to start off with a resolution that we did to the council back in 2017. So it was something that was rejected by your board, but I wanted to bring it back up for the record that what was done, and if we have to put it back in again. Craig, could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. Craig Cheiflik here on behalf of Robert Walker, reading into the record Yukon River and Tribal Fish Commission Resolution 2017-3, supporting a subsistence seat on the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. Whereas the Yukon River and Tribal Fish Commission is committed to act with a unified voice for the conservation and restoration of the Yukon River salmon fisheries to protect our traditional way of life and well-being, and establish a comprehensive management plan program based on indigenous knowledge systems and scientific principles. And whereas the Yukon River tribes have demonstrated commitment and sacrifice for conservation and restoration of the Yukon River salmon, to provide for healthy and sustainable populations. And whereas the Yukon River tribes have come together in the past 3 years, 2014 through 16, to make information decisions to conserve and protect Yukon River kings, supporting conservation management measures and voluntary harvest restrictions. Because of these tribal efforts to conserve king salmon, the escapement goal at the Canadian border was met 3 years in a row for the first time since 2007, and nearly all escapement goals in Alaska were met each of the 3 years. And whereas the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation and Management Act was initially authorized in 1976 to establish a 200-mile EEE zone in federal waters off the coast of the United States to prevent foreign fleets fishing in American waters and to provide a better framework for protecting and managing fisheries and marine species. The MSA set up a system of 8 regional management councils that are advisory to the Secretary of Commerce in managing fisheries within federal waters. In practice, the Secretary almost always implements the recommendations of the regional councils. The MSA has been reauthorized twice, 96 and 2006, and it's been considered for another reauthorization in the current Congress. And whereas the federal waters off the coast of Alaska are managed by the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, and the fisheries managed by NPFMC have significant habitat and ecosystem impacts on important subsistence species for Yukon River fishermen, and whereas the groundfish fishery in the northern Bering Sea and subsequent bycatch of king salmon, a prohibited species catch in the fishery is managed through NPFMC, and king salmon instantly caught are bound for waters of the Yukon River. The North Pacific Fisheries Management Council and MSA therefore has direct management impacts on subsistence species important to the tribes along the Yukon River. However, subsistence is notably absent from the current act, and subsistence users are not represented on this body. Now therefore be it resolved, the Yukon River and Tribal Fish Commission supports including subsistence as a purpose and priority within the reauthorization of MSA. And further it be resolved, the Yukon River and Tribal Fish Commission supports the inclusion of subsistence in the list of user groups amongst whom Secretary must maintain a balance appointment under 16 USC 1852. Certified and passed and signed by our interim chair, Wright, May 23, 2017.
So, Madam Chair, this resolution that I'm bringing forward again was rejected by the board here, I believe. And in your overview book here, what you put out here to the tribes, on the council, I'm going down to where it says there are currently no seats designated for tribes or tribal organizations. Why is that? I mean, we're an entity. We're federal recognized tribes with the United States government. Why can't we have a chair here? I mean, look at us. We're all here. I mean, we're here to talk for food. You know, and how are we going to work with you if you can't give us something? That's my question. I worked for these tribes for 50 years for food. I never fought for nothing else. That's it, food. How are you going to determine to say that we have a right or no right? How could you let the state do a 7-year moratorium on the Yukon River only? That's where we live. That's our food that we get from the ocean. So this right here, I think you should take it under consideration and take a hard look at it. All we ask for is for a voice, which would be something to let us know, why are we here? Seems like we're just like, I'm having a hard time with this. So I'm going to let you think about that for a while. Thank you, Craig. I appreciate that. Do you have any questions for Craig before he leaves?
Are there any questions for Craig? I don't have a question. I would just like to note that I really appreciate that you sharing the resolution again. And just state that it's not within our authority to accept or adopt that, and we're not in charge of. It's not within our authority to appoint members on the council. That's under the secretary's authority, and we have taken up the question in our legislative committee about draft legislation to add specific membership to the council. And while we can't comment on the merits of legislation, we did, I think, identify various value and attributes and consistent with our local and traditional knowledge protocol. And those minutes are available on our website. So I can direct you to how we can engage and communicate back with members of Congress on draft legislation regarding specific appointment and representation on the council. So I just wanted to clarify that, but really appreciate you reminding us of that. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, but you are Department of Commerce from Washington, D.C. You know, I mean, this what I believe that maybe the Magnuson Act was through your organization, correct me?
No, I guess I maybe we could talk on the side about that specific question, but we're appointed by the Secretary of Commerce. We're nominated by our
Right,
respective governors.
Yes, you're still a federal organization.
Thank you. So maybe we can have this dialogue on the side, but I just wanted to clarify that regarding the resolution. But
Can I make a comment?
would you?
Go ahead.
Do you want to continue with your testimony?
Yes, because you're gonna have, recognize Craig. You want to make a comment, Madam Chair?
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you for your time and consideration. I think the importance here is to recognize that we've been advocating in many spaces, and this is one of the governing bodies. We appreciate the LKTKS protocols, and we appreciate the letters of support. But one of the things that our tribes have consistently advocated for is consistency and continuity throughout every decision-making body, SSC all the way through here. And at the end of the day, we are all members of the public making decisions on everybody's behalf, and it's really important that those members of the public are representing our population, who we are as people, and the importance of this, reading this resolution into the public record again. Number one is to get it on the record and recognize that we've consistently come forward with these asks, and we appreciate all the steps that have been taken, but reaffirming our commitment and everybody's commitment on this issue, looking forward to having more and more conversations about the importance of representation and communication, working together on this. So I had some conversation with Chief Walker and others prior to this, and I think that's, unless I'm misinterpreting it, that's one of our biggest focuses with reintroducing this resolution is here, is recognizing the history and looking forward to having more conversations on this.
Thank you. Thank you both for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Okay. I got two more other ones, if I may.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Religion here is that the state of Alaska, when it was purchased from Russia by the United States government, I believe that they sent all these different religions to Alaska to help the tribal people be schooled and educated and move forward with their lives. And one of the things that was brought forth to me by a Russian Orthodox priest, and I went to talk to a Catholic priest too also. Russian Orthodox priests emphasized to me that their religion, their doctrine, it came out of Russia, but they were required to eat fish twice a week. That was their law, their doctrine. The Catholic Church was also, with their doctrine, required that their religion and all the people that were baptized into the church ate fish every Friday. Now, I find this hard to understand, being born and raised in Holy Cross. In the mission era there was that it would have been a venial sin to not eat fish. How do you understand, or how do you talk the doctrine when they made this? They made the tribal people believe that this was something that made them afraid or whatever, but you had to find the fish to eat on Friday to cook it. Otherwise, you have to go to confession. And to this day, I always think that, like, why now, we look at, okay, let's jump to nowadays. President Mr. Trump has emphasized that religion would be respected. He pardoned the ladies that were incarcerated in a jail for protesting because of their religion. Why are we prosecuted for religion? Why? I mean, it's something. Is it money more important? What is it? I find it so hard to believe. I'm 76 years old, and I still practice going to church. And to be told that we can't have fish. So anyway, that's one. And the other one I'm going to speak for is the bears and the animals that live also on the Chum salmon with the bycatch. We have a lot of animals in Alaska that live on this. It's a circle of life. Now the ocelot are in there, but they are too. Bears, black bears, grizzly bears, brown bears, foxes, wolves, you see them eating fish. You even see a mother duck bring her ducklings over to a fish that has died, spawned out, opened its stomach, and let the young ones drink the juice out, nutrition. Even in death, they give life. Why? Bycatches never should be. Never should have been anything. Because we are the circle of life, and that's what we are. We don't ask for much. Fish and fish, that's what we want. And you have this thing here where you could change, like the Yukon has a 7-year moratorium, just the Yukon only, not the other places, not the ocean, not the Arctic, not the Kuskokwim, Bristol Bay, North Pacific. It don't have that. Only the Yukon have a 7-year moratorium. You know, I mean, we are who we are, but we're our proud people. We will never scream discrimination. That's one thing we won't do. We could use it, but I think we choose not to use it because I think we want to work with our government and make sure that our government ensure our way of life. And the third one is that we know that somebody mentioned that you're the Commerce Department from Washington, D.C., and you know you have the right to regulate on these issues where it would be shared equally among all our tribes, the Panhandle, Southeast, Interior, Yukon, northern part of Alaska, Kodiak, all these Aleutian chains, all these different tribes. So where we're going to go from this, and another question that came up too, is that there was a report on Channel 2 News about a year ago that dark money has come into Alaska. Where is it going? I mean, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. Is it going to the fisheries? Is it going to the campaign for people? Is it going for what? How do we justify this and how do we look at it? We haven't had a chance to talk about this yet. So, I mean, we're not pointing fingers at anybody. And, you know, I mean, I don't see any agitators here at this meeting here, what we have. There's, you know, we're going to talk for ourselves. And that's what it is. So, Madam Chair, I mean, I am just going to say this, and I think I'm going to leave it to you to judge how we live, because we're just going to be here. I know there's no discrimination. I know we are the brown people of Alaska. So how we do this is going to be in your hands. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take a question or two if you have one.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions. Okay. Yes, Mr. Muller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Walker, Mr. Chesluk, I happen to agree with the chairman here relative to our authority. I want to ask a question about the resolution that you reintroduced here, and I don't think it's within our authority. I think it's spelled out. There's no designated seats, as I understand it, on this council. However, I got to ask because I'm not quite sure what your ask is relative to subsistence representation on this council. And I don't want to come across as being argumentative, because I really would like to understand where you're coming from relative to no subsistence representation. Mr. Walker, you and I both know, we've known each other for 25 years now, that I come from a subsistence, I come from a village that I grew up as a subsistence user. I continue to subsistence now. And apparently that's not enough representation for some. So and I can get that, I get that. Maybe it's not the same subsistence type lifestyle that I've experienced in many of your villages here. But I think it's somewhat disingenuous, and quite frankly, it gets to be a little bit painful when I know so many of you in the room here to suggest that there's no subsistence, representation on this council. So I can't help but bring this up, and I'm happy to talk to any of you on the side, which I've always done. So my question is this: what are you looking for? Knowing the fact that we have some limitations here in terms of this council, we can't decide to designate a subsistence seat, from my knowledge. So I'm a little bit confused in terms of what the ask is here. Mr. Cheisler or Mr. Walker?
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, Mr. Walker, yeah, and of course, I think this conversation could continue on the side as well. But Mr. Walker, if you would like to provide a response, please feel free. Oh, if you'd like to provide a response, please feel free.
Yes, may I address Mr. Moore? Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may use your first name, John, is that you know how we live all our lives here, even in the Aleutian chain where you're from. So this is something that, we're not on our knees begging, but we're standing up and addressing each other as respectable people. And that's where I want to come from. But it's just such a hard thing to believe sometimes when we look at the river and you watch the news, other parts of the state are fishing rod and reel, doing this, doing that, and while we're sitting home idly, got nothing to do, no fish. So, just, well, I mean, John, I'll take you, what you said is, it's true. So, Madam Chair, I think I got my conclusions done here, and I'd like to thank you for your time, and, the members of the board also, too. Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Yeah. Our next testifier is Janet Woods, followed by Leah Woods. Can you use your microphone? Oh, thanks. Oh, sorry. Now, I think you turned it back off. Okay, now. Okay. My name is Janet Woods, and I'm a tribal member of Manly Hot Springs and Rampart Village Council. I grew up in Manly and raised my children in Rampart, where my dad, Walter Woods Sr., was born and raised. My mother, Judy Woods, was born and raised in Tanana. Both parents lived a subsistent lifestyle and taught us as much as possible, passing the knowledge, and me passing this knowledge down to my grandchildren. I am a subsistent fisherwoman from the Yukon River in Rampart. My dad had a fish camp a quarter-mile above Rampart, where his grandmother fished and where our family would go every summer to fish and would stay until late fall. That is where we were taught to cut and work on fish. Because I worked 9 months out of the year, fishing was how I fed and raised my family. Never did I ever imagine that I would not be able to fish for Chinook salmon. Because of the waste the trawlers consider trash is our food that we eat. The Chinook salmon we would cut, dry, jar, and freeze for winter use. The further you go up the Yukon River, less species of fish, and Chinook salmon was our source of food all summer and into the late fall. One of the many key responsibilities of this council is to develop and to update plans to prevent overfishing and maintain healthy, sustainable, and bioverse marine ecosystem.
setting total allowable catch quotas, deciding to allocate fish privileges among various stakeholders, including commercial, recreational, subsistence user. I believe and feel that there is a conflict of interest with this council and wondering, do they have any interest in the trawler fleets? Because as a subsistence user, we have no fish and we can't fish because of low count. In looking at the reports and seeing bycatch totals for Chinook salmon, chum salmon, and other species that we as Native people depend on is not being managed fairly, especially when the whole Yukon River can't fish due to low salmon counts, and yet trawlers can keep on fishing nonstop in many of the Alaskan waters. And just to state that what is wasted and thrown overboard or ground up could have fed the whole Yukon River maybe 1, 2, 3 years, and yet it is just discarded and wasted, and yet we have nothing. When we were able to fish, the state and feds regulated us and required that we pull our nets. The schedule was to set 6 p.m. Tuesday, pull 6 p.m. Thursday. Set 6 p.m. Friday, pull 6 p.m. Sunday for conservation. Yet trawlers are nonstop, and even right now they are fishing, and it's like the Wild West with very little regulation. If we have to stand down when we were able to fish, then the trawlers need to stand down and let some of those fish go by to the spawning grounds. It's all about the mighty dollar that we have to suffer and see our people suffer without the fish that is in our DNA that our bodies need. We are one with the salmon. What is happening to the Chinook salmon is going to happen to the chum salmon if the lower cap is not established. If this council doesn't face the facts and make the necessary changes, other species are going to die off and disappear. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rest my case.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there's any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you so much. You're welcome. So Leah Woods is next, followed by Charlie Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you guys hear me? So my name is Leah Woods. I'm the tribal administrator for the Manly Village Council in Manly Hot Springs, Alaska, and Janet Woods is my mother. I grew up on the Yukon River fishing. You know, I used to watch my parents, and it was my job to take care of the siblings in the house and cook. So fishing, and I don't just speak for our family, I speak for everybody on the Yukon River and the Kuskokwim River. This is our way of life. This is how we've stayed connected to the rivers and to the land and to our family. This is our way of life. So I wanted to share that fishing has always been a part of my life, and we are going into the 6th year with no fish. And you have heard from our delegation and our elders, people are hungry. They literally are hungry. And the lack of employment in the villages, the cost of living. I mean, gas alone, out in Manly, it's $5.33. Minto, it's over $7 a gallon. And with that being said, I don't know, you know, this is my first time attending this meeting. Normally it's my twin sister, Brooke Woods, that's been fighting for our hunting and fishing rights. But I invite any of you guys to come to the village. Personally invite you to see what it's like and how this is affecting Native people in our way of life. And I can tell you from the very beginning, we've always had restrictions limitations, 24-hour openings. And that was a struggle. And then the mesh size changing from 1 week to the next, and $1,000 fish net from Anchorage. Like, who can afford that? So as Native people on the Yukon River and the Kuskokwim rivers, we have always had these limitations, had always been fighting for our hunting and our fishing rights, even our land. So I want you guys to consider this. This is the time to make some changes. We have always had limitations. Are we adapting right now as much as we hate to? Yes, we are. But we are still here and we are still fighting for it. So you have to consider that. For the bycatch, for capping it, for regulations. Because we're not going to go anywhere. And it's only fair. It is only fair. I told myself I was not going to get emotional. But I want you guys to think, and this is not for me. It's been almost 6 years that I've been home fishing. And like I said, that's kept our family alive. I mean, together and alive. Going back to Rampart and fishing together as a family, the nieces and nephews, brothers, sisters, and now we're going the 6th year, and I don't go home much. But I want to say, I'm not thinking about myself today. I'm thinking of the kids, my kids, grandkids, the generations to come. And I also want you guys to think about the elders. What are they eating? What resources do they have? I mean, you consider and you think about bycatch and the fish that aren't going up the river and how we are literally starving and how it is affecting us. You know, these are real stories. This is what is currently happening, and this is what has been happening. You know, I am requesting that you guys sit with integrity. You guys always do the right thing, even when nobody is around. And what do you consider right? What would be the right decision to make out of all these testimonies today? I want you guys to think about that and consider that. And it was mentioned that there's over 150 tribes. So I stand behind these tribes, and I stand behind our Native people and our elders and our children. And I also wanted to say that, I got 1 minute left. The Manly Village Council is making a recommendation with alternative 2, 4, 5, and option 1. I think that is all I have today. So if there's any questions, yeah, 57 seconds.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Appreciate you joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Charlie Wright is up next, followed by William Albert.
Thank you, Madam Chair and respected council members. My name is Charlie Wright. I've been before you many times, and I wear many hats and serve on many boards. And today I'm here to do the report for the RAC meeting that we had earlier this fall. This letter is sent to Mr. Carlin and Madam Chair herself. We write to you on behalf of the Western and Eastern Alaska Subsistence Regional Advisory Council to share feedback on the alternatives being considered in the Bering Sea Chum Salmon Bycatch Management Draft Environmental Impact Statement. The councils represent subsistence harvesters of fish and wildlife resources on federal public lands and waters in interior Alaska. They were established by the authority of Title VIII of the Alaska National Interest Lands Conservation Act, ANILCA, and are chartered under the Federal Advisory Committee Act, Section 805 of ANILCA, and the Council's charter establishes the Council's authority to initiate, review, and evaluate proposals for regulations, policy, management plans, and other matters related to subsistence uses of fish and wildlife within the region. The councils also review resource management actions occurring outside the regions that may impact subsistence resources critical to communities served by the councils. The councils provide public forums for the expression of opinion and recommendation regarding any matter related to subsistence uses of fish and wildlife within their region. The councils held a joint meeting October 17th, 2025 in Fairbanks. This is the Eastern and Western Interior RACs that had the meeting joint. Among the items discussed were the Bering Sea chum salmon bycatch management alternatives. The councils voted to support the following alternatives. Alternative 5, Option 1, in-season corridor cap. The council strongly supported the implementation of a conservation corridor to decrease the bycatch of Western Alaska salmon and allow for their uninterrupted migration to their natal streams. Although the councils would like to see permanent in-season migratory corridors established, that is not an option being considered. The strictest option is necessary given the record low returns of chum salmon to the Yukon River that have resulted in a complete closure to subsistence fall chum salmon fishing and an inability to meet spawn and escapement goals. Therefore, in-season corridors should be indicated in the cap of 50,000 to 100,000 chum salmon is harvested. The entirety of clusters 1 and 2 must be closed at that time. Alternative 2, overall bycatch, prohibited species catch, PSC limited for chum salmon. The council strongly support an overall cap of chum salmon bycatch with a limit of 50,000 to 100,000 fish. The cap should be significantly less than historical bycatch amounts with the goal of increasing the return of some chum salmon to their natal streams. The PSC limit should remain in place regardless of Western Alaska WAC salmon abundance indices or thresholds because of conservation must be the highest priority to protect these stocks. Alternative 4, additional regulatory requirements for incentive plan agreements. The councils fully support the listed requirements being mandatory rather than voluntary to encourage reduction of bycatch of chum salmon into the future. However, this alternative is not enough to protect chum salmon as it is more in line with the status quo. Overall, the councils believe that the implementation of multiple alternatives is required for adequate protection of chum salmon. The combination must include setting a PSC limit, establishing a conservation corridor, and increasing regulatory requirements for IPAs. These measures are long overdue and represent steps in the right directions for commercial fisheries to begin sharing the burden of conservation that has long been shouldered by the in-river subsistence users. Further, the council does not support alternative 1, status quo, because the status quo has failed to adequately minimize chum salmon bycatch to protect WAC stocks, or alternative 3, chum salmon PSC limit with a WAC chum threshold, because conservation measures should be permanently in place regardless of abundance indices. And that's what the RACs have. And after our meeting, the Yukon Delta RAC met and they followed right along with our recommendations. And at this time, since I have 1 minute, I want to talk a little bit about ecosystem and the bears that have been thrashing every cabin on the Yukon River and its contributaries this year, every cabin. Really bad, and they even hit some twice. To me, this is a sign of ecosystem failure. When we go into the mouth of Nadron streams, there's no more bees and there's no more bears. There's no more eagles eating fish on the beach. That's how I found out where these spawning grounds were, because the eagles are eating see the salmon roe on the beach. And and the spawning grounds, the baby fish leave the natal streams and they go down towards the sea and rear in other streams and sloughs along the way and learn where good food and natal streams are. In times of stress, they use these streams. We know that the salmon, the king, and the chum are short-circuiting because of they're running out of gas. We've been saying they're too small and too skinny to make it to Canada with the problems they've been having with multiple problems that I can't get into because of the lack of time right now. But I just wanted to start a little bit about ecosystem and spawning grounds, so maybe I can get a few questions out of you guys when I'm done with my 30 seconds here. So right now, I'll just leave it at that and see if I can get a question out of any of you to talk about spawning grounds that are in good shape in the Yukon River to support salmon coming home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright, and for the lead-in. So let's see if
Got to do what I got to do.
Yep. Is that John? Okay. Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wright, for your testimony there. Appreciate the overview again in terms of the RAC meeting there. So you and I have been discussing in-river habitat for decades, it seems like. So I'm happy to hear that you're addressing some of that and observing it and whatnot. And we first heard about this quite some time ago, as you and I discussed, from our elders that said we needed to pay more attention to in-river habitat. And so we briefly discussed in the hall some of the, tributaries being blocked by beaver dams and houses and stuff like that. And it sounds like there's some restoration going on with that, which is, I'm really happy to hear about that. Is that an ongoing project that you, on an annual basis, or give me a little description of that if you would, please?
Yeah, where I live, I'm always paying attention to everything. I was taught that as a kid. We were taught cycles of animals and everything that's on the land. And we always, when we're traveling inland and anadromous streams, actually, I didn't really know they were anadromous when I was a real young kid, but I learned as I was going, like what all those bee nests and why the bears were all congregated in one area. But we know that the salmon are short circuiting, and we know that they're used in some of the spawning grounds that used to be used that had discrete stocks in them that are no longer there. But I've witnessed salmon going I didn't witness them going into the big nook near my village of Rampart, but I was told. And then the next spring, I seen the babies. And the following spring, while trapping beaver in there, we witnessed them getting ready to leave. So I know that those spawning grounds are really good still. And the Department of Fish and Game found Canadian chum like 30 miles above my community in another small river. So these fish they learn, like I said, when I talked about the ecosystem a second ago, that when they're going towards the ocean, they rear in the mouth of these sloughs and rivers that are on their way. They map out things. They learn where they can go. They learn what they can do when they're in stress or when they're hungry. So these things are in good shape still in my area and in a lot of the Yukon River. So I know that the fish can do really good if they're let home, if they just let them go by. Fish are really resilient. They made it through how many ice ages? They've been around since the dinosaurs. So they can really handle some problems, and they went through some global problems and big, huge events, small, short ice ages, what they called mini ice ages, and huge ones. So we can do something as humans, do a little bit better and help them get back into the spawning grounds and start. They'll do good if we just give them that chance.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that testimony. Kind of the next step following on Mr. Mueller's question is, you mentioned the salmon are running out of gas, and I'm wondering if you have an idea of what's happening in the ocean that they're not getting enough energy.
Yeah, well, I have a bunch of theories. I think that competition for food with hatchery fish is one of them. And I think that the big breeders have been taken out. They used to use 8, 9, and 10-inch mesh. I used to fish at the mouth of the Yukon myself after we were cut off in the interior. And I seen some big fish and I seen some big mesh. And where I was fishing above Akalleq, there were 750 boats combat fishing. So that's got to do something to do with the large fish and competition, like I said. And when our king salmon started having problems, and it was a accumulation and bad luck. But now it's we don't have that problem right now. We had a nice cold year. The ocean's colder, the river's colder. And I think that the spawning grounds are going to be pristine this year in the interior because of that. The fish love cold water. The food that they eat when they rear love cold water. So I think that we're heading into a new cycle. And if we can get some fish back in the interior with this colder weather, I think they're going to do really well. Yep, and I'm looking forward to that. Like I said, I was taught about cycles when we trap marten and lynx. They both eat rabbits, so they can't exist together because they'll eat everything up. So marten go up for 2 years after the rabbits, and 2 years, the marten start going down and start coming up. So they can't all, just like geese, they can't all fly in the same pattern coming north because they'll eat everything. So they go in different areas. They know even the ducks will only land and eat in one place per year. They land, the next year they'll land in another place when they come from the ocean to eat fish. The scotters come in by the thousands. And they're smart enough to not eat in the same place every year also, so we learn from them. Just got to give the fish a chance, and they'll do well with the current conditions and what I think is future. And cold water is going to do better for the ocean also. It's going to bring colder water. It's going to help eliminate algae. It's going to bring more food down for everything that needs it. So I think that things will get better if we give them a chance. And I appreciate you guys and your questions. Any more?
I'm not seeing any, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much.
I'd just like to conclude saying that if anybody has any more questions, I'll be here for a few more days and we could talk on the side. And I'd appreciate that if you have any. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Sure, we'll take you up on that. William Chai Albert, followed by Jazmyn Vent. Is William in the room? Okay. I will put him on the callback list. Jazmyn Vent.
Is this on?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Last year I was listening to my recording and I realized my mouth was way too close. So maybe this year I won't do that. I was breathing really hard. Good afternoon. Wanga atira Sikaniq visa paamangoranga. My Inupiaq name is Sikaniq. I have two Koyukon names. First one was given to me by my great grandma, the late Annie Vent. It's Bida Inslit, and it translates to we can depend on her. My second one is Hakuth, and it was given to me by Grandma Eliza Jones, and it means she's right there for us all the time. My name is Jazmyn Vent. I'm 25. I'm Koyukon and Inupiaq from the village of Huslia. My mother's family comes from Ambler. My parents are the late Corwin Vent, and my mom is Nancy Randall from Ambler. I was raised in Huslia by my great-grandma, the late Annie Vent, as well as many of my uncles and aunties. So I'm very proud to be where I come from, very proud to be raised with the knowledge that they have passed on to me. I want to start out by thanking all of the advocates that have traveled all the way here to speak, all of the countless hours that people are putting into doing the right thing in this work. It's not easy. There's a lot of sacrifices being made, and I really just want to recognize that. And I also want to thank you, Angel, for not cutting off my elders when they've gone over their time. I really respect that, and thank you for not cutting them off. So last night, I was really trying to think about what to say. It's been a year since I sat before you. I've learned a lot in the past year. I think that I've done a pretty good job at learning how to analyze fisheries reports and fisheries announcements, regulations, et cetera, all of that paperwork stuff. But it's a lot of information. It's very complex. But I want to talk about something more important that I've learned in the last year, and that was learning how to parent. I don't have any children of my own, but I take care of my younger siblings. They're all teenagers, so they're definitely at that age where they like to get in trouble, and they're definitely making me age a lot faster than I would like to. And with taking care of my siblings, it really hasn't been easy, and I think that there's three main things that I've struggled with the most. Not only being young and doing it, but I think first is I struggle with feeding them. Not saying that I can't go to the store and buy food, but I struggle with feeding them good, real food that doesn't impact their health in a negative way. I really wish that I could take them fishing and being able to get salmon so I don't have to worry about the kind of toxins and chemicals that I'm feeding my siblings every day. I think the second thing that is also a big challenge is trying to keep them engaged in cultural activities without fish camp. I've been able to bring my sister out berry picking. We berry picked for weeks on end last fall. I was able to bring my brothers moose hunting, and I taught them how to process a moose. So we're definitely still being engaged in cultural activities, but I can't help but to think about how much healthier and our bonds would be if we were spending the time at fish camp like how I did when I was growing up. And I think that the third and probably the biggest struggle that I've had has been with my younger brothers. And I think that has been when they have had the courage and the bravery to confide in me and tell me that they are suicidal and they want to end their lives. You know, we sit here and we talk about fishing, and I know that there's a lot of differences in the way that we understand this collapse, but I need you to understand, we all need you to understand that it's not just food off of our table, it impacts every single aspect of our lives, not just in the summer, every season, every day of the year. It is ravaging through our communities, the skyrocketing suicide rates, the substance abuse, the loss of cultural family dynamics, the loss of time spending doing healthier activities. It's not just charts and data and numbers on a piece of paper for us. And I urge you all to think about it in a different way, because at the end of the day, a lot of this data, the reports, it's all made up. It's all made up within the last 50 to 100 years. The science is, you know, a lot of it is not accurate. I think that it's time that traditional ecological knowledge is not only supported, but very implemented into these measures. I think that all of you have a say in things that impact every aspect of our lives. And it's okay to just wake up and have a new day and choose to do the right thing. You know, tomorrow is always a new day to just wake up and make better choices. And I think every single one of you have the choice to do that. You know, sitting here, and I thank all of my elders that are here. A lot of people that are here actually played a really huge part in my upbringing. The Lolnitz's brothers, I spent time in fish camp with them when I was a kid, when I was 3 and 4 years old in the village of Akalleq. Their mom was my great-grandma's, one of her greatest friends. You heard from some Huntington boys earlier. The first time I ever ate a salmon eyeball was at Sidney Huntington's fish camp. You know, we are all connected in ways that are unspoken, but we all really come here together with the same message of we urge people to do the right thing. The way that these decisions are impacting our lives, it's not the right way to live. I believe that in our culture, we believe that life is about sharing love. It's about being with each other. It's about quality time. It's making sure everybody is supported and taken care of. We never leave anybody out. We take care of each other. And I think that all of you can go home with that today, this evening, and think about that. Your decisions impact us in a lot of ways. And it's time that the burden of conservation is just not placed on our heads, and it's time that the industries are not prioritized. It's money over our people's heads. It's money over our people's lives. And that, you know, that's capitalism, and it's very intentional. Even this meeting in like the minutes, you know, and thank you for letting me go over my time a little bit, but I was thinking about it today, and I feel like even just the whole concept of giving us minutes is very intentional. The system is not designed to work. And as Native people, we know that because it's designed to take and take and take until there's nothing left, and that is for short-term convenience. And as Indigenous people, we do not prioritize that. We prioritize responsibility over short-term convenience. Short-term convenience is money, things that don't last, things that aren't going to matter 50, 100 years from now. It's financial benefit over the lives of our people. And every single one of you at this table have a decision to make in how that impacts people's lives. It is time that these decisions start contributing to something healthier, to something better. And every single one of you need to take that home with you. Like, look me in my eyes and take that home with you. And I really hope that you're not taking this as like aggression or anger, because yes, I am, but I'm really trying to share our knowledge with you. That's what I was taught. My great grandma, ever since I was a young child, I was taught the concept of tukut takaya kadni. And that means you take what your grandparents taught you and you let that guide you through life. My grandma, she taught me how to get food. She taught me how to take care of people. She taught me how to share. She taught me how to go and visit and make sure that everybody is okay. It's written into my name. They can depend on me. I'm right there for them all the time because that's how my grandma was. We follow their footsteps, and within that, it's, you know, within those teachings, it's making the right decisions at the end of the day, not for yourself, not for your own personal benefit, but for the overall well-being of your communities. You all sit here today on Native land. You know, even just this council, I don't even know how long this council has been a thing, and a lot of things that I've heard.
I'm very sorry to interrupt.
I will
and-
conclude.
yeah,
Thank you.
conclude. Thank
A
you.
lot of things that I've heard this week is like third, fourth generation commercial fishermen. We are like 1,000 generations deep, my people. And that's what we come here to share today is please prioritize that knowledge because we know what the hell we're talking about. We do. It might not be in these reports or the data or these fisheries announcements and regulations, but we know in our heart what is the right thing to do. And I really just hope that each and every one of you can take that home with you and think about it. Tomorrow is a new day to make better decisions and do the right thing and put the past behind you. Just do the right thing, not just for yourself or your reputation, but for the overall well-being of people. This isn't just a Native issue. This is impacting all of us. Those nets are the size of football fields, dragging the ocean floor, killing everything in its way. We would never do that. Never, because we share and we care, and life is about spreading love and taking care of each other. And I really hope that you all learn how to do that. Take care of other people because your decisions impact that. Your decisions contribute to taking care of people. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Vent. Appreciate it. I don't think we're gonna have time for questions, so we have to move on. Thank you so much. Esther O'Brien is next, and there'll be no questions after this testimony, followed by John Henderschedt. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. I appreciate your time to share my thoughts on Chum Bycatch. Shojuri Esther O'Brien Ojuri. My name is Esther O'Brien. I am from the village of Beaver on the Yukon River, and I am a subsistence fisherwoman.
Good afternoon. My name is Krystal Lapp, Sunny Boy from Indiana. My grandmother is Kathleen Dementive, who spoke earlier today.
For generations, our chum salmon have been essential to our very survival for thousands of years on the Yukon-Tanana River. It's a way of life. It's not just a food source. It is a spiritual connection to our people, a way of life that has been practiced for millennia. Throughout elementary school, my family would go from Nenana to the Yukon River to harvest salmon for the winter. I am the second youngest of 9 children. And unfortunately today, at 23 years old, I did not have the chance to grow into my fish cutting title at fish camp. I do not have the knowledge of cutting and putting away salmon that would come from my family. My subsistence rights have not been met for almost half of my life. My great-grandma Charlotte, whose beadwork I'm wearing today, was a renowned fish cutter. She provided for my whole big family. We wouldn't be here today if Grandma didn't put up salmon in her smokehouse to provide for us every summer. She was even the study of famous Alaskan artist Claire Fage, and she did many paintings of her cutting fish and wrote a book about my grandma and other women fishers of the Yukon. I don't feel like I belong here today with my lack of knowledge of science. It's just my traditional knowledge. So what I guess I'm asking is to give me the chance to learn from my ancestors and to keep this strong in my family.
I grew up by the Tanana River where my family has fished since 1920s. I do not understand why they shut down the Tanana River when the Canadian Chinooks go up the Tanana River. Only the Yukon River. Our Chinooks go up towards Northway to spawn. We only know Chinook and the Chum swim together. I feel the state is targeting our native people and making us criminals for fishing. For generations, chum salmon have been essential to all Alaskan people. I am here today to say I am ashamed that I don't know my traditional knowledge. I haven't seen a salmon on my family's cutting table since I was a young girl. I never even got a chance to learn how to cut salmon since I was too young to learn before the closure happened. Because of these declines, our people have experienced serious impacts on our subsistent lifestyles, our fish camps, and traditional knowledge. If the council does not act, the consequences will be the loss of our chum salmon. We urge the council to adopt a combined approach that includes Alternative 2 with the lowest feasible animal camp, Alternative 4 with the avoidance and accountability measure made mandatory rather than voluntary, and Alternative 5 Option 1 with salmon, migratory corridor, or the lowest practical cap. We appreciate your time.
Masi Cho.
And Anabase.
And we welcome any questions that you may have.
Okay. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Thank you so much. Okay. I'm not seeing any, but thank you so much for sharing the photos. So John Henderschedt is next. Followed by Jimmy Hurley Sr.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is John Henderschedt. I am representing Phoenix Processor Limited Partnership. We operate the Mothership Excellence, and we support the council's adoption of Alternative 4 and only Alternative 4. As someone who has witnessed the evolution of trawl salmon bycatch reduction strategies over many years, I find the potential adoption of any alternatives with fixed caps, times, and areas at the expense of multiple management objectives, including reduction of Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch, to be troubling. We all know that we can do better than that. We know that we have the tools to do better than that. Alternative 4 leverages the best available information to directly address the bycatch of Western Alaska chum salmon while continuing to reduce encounters of Chinook salmon and to avoid economic hardship, potentially devastating hardship, to coastal communities. Establishing hard caps, whether for total, mostly Asian hatchery chum bycatch, or specifically in corridors, will cause an immediate trade-off between avoiding Chinook salmon, which to my understanding is still the council's priority, and avoiding closures triggered by one or more hard caps. That trade-off is likely to push the pollock fishery into October, a shift that will undoubtedly result in higher Chinook bycatch,
and into areas of higher bycatch overall. The cooperative-based real-time management of the pollock fishery is one of the most advanced and successful in the world. What a mistake it would be to ignore the utility and the effectiveness of those tools. Real-time data availability, rolling hotspot closure protocols, and emerging genetic identification tools, and instead establish measures that would potentially close the pollock fishery almost entirely on the basis of Asian hatchery chum bycatch, again at the cost of optimal measures to avoid Chinook salmon bycatch, economic hardship to pollock fishermen and processors, and potentially achievement of optimum yield. I also respectfully encourage the Council to take a critical view of the notion that numbers are somehow more important than rates. When one considers the importance of getting a target quota harvested as quickly and efficiently as possible, essentially with the least amount of effort and bycatch, lower rates will always result in lower numbers. There is no circumstance in which the fleet fishes at a higher bycatch rate of any bycatch species or genetic component that ultimately results in lower total bycatch of the same. For all these reasons, we urge the Council to adopt Alternative 4. All other outcomes are suboptimal to both the pollock fishery and meaningful efforts to avoid chum and Chinook salmon bycatch. Council members, I thank you for your service and for your commitment to this important process.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you so much. Jimmy Hurley Sr. is next, followed by Amber Vasca.
Yeah, Madam Chair, respectful members. My name is Jimmy R. Hurley Sr. I lived in Ekwok, Bristol Bay region. I fished all districts of Bristol Bay, Naknek, Kwijak, Ugashik, all districts. I fished for herring and togiak, and I long lane out of Wrangell. I worked on the trawlers, some of the biggest trawlers at the time, and I learned a lot about what waste is, but I'm not going to get into that. I just, I'm not here to stir up a lot of stuff that, has been brought before, but I know there's a lot of decisions here that, got to be made that will help these people that have nothing. I can't see how people live in these villages and they have nothing. They're just like out in the desert. I mean, why you live there? They sure must love their villages if they have nothing to go back to. I go back to Ekwok. I go and I run barges. I pilot barges up and down the river on the Nushagak River. And as soon as the king salmon hit the lower part of the Nushagak, I get off the barge and go to work on subsistence, so. And, I moved in here so I could testify in North Pacific about 4 years ago. I acquired a CDL through BBDC, the funding, so I appreciate that, but just, I've testified that, the cap should be 100,000 and cluster 1, which is closer to an area like below Fort Hayden. I think you guys should let some of the salmon go by and go back home and feed these people here that are back there. They need it. I come from an area where we have a lot of salmon, but I can see the decline in kings and chums. And we have red salmon up the Nushagak River, like it's pretty heavy, but how could it be climate change? I can't understand this. If our king salmon numbers are dropping in chum, but the red salmon are coming up afterwards, it can't be the environment that's affecting it. So I can't understand the science of this, but maybe somebody else has better data than what I see myself. So, but I'd say, feed these people, you have the power to do it here, just in your hearts, And I hope these people get to eat some salmon, We all come together and something happens here. Let's all give God the glory. It ain't me, it ain't all any of you. God needs the glory to feed these people, and that's all I want to say.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let's see if there are any questions for you. Thank you. I think we're going to try to go until about 5:30 today, just to notify the public as far as timing. And Amber Vasca will be next, followed by Krystal Lapp.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Council. Thank you for the time to testify. My name is Amber Vasca. My parents are James Vasca and Cheryl Peltola of Akalleq. My paternal grandmother is the late Nastasha Wasley of Pinemute. My maternal grandparents are the late Carlin Hoblet of Bethel and the late Ray Peltola of Nyack. I am a tribal member of Akalleq on the Kuskokwim River, and I'm the Executive Director of Tribal Government and Client Services with TCC that serves the Yukon and Kuskokwim watersheds. I have a few slides on the PowerPoint that I'll go through, but a lot of them are just for your guys' reference. So I'll go to the second slide. Our people are salmon people and have stewarded salmon habitat since time immemorial. We have a deep spiritual connection with salmon that is fundamental to our way of life. You have heard the devastations that our people face. Subsistence users along the rivers have given everything and hold the burden of conservation. Salmon will not recover without meaningful changes to commercial fishing management. Our survival and well-being is not worth less than the profits of the industry. When the industry talks about 1%, I want to show what it means to us and that impact. Bycatch takes salmon from the ocean, thereby taking entire future generations. Each salmon lost is the loss of eggs that would have been laid, adults that could have become, and generations that would have followed. Cumulative impacts means the disappearing branches of an entire lineage of salmon, generation after generation, and that is why meaningful action is needed now. For the next slide, using DEIS data and simple assumptions, I'm not a statistician. I want to share how I view cumulative impacts. Under the most conservative assumptions, more than 640,000 Western Alaska chum should have returned to their spawning grounds in the past 10 years. With a high-end estimate, over 309 million chum salmon could have returned. Utilizing the mean AEQ and mean survival assumptions, the number of future adults lost exceeds 37 million. That is equivalent to erasing entire runs before they ever had a chance. And this represents only the last 10 years. The cumulative biological loss from decades of commercial fishing is beyond comprehension. We hear the industry ask for more time to change behavior, but our communities have been forced to adapt. We endured closures, restrictive gears, and food insecurity. We sacrifice harvesting, teaching, sharing, and the health that comes from being out on the land. There is no more time. Next slide. As the stewards of the oceans, I request the council to adopt limits with meaningful accountability measures for the fleet to address cumulative effects of decades of commercial fishing and ensure fairness in the burden of conservation. Implement alternative 2 with 100,000 cap, Alternative 4 as a supplement, not a substitute, and Alternative 5, Option 1, a 50,000 fish in-season corridor cap. In closing, every salmon counts. Let them through. Be good stewards. Take meaningful action. Action that invests eggs into the spawning grounds. Every future generation of salmon counts, and your decisions today must honor and protect them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Krystal Lapp is up next, followed by Libby Musolino.
As I always like to say when I get up here, we meet again. Through the chair and council. My name is Krystal Lapp, and today I'm speaking on behalf, with deep respect, actually, on behalf of the Tanacross tribe. I have been given the honor and permission to speak for our shared people by Tanacross Council Member Gabriel Jonathan. He was going to be with me today, but the ice out there got a bit slick, so he's taken a rest. And since he is not here, I'll be waiving questions. Before I begin, I ask for a brief moment of silence. Next month, our respected elder, Grandma Isabel, turns 104 years old. She's in the hospital and could not be here today. But a call with her earlier, she asked that we acknowledge her traditional knowledge that she provided to us, and she sends our prayers with us. So we bring her spirit into this space, and I ask you to hold her in your thoughts as we speak about the salmon that have sustained her for more than a century. Thank you. To understand what Chum salmon mean to Tanacross and our neighboring tribes, you have to understand our history. On our ancestral lands lies the Upward Sun River site, which is more than 11,500 years old, one of the oldest known indigenous settlements in Alaska. That place exists where it does today because of the dependable return of fall chum salmon. It is also a sacred burial site where our children are laid to rest with care, accompanied by the remains of chum salmon as part of their journey. This shows that salmon were not only food, but a part of our spiritual world and our way of honoring life. For thousands of years, our ancestors shaped their lives, ceremonies, and responsibilities around the fish in a relationship of respect that continues to this day. Our people have lived through generations of loss. In the flu and measles epidemics in the early 1900s, entire families were wiped out. Elders who carried language and knowledge were taken too soon. Tuberculosis soon followed, pulling parents and grandparents out of villages and to distant hospitals for years at a time. Then came the boarding school eras, when many of our children were removed from their homes and kept away from the fish camps where they would have learned how to cut fish, read the river, and care for salmon. Each of these events weakened the passage of knowledge, yet our people endured. We rebuilt families, revived traditions, and kept our connections to the river alive. Through it all, salmon remained the thread that held us together. Fall chum salmon in the upper Tanana drainage began showing serious declines in the late 1990s. Returns have trended downward for decades. Since 2019, we have experienced some of the lowest runs on record. Escapement goals have been missed repeatedly. Key upper Tanana indicators like Delta River Index have fallen short again and again. Seasons have closed and families have gone without. Hold on. My computer is being wonky, I apologize. These long shortages mean that many of us in the younger generations are growing up with little or no lived memory of healthy salmon seasons. No memory of full smokehouses, fish camps buzzing with activity, or the teachings that come from harvesting together. We are becoming the first generations in tens of thousands of years who know salmon more as a story than a way of life. At the same time, our entire food system is strained. Caribou and moose populations are crashing in our region. Wolf and bear populations are increasing and they are hungry. People and wildlife are now competing for the same shrinking base of food resources. When salmon disappear, the impacts ripple through everything. Spawned out chum salmon once fed the whole river, including pike, burbot, grayling, whitefish, and even the smallest bottom feeders that kept our ecosystem healthy. As salmon have declined in the upper Tanana before, we are seeing these species become smaller and less abundant as well. Without salmon returning nutrients to the water and the land, the entire food web weakens, and our communities feel that loss directly on our tables and in our way of life. Our elders taught us that salmon feed the ecosystem around us. Even after they spawn and are no longer edible to people or wildlife, they're still precious. Spawned out chum salmon were placed in berry patches as fertilizer. They nourished the soil that grew the plants that fed our caribou, moose, birds, and pollinators. Salmon are not just food. They are medicine, ecology, and community. Those teachings are still alive, but they're becoming harder in practice when there is no fish to pass on. We recognize that climate change and ocean conditions do affect salmon, but those are forces beyond our immediate control. Bycatch is something that you can control. This council has the authority right now to reduce harm to the stocks our communities depend on and to survive. We need firm limits, real avoidance measures, and accountability that recognize the human cost to continued inaction. We endorse Alternative 5 with 100,000 Bering Sea-wide cap, Alternative 4 with the AP Council's amendments, and Alternative 5 Option 1 with the 50,000 corridor cap. Grandma Isabel has lived through more than a century of change. Her message to you is simple. Take care of the salmon so they can continue to take care of us. I ask that you carry the voice of the Tanacross people into your decision-making, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much for the testimony. So I'm going to do one last callback for Claude Petruska after we take Libby Musolino and Donald Mike. So Libby, thanks. And there will be no questions after this testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the Council, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Libby Musolino, and I want to use this time to expand on comments made by Chief Brian Ridley of Tanana Chiefs Conference about USDA Section 32 buyouts. USDA Section 32, established in 1935 by Congress, authorizes the Secretary of Agriculture to use funds for commodity purchases, entitlement purchases, and disaster assistance. The program is funded by the allocation of 30% of customs receipts on all imports from the prior year. It was established to alleviate markets experiencing an oversupply situation and uses American-grown and harvested food to support schools, childcare programs, and food banks. USDA purchases of wild Alaskan caught pollock are prepared as frozen product in bulk, fish fillets, sticks, breaded sticks, and nuggets for distribution to food-insecure Americans. In Alaska, USDA Section 32 buyouts of pollock have been surpassing previous records since 2020. In the federal fiscal year for 2025, the Section 32 buyouts for the Alaska pollock industry were $142.5 million for 60.8 million pounds of product. These buyouts accounted for 2% of the TAC for that year. The chum bycatch in 2025 was approximately 143,847 individual chum. Approximately 2,885 chum salmon were caught as bycatch in these 60.8 million pounds that were bought by Section 32. Of these, it can be estimated that approximately 519 were Western Alaska chum. None of the Alaska pollock bought by USDA Section 32 in fiscal year 2025 went to feed Alaska children or residents in need. It all went out of state. In fiscal year 2025, Channel Fish Processing Co., Trident Seafood Co., and Highliner Foods USA each made between $35 to $61 million through Section 32 buyouts. Section 32 was created to provide emergency assistance. It was not meant to give pollock industries tax-free, above-market price payouts to incentivize continued overfishing. As TAC amounts have risen in recent years, so have USDA buyouts. The USDA is legally mandated to consult with federally recognized tribes on issues that have a direct and substantial impact on their communities. No consultation has occurred around these Section 32 buyouts. Alaska state lawmakers have sent letters to support Section 32 buyouts, citing that they are badly needed to help stabilize market conditions and decrease inventories. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act included a tax break allowing eligible maritime businesses operating remote facilities and vessels to deduct mandatory employee meals at 100%. The Marine Stewardship Council Sustainability Sticker, which Wild Alaska Pollock has displayed on all of their products as one of the oldest MSC certified fisheries, charges a licensing fee of 0.5% of wholesale value to companies that use its logo to identify their products as originating from MSC certified fisheries. I'm almost done, sorry. These examples make clear that the Alaska pollock industry continues to reap benefits, tax cuts, and labels of sustainability, while chum salmon runs are decreasing, and the communities that rely and advocate for them receive no compensation, disrespect, and a tax on tribal sovereignty, and little actionable change. In conclusion, I support bycatch efforts that hold the industry closest to zero. I urge the council to support Alternative 2 with a fixed annual cap of $100,000, alongside Alternative 4 and Alternative 5, Option 1, with a $50,000 cap. Thank you, and I won't be taking any questions at this time, but I'm happy to talk one-on-one afterwards.
Thank you for your testimony. So Donald Mike is up next, and there'll be no questions during this testimony, and then Cheryl Cadzow.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. I'm providing public testimony on behalf of myself, but I'd like to say that in addition to myself, I want to represent the people that cannot be here and cannot afford to travel to Anchorage and testify for their subsistence needs. But I'm testifying on behalf of myself, and I appreciate those speaking before me. I fully support their comments for more subsistence chum salmon on the Yukon River. So, but these are my comments and my only comments. But I appreciate the council's patience to allow me to come and testify. I am supporting Alternative 5, Option 1, although it reduces bycatch in the corridor. The pollock fleet will move to other areas to meet their quota. So, and the draft EIS states a large bycatch rate still occurs outside the corridor area. So, if this preferred alternative is adopted, the council should lower the bycatch rate outside the corridor. If Alternative 5 is not the preferred alternative for the council, Alternative 3 should be considered to minimize bycatch of Western Alaska chum and add elements 4, 5, and 6 of Alternative 4. And my following comments are more for myself, and hopefully it'll educate the council. Preliminary reports from the 2025 pollock season in Bering Sea was estimated to be at $1.7 billion in product value and over $832 in economic activity to the state of Alaska. The 2025 season total allowable catch set for the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands was set at 1.3 metric tons. The market value from the 25 season is estimated at $1.5
billion. As a result, the Pollock industry provided a huge revenue of $337 million in wages and $2 million in annual tax revenue for the state of Alaska. The market outlook for wild pollock, including Bering Sea, is projected to rise from $2.30 billion in 2025 to $2.39 billion in 2026. The Bering Sea pollock fishery generated $337 million in wages. And I want to ask, it's just a question, how much of the wages are staying in Alaska? I'm betting the majority of that wages goes back to Seattle and the Pacific Coast. The AYK fishing subsistence opportunities has been shut down. The AYK commercial fishery had provided the communities an economic opportunity to support their subsistence needs. So in the past, when we had commercial fishing in the AYK, that was their economic income to help support their subsistence needs during the year. And the other point I want to make is the economic activities provided for the pollock industry and allowing it for bycatch of chums through hard caps and IPAs and closed areas. At the same time, recently, the AYK region has been shut down or restricted to protect chums and some Chinooks. So my comment is that this council is accommodating the pollock industry through hard caps and still allowing bycatch to occur. I heard a testimony earlier today from a trawler that said he caught thousands of bycatch, and a small percentage of that bycatch was over 1,000. And that 1,000 fish can feed 1 or 2 families in a small village. And thank you, Madam Chair. One final thought I want to say is that I hope the council will make its recommendation to help save Western Alaska chums. Thank you.
Thank you very much for
I
your
have more to say, but my time is up.
I appreciate you paying attention to the timer. Thank you so much for your testimony. So next up is Cheryl Cadzow, and followed by Claude Petruska. Is Cheryl in the room? Okay. Is Cheryl online? Okay. Cheryl, can you unmute yourself? Maybe try *6.
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Cadzow. I'm from Fort Yukon. I'm married to Earl Cadzow. I have 3 children, 2 grandchildren, and I've been fishing on the Yukon River my entire life. I can remember fishing with my parents. I remember my favorite thing to do was to turn the wheel on the canner by hand. I remember my least favorite thing to do was to clean the slime off the fish. And then, so today, that was like when I was 10 years old. And so today I have a 10-year-old granddaughter. And so fishing has been going on for generations, from one generation to the next. We build our villages, our towns, our cities along the Yukon, around rivers, because rivers are life. We get our water from there. The animals are near the river. The fish are in the river. We get, our life is by the river, and that's why we build there, and that's why we live there. So we live a very holistic life. We live from our land, from our animals, from our salmon. It's all very important, and it's all connected. We're all connected. We're all one with that. Our salmon are very important to us, no matter what kind of salmon it is. Even the other fish are important to us. Salmon is filled with omega-3, protein, vitamin Bs, potassium, psyllium, and astaneothin. It's healthy because it reduces water retention, inflammation, blood pressure, cancer, weight, aging, strokes, heart disease, depressive symptoms, memory loss, dementia, bad cholesterol, and diabetes. Salmon improves bone health, healing properties, DNA, energy, brain health. So it's very important to our people, to everyone who's along the river. So I was at the meeting last year and I didn't testify, but I listened. And one of the things that was said was that there was no scientific evidence to stop the trawlers. But there was no scientific evidence to stop the fishing along the rivers. But it was stopped without scientific evidence. So my question is, why do we have to have evidence, but the trawlers do not need evidence? So using the scientific method, we did stop the fishing along the river. That was one variable that was done. That didn't work. We're still seeing the same results. So we need to change the variable now. We need to stop the trawling. Let's experiment with that for 7 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions. Not seeing any. Thank you so much for calling in. So Claude Petruska, next is Claude in the room. Okay. That was our second time calling Claude, so take Claude off the list. Kristen can't join us today, so we'll put her on the list for tomorrow. We'll move on to Janet Eric, followed by Charles Hahn.
Hi. Thank you for allowing me to testify, Madam Chairman and Council. I would like to start by introducing myself. Uyang kulgarungat farinrumuk anaka urluk ataka manti apaurluirut ka duguyak maurluirut ka juyangwiyak tfarinrmiang lilhunga tfarinrmilumai witatunga. My name is Janet Eric. I am a lifelong resident of the native village of Chefornik, which is located in the ABCP region. Chefornik is also one of the 20-member communities in CVRF. My family hunts, fishes, and harvests what the land has to provide year-round. I have worn many hats for my community over the years, including as a translator from a very young age for my Yupik grandparents and other elders. Excuse me, I'm still introducing myself.
We'll have the timer start over.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
As a translator, also for many other elders, as a certified nurse aide, making daily visits to several of our elders, as a community health practitioner, providing acute, chronic, preventative, and emergent care for my remote community members of 500. As a school board member and currently as the Tribal Council President since the start of COVID. That's another story. And as a CVRF employee, I have seen many challenges and hardships our community has faced. I'm in support of the CDQ program because of its many benefits to our community, as well as its benefits to other communities along Western Alaska. As a lifelong resident, I have firsthand insight as to how much CVRF has done and does for the communities in its region. Western Alaska is recorded as having the highest rates of poverty in the state. There are very little to no jobs in rural communities. We see it, we live it daily. We all know there are assistance programs, but those programs require lengthy application processes and often longer wait time to actually receive the assistance if you qualify. Meaning if you prove you really are poor and if you really did try to support yourself and your family, then you could probably get a little help, but you have to keep proving that you are poor in a very poor community. The CDQ programs and benefits only requirement is residency without the lengthy applications or hoops to jump through to qualify for benefits. Many struggle with paying for heating, electricity, food, and transportation. It's much harder in the cold winter months. Just recently, during the cold snap, there was a post on social media of an elder, not in the CVRF region, cutting off pieces of his log home for firewood. During that same time frame, CVRF was conducting their annual elder heating fuel distribution. Sadly, sacrificing one essential for another to survive is very common in Western Alaska. I believe without CVRF, many of our region's elder residents would have had to make similar sacrifices in those deadly sub-zero temperatures. The CVRF elder heating fuel program is one example of how important the CDQ program is to our region. But each CDQ group along Western Alaska has their own programs and benefits that are just as important for their residents, and it's all made possible by fishing in the Bering Sea. Science proves that many factors such as pollution, predation, changes of ecosystems, and competition with Asian hatchery fish play a significant role in the change of salmon returns. Please choose an alternative that does not potentially cripple the CDQ program. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So Charles Hahn is next, and there'll be no questions after this testimony, followed by Glenn Merrill.
Good evening now, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Charlie Hahn. I'm an anthropologist and currently a postdoctoral fellow at the College of Indigenous Studies at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. Today, I'm speaking on my own behalf, and I wish to add to the voices describing some of the social impacts of declining salmon populations in the interior. So when I was first invited to visit the Yukon close to a decade ago, the river in the summer was full of fish. Racks were full and camps were full of families. In the time since then, I've witnessed the Yukon grow depressed. Driving the river in the summer, camps that were once lively are now overgrown, some literally eroding into the river. It is difficult to put to words the full social significance of Fish Camp. As the testimony from tribal people and organizations have already expressed, camp is food, it's family, it's culture, and a way of life. It is also a source of health and resilience. The communities and the people of the Yukon are resilient. The historical record is clear that they have long adapted to ecological and social changes. However, they have also endured generations of marginalization that would challenge any people. They have faced repeated encroachments on their land and resources, forced resettlements and removals, the experience of boarding schools, and apartheid-like treatment by law and the people who came to settle in their lands. The effects of these histories are not simply past, but they continue to constrain people's lives today. They are not abstract. They are felt painfully and intimately by individuals and within families and communities, and they are clearly visible in disparities in health outcome data. In such a context, the survival of cultural practices like subsistence is a matter of life and death. For a people who have been treated as second-class citizens in the lands that their ancestors once proudly stewarded over, fishing is about so much more than food. It holds lives together. It repairs relationships. It maintains a livable horizon of meaning and purpose. Through my work, I have seen camp serve directly as a place of recovery for many enduring the lived impacts of the historic and ongoing marginalization of their people. This means that what is being lost as camps fall into the river is a basis for dignity and healing without substitute. As has been said, these declines have amounted to nothing less than a spiritual crisis. And again, this is not about a matter of lack of resilience or ingenuity. It is that a people who have already been made to carry far too much for far too long are yet again being asked to sacrifice for the prosperity of others. The causes of these declines are complex, but this council has one of the few remaining levers with the potential to make an impact. Even if the extent of that impact involves some uncertainties, the urgency of the crisis demands we pursue whatever path to recovery we have before us. I urge you to follow the recommendations of the United Intertribal Organizations, such that the people of the rivers have the best possible chance at healing their salmon and themselves. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. So next up is Glenn Merrill, followed by Ryan Astelos.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Glenn Merrill. Today I'm representing Glacier Fish Company. We operate one catcher processor in the pollock fishery. For over 44 years, Glacier Fish Company has been committed to resource stewardship. Since the beginning of the CDQ program in 1992, we've provided value and opportunity for 15 Norton Sound communities who are our majority owners. We are committed now, and we will be committed for decades to come to doing our part for conservation. There is no substitute for the foundation that pollock provides for our coastal communities. How do we meaningfully meet your purpose and need? How do we minimize Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch? How do we avoid Chinook salmon? How do we ensure we can maintain a viable pollock fishery? If you look at the vast majority of comments, there's one unifying alternative that is broadly supported. Alternative 4. We are currently using the provisions that are recommended under Alternative 4. How are we doing? As you heard earlier, in 2024, the most recent year, the catcher processor fleet harvested 1.3 billion pounds of pollock and took an estimated 313 Western Alaska chum salmon. Success like this under the IPAs requires information, it requires flexibility. IPAs provide responsiveness and adaptation that we know are simply not available through regulation. But IPAs require accountability. NIMS must approve them, and the public must see the results on an annual basis and in season as well. A key new tool for our future success is in-season genetic information. And here I want to make sure that the council is aware that the catcher processor fleet does not have the ability to incorporate comprehensive in-season genetic information. You heard about this from BBSRI at the start of the meeting. Our offloads occur on roughly every 10 to 14 days. We have a more limited number of vessels, and the data is not available in a timely basis to guide our in-season actions. As you consider your management measures, particularly those that are focusing on Western Alaska chum salmon, you need to recognize the limits on the availability of fine-scale genetic information that is available to catcher processors to guide our operations. You considered these dynamics at your April 2024 meeting. Additionally, for all of the sectors, any management measure has to recognize that chum salmon encounters will change, that genetic composition will change, ocean conditions will change, particularly at finer scales. Finally, a few brief notes on Alternative 5. First, different sectors have different needs. That applies to apportionment, and that applies to the areas that each of the sectors may require under Option 2. Second, Option 3 should be considered. And third, Option 4 would not increase herring bycatch, would not increase Chinook bycatch, and would provide needed flexibility. Thank you for your time. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Merrill. Are there any questions? Maybe if you could elaborate a little bit more on Alternative 4 and the provision about including the most latest in-season genetic data, and how, if the CP isn't at this time able to participate in the BBSRI project, how you've been meeting that or you intend to. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may, just briefly, I think in April 2024, you were looking at what mechanisms might be available to the fleets to try and do some sort of in-season accountability for Western Alaska chum salmon. And I think there were a few things that were important there. One is that because we don't have that in-season data that's available to us, if you're trying to estimate how many Western Alaska chum salmon you're encountering in that given year, you don't really have those tools available to you. So you could look at previous years. And I think one of the things I want to highlight, however, is if you look at previous year's encounters, particularly if you break those down to a sector by sector basis, there's a lot of variability that can exist from year to year. So that does make it pretty challenging to try and figure out exactly how you would come up with the proper understanding about whether or not you complied with the Western Alaska limit. I think the other issue that was identified in 2024, which is important moving forward for everyone, is there was an indication at the time that the agency had identified that if you want to get to the point that you improve your sector-specific understanding of Western Alaska chum salmon, particularly at finer scales, whether that's by cluster or even finer at stat areas, you may need to improve or substantially change your sampling methodology. So even if you're doing a backcast to look at how you performed in a year, you may need to improve the way that you do your genetic sampling as it's currently conducted.
Thank you. Ryan Astalos, followed by Tim Cusick.
Madam Chair and members of the council, thank you for taking the time to listen to everyone, including myself. My name is Ryan Astalos. I live in Anchorage, and I sport fish and personal use fish. I'm here today to support Western Alaskans, tribes, organizations that are working to address the inequities that we are seeing in our fisheries. I support the lived experiences that people have been sharing this past week, and I hope that you do too as you deliberate to make a decision on the future of chum salmon bycatch management. As I tune into these meetings, I've heard representatives from the trawl industry speak to concerns over any sort of cap of chum salmon and how that would lead to economic travesty. While I can sympathize with the notion of making money for themselves and their families, I cannot sympathize with the idea that the trawl industry is one of the most lucrative fisheries on the planet and not willing to support regulatory changes to decrease the amount of waste that is discarded in form of bycatch in the fishery. When a multi-billion-dollar industry says that any sort of cap on chum salmon will put them out of business, are we remembering that the commercial fisheries on the Yukon and the Kuskokwim are essentially non-existent? Are we remembering that the Board of Fish has closed fall chum fishing on the Yukon? Are we remembering that the people on the Kuskokwim completely changed fishing gear to adapt to low abundance? Are we remembering that living costs in rural Alaska are through the roof, and if salmon and subsistence foods are not put away, then high grocery prices are the only other option? It just seems as though this is normal course of action from the trawl industry. The management of this struggling species is not seen through an ecosystem-wide lens. It's seen through target species in a financial lens. Trawlers state that they didn't cause this problem and that the only ocean conditions in Asian hatchery chum are the problem, and therefore they should not be restricted with the cap. In reality, it is not the fault of the Western Alaskan communities who are already paying the ultimate price all on their own in the name of conservation. We are aware that the ocean is changing and stock abundances are changing, but the state's management system has already heavily restricted Alaskans across many fisheries, while the federal managers allow a status quo for trawlers to continue. That's why I implore you to select Alternative 2 with 100,000 chum cap, Alternative 5, Option 1 with the 50,000 corridor cap, and formalize the IPA measures into regulations through Alternative 4, should only be considered alongside Alternatives 2 and 5. We cannot rely on trawlers to save Western Alaskan salmon by managing themselves through these IPAs. No other fishing sector, small boat fishery, subsistence, sport, or personal use fishing is managed like this. There needs to be equitable playing field while Alaskans are heavily restricted. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Tim Kusik is next, followed by Harry Alexie.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Tim Kusik. I'm the cooperative manager for Westward Fleet Cooperative. I support the AP motion because it allows us to continuously incorporate new tools to improve bycatch reduction targeted for Western Alaskan chum, rather than treating Western Alaskan chum and Russian hatchery chum equally. Currently, with AIS programs, we can see in real time where the different shoreside fleets and vessels are fishing. We also receive salmon numbers from each delivery as the offload is completed at each point. This gives us quick information on what the risk is in different areas regarding total chum. With the new weekly genetic reports from BBSRI, we can now layer that information in to inform us on how to best avoid Western Alaskan chum. Options 2, 3, and 5 would require us to focus on total chum and forego the current and future advancements in the genetic reporting. Thank you, and with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Kusik, can you describe how just what it looks like practically when you get, or if you're getting that information yet this past season, as far as how you're directing fleet movement or your vessel's movement?
Yeah, I get the weekly reports and I rely heavily on C-State and our inter-co-op manager, Susie, who also get the reports and go through, and we can ask to prioritize certain deliveries. So if we have a group of fishermen move from one area to a new area and experience chum bycatch that was higher than expected, but it's in an area that we haven't fished all season, this happened last season, we can ask BBSRI to rush the data to see what was the makeup of that hit. And when they did it, it came back as one of the lowest Western Alaskan proportions we've seen. So when I'm talking to our fishermen and we're going over the different areas and different options, we're talking about depths. What kind of numbers are they seeing in a tow? What does it usually mean if they see 3? Does that mean there's 10? Because you can't see every fish on deck. And then I layer in the genetic proportion as I give them advice on where I think the highest risk for bycatch are. Ultimately, the captains make the decisions on where to fish. But as the co-op manager, I could tell them a risk of an area is too high and needs to be avoided. And my biggest worry with this is I work for our member companies. If we were, the position I don't want to be in is I get 2 deliveries in, one with 30 salmon, 10 are Western Alaskan, one with 60 salmon, and 2 are Western Alaskan. If we're going on the way 2, 3, and 5, as I understand them, the best solution for the company to keep their operation going would to go to the lower number, regardless of the content. And I can't imagine being in that situation. Honestly, I'd almost rather not have the data at that point. But I just want to see a way that we can focus our efforts on reducing the Western Alaskan portion of the bycatch and not worry about protecting Russian and Asian hatchery chum that are competing with the Western Alaska chum in the ocean for food.
Thank you for that. We have another question, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cusick, for your testimony. I listened, this is similar testimony to some other ones we've heard. And as I'm trying to understand, we've seen the numbers of chum encountered decline since 2022. You're saying that you have new tools in the toolbox, but I'm trying to understand what happened since 2022. Can you specifically walk me through what tools you've gained since then to avoid numbers of chum? I understand that you're avoiding Western Alaskan chum, but we also see a dramatic difference in just overall numbers of chum, and I want to understand what new tools you have in the toolbox.
One of the best new tools is just how carefully and communicative the captains are on the grounds. That's always the best tool. I'm always a little hesitant to take any kind of credit for a good year. There is such variability year to year that even with increased effort, you're going to have variability year to year. But I do think the captains are incredibly focused on the issue. And the communication's better. Us as fleet managers, we're always communicating with each other. If there's a hit, the captain reports it right away to everyone around him and to all the managers, or to their manager who sends it to the rest of the managers. So communication's definitely number one, but the one I'm most excited about is the genetics. Because one of the, going back years and years and years ago, I'd say more than 10, I started this job in 2008 when we're working on Amendment 91. The frustration with the fishermen was always that these are hatchery chum. Now we can say, no, they're not. Some are, some aren't. This area is better, this area is worse. And really show the real impact of what the numbers represent.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. So that brings us to 5:30. I think this would be a good breaking spot for the evening. We'll come back in the morning and resume public testimony with Harry Alexie, followed by Brooke Woods at 8 a.m. Thank you.